And welcome everyone to week 6, day number 2 of the English coverage of the Chinese LPL. My name is Julian Patriot Time Car. Joining me on the casting desk is once again Matthew Fish Stewart and Zach, I almost called you Spawn. Zach Rusty Pie, excuse me. Good to have you guys here. Glad I finally nailed your name. How you guys feeling?
Fantastic. Thank you for getting the name right. I was worried there. Everyone does it. That's for sure.
Feeling good. I'm looking forward to today's matches.
Yeah, we did, of course, see a pretty interesting set of matches yesterday with Xiaogu coming off the back of IEM. Rusty, it just feels like they're kind of still where they left off before they left.
Yeah, and it's weird because I feel like they haven't grown a lot from where they left, and they didn't exactly perform well. So what is good is that we actually saw Xiaogu bounce back strong from IEM and play what is standard to them, play to their style. Most importantly, though, Uzi brought out the vein, and he went off.
Uzi definitely went off in those games yesterday. He played like an absolute monster in both the matches. What I'm really looking forward to for Xiaogu in general is just that they played in IEM. They played a ton of games in IEM. Hopefully they learned a lot from that. And it seems like having no break from the LPL has not affected them. It looks like they're just going to bounce back even better.
I mean, they're definitely a team that we're looking to be on top, and they seem to be continuing that trend, winning over HYG yesterday. Let's have a look at maybe some of our other matches coming up, though. Actually, no, before we do, let's talk about the other elephant in the room, I suppose, or in the LPL. LGD, I will say, actually had a decent showing yesterday, despite the 1-2 loss.
I think it goes without saying that having a decent showing is still a step in the right direction. Now, LGD, they've been defined as a team that is on the rise, which is so weird to say about LGD. It goes without saying, right? Like, they should be number one. They finished first. But they are still getting better. The question is, when will they get better to the point that they show up, or will they get relegated by that time?
I mean, yesterday was a clear example of the talent that LGD has. They have so many great players, and when they played a team composition that suits to these players' style, it worked fantastically, especially when VYL was the facilitator. In fact, he picked up MVP in that game. So it just shows LGD can still play League of Legends. Just going to be how often they're going to play like they did yesterday.
And I know we don't have Spawn here. We have Spawn's brother instead. But I loves to point out that LGD are only game off. He's giving me this crazy look. One game off playoff contention. And it feels like LGD have always been, almost jokingly, the playoff team. Do you feel like if they have what it takes to get into that top 4 and make playoffs, that they can make another deep run? Because they're a team that always shows up the later the season it feels like.
I'm just going to echo Spawn as well. They are one game off of playoff contention. Just one game is all it takes, and LG are back in there. So they always have that chance, I believe.
I think it's easy to say, hard to do, right? So LGD, yeah, if they make playoffs, power to them, honestly. Like, I hope they do well. But to be perfectly honest, if a new patch comes out by playoff time, LGD take another 2 weeks to ramp up, there's a real chance LGD don't show up in playoffs, and the question is more about which LGD will make the playoffs and if it's the same one as the playoff team.
And I think this is my other thing, is that looking at LGD as a team, when we saw them win yesterday, it was very much about laning and using just their raw talent to sort of overpower their opponent. I guess the other side of those, you look at some of the other teams like Xiaogu, like Roy, which we will see today, it feels like their styles are starting to branch out more and they're starting to just take what they knew, which was good, and make it better. So are LGD going to stop falling behind? Because, again, yes, they're good laners, but once win lane, win game becomes not a good strategy, I just feel like maybe they won't perform like they want to coming towards playoffs.
I mean, the game that they played yesterday, the game that they won, is a clear example of that because they played the way they wanted to, but they still had such a shaky mid-game.
Well, we can see the standings here. We'll catch up after yesterday. Xiaogu still on top at 8-1 with Snake with some games to play this weekend at 6-2, sitting in second. Group A, very polarized as we pop over to Group B, which is just a mess at the top. 6-2 for Royal, 6-2 for IG, 5-3 for EDG, and 5-4 for OMG after their win yesterday over LGD. Group B is just craziness, and we are going to get that break up a little bit more today as well.
And this does kind of build into what everyone was saying, Spawn and yourself, Fish. LGD may be one game away from playoffs, but what the hell is Group B? Because everyone is like one game themselves.
Well, here are our matchups for today. RNG versus EPA will start things off as that's Name randomly hanging out in the AD carry photo. Could just be, we'll see what happens later though. It's World League versus IG will be our second match. Sorry, I just noticed. Second matchup of the day. Actually, arguably a more interesting matchup because World League versus IG, two teams that have always had such a fierce rivalry in China, but they're surprisingly close on the standings.
Yeah, there's a legacy behind these two as organizations, but as players, not so much, because you have to keep in mind that these are new rosters. So the legacy that's there is very confusing in regards to what a spectator sees. But yeah, surprisingly, it's like second or tied first rather against third.
Cross group,
not
remember?
what anyone expected.
Yep.
Cross group, man. I mean, this is the time for them to pick up the wins. They need to pick up the wins here in the cross group games in order for them to advance in their rankings in their respective groups, which I believe we're going to look at it now.
We are going to have a look at our KDR rankings. Always fun to have a check-in. Xiang still sitting on top after yesterday's games. V at 5.4 is the Xiaogu domination, Rusty. Feels like it's dropping off just a touch.
It definitely is. They've actually started losing games, so no surprise to see their top laner out of the mix.
No surprise at all. And look at this. Swift, he from Xiaogu is sitting in number 2. Clearlove, after tanking his KDA quite a bit, still at the number 1 spot.
I think that's because Swift maybe died a few times yesterday, so I'm sure Clearlove will have to see if he can stay afloat as the number 1 spot. As there's Doinby back on top, although it's Xiao who will play today. There's a chance to maybe get up back to that number 1 KDA spot.
Yeah. At what time do they actually manage to prioritize KDAs over the rest is the real question. Interesting stat.
Well, Pekka, of course, still on top. Poor Uzi's KDA also went the way of Clearlove.
Now I think I know why they're playing Uzi a bit more. They just want to preserve Pekko's amazing KDA of 14. They just, don't want that to be tanked anymore after they saw what happened to Clearlove. Yeah, just, keeping on the bench, keeping that KDA intact.
Have to keep it safe.
Yep, that's why.
Sure.
Got it.
That'll do.
Nailed
sure,
it.
That'll do. But of course, moving into our first matchup now as well. RNG, they are back from IEM. We saw Xiaogu when they came back. Seems like nothing much had really changed for them. I don't expect much for RNG to change. And as far as their first matchup for the week goes, playing against EPA, have to be careful. Never want to, consider a game as won before you start it. But I feel like RNG are just looking at this matchup and saying, awesome, we're going to keep that top spot.
I think RNG are going to change a lot.
Okay.
And the reason I think they're going to change a lot comes back to their support player. Now, he was taking, if you watched IEM's VODs or even saw the player cameras throughout, deadly serious. Like, he was yelling at his team, win or lose, on how to improve this game. What I took from just that is that after losing, he's going to be mad. And he doesn't want to lose again. And that is a very serious threat for every other team in the LPL. I think RNG are going to get a lot better, at least at lane swaps.
Well, now that they're back into the regular LPL season, I hope that they're going to be able to learn something from IEM and bring that into the LPL.
Well, Marta certainly does not lose often when he plays, but we are going to have a pretty significant change for RNG. We might, in fact, have the full 5-man shuffle. Let's give it a second to
this
see
is something
as we'll
else.
get into the team profile here. There's Ronald go up. We've seen the boy band every week with the team profile, but they've never changed, and they've finally done it. Let me
my
insect
God.
Sask, Name, and Lei.
What a fiesta. That is not just one member subbed in or out.
Literally the full 5-man.
Yeah, that's the whole kid caboodle.
All right. Well, poor Marta.
whew. Well, I don't know. Is this a response to the performance at IEM? What's going on?
But let's go through their players. Let me in the top side, of course. Strong top laner used to play with Xiao, but he's, of course, not on this particular lineup. Insect, their jungler, very famous Korean player, of course, popularized Lee Sin. Sask, the new player on the roster for me. Haven't seen him play just yet. Of course, none of these players have played a game this season, but Sask is definitely the new kid on the block.
Well, he's playing with veterans, is the weird thing to say, regardless of their respective region, right? So he is essentially the new guy out of the old guys on the new RNG instead of the old RNG. It's
Well,
just crazy.
There's Name, of course. Legendary Chinese AD carry. We'll see how he compares to Woosh, who had an excellent series of games recently. And there's Lei. Speaking of Woosh, these two were best buddies for a while, but Marta, came in, stole his lunch, cut his spot, and now Lei's like, fine, I'll play with this other awesome AD carry.
Yeah, this is just
But they
crazy.
have a lot to
isn't
live
it?
up to.
What is RNG doing? I mean,
Of all the matchups to do it in, you have to think if RNG are going to start experimenting with that full lineup, maybe it's a break. Maybe they just want to give Marta and friends a break.
There is a
There's
very
lots
real
of
chance.
different
And that is
reasons. Yeah.
actually a super strong point to bring up. They need a break. They just played IEM. Maybe they got sick traveling. And why not just get rid of the whole roster? Give them a deserved break.
and like you mentioned, they still do have a very all-star lineup coming into this game. So, like Rusty said, it makes a lot of sense to give them that break from IEM as well.
I mean, for me, if you've got 10 people, get them all in there at some point. This was coming.
It's also Insect's first game back as jungle, isn't
Yes.
it? Because he was top lane
yes.
last split.
He has changed so much.
Yeah.
Let me tell you in his history. But yes, I believe he will be back in jungle. We'll go over to their opponents for today, though. EPA with Gimgoon, Rabbit, Republic, Moon, and JZ. Everyone's baller support in the bottom lane. Favorite baller support, I should say. We'll start with Gimgoon, Korean top laner, and he has been very impressive in the 1v1s for me.
Gimgoon is the icon, essentially, of
Yep.
top lane. And by icon, I mean OMG's mid laner. In other words, he's taking names as he goes and is actually destroying other top laners.
We're going to take a look at Rabbit as well. He's had an impressive run, I would say, for EPA so far in the jungle. been able to help Gungun and Republic out quite a bit. And speaking of the man himself, Republic is going to be playing against Sask in the mid lane today.
Who knows how that was going to work out?
Only questions.
I mean, that's definitely the story for RNG today, as Moon actually, new AD carry for EPA. Again, another team. A lot of these teams do have fairly deep rosters. Lots of substitutes hungry for those starting positions. So Moon will get a shot today at pretty fearsome opponent, I have to say. But this guy's just been awesome. Every time we see him play, he's just going off on support.
I think it's fair to say that calling him Jay-Z is not just a nickname, it's now a term of endearment, as he is actually a superstar as a support right now. So very impressive, Jay-Z, honestly. He has stepped up to the occasion being in the LPL. The rest of the team lagging a bit behind him, but it's only because he's performing solid.
Yeah, Gimgun and Jay-Z have both been performing really well for EPA, and hopefully they'll be able to step up to the plate today against this completely changed RNG lineup.
I just love it. I love the RNG. Someone had to do this eventually. I'm glad the RNG were the first ones to pull the trigger. And for me, I mean, we have to look at the veterans on this lineup. It's good to see Let Me back. It's good to see Lay back, because these are two players that we were excited about from last year.
Yeah.
But you can't look at this team. Their teammates before, they've played under the name Royal. Insec and Name back on a team together. I don't even know what to expect from Insec, especially. That man's crazy.
I think the other thing about this team in particular, though, is that there's a reserve league that the LPL has competed in. So all 5 of these players have, in fact, played together as a roster. So coming into this, that's not all of their first games together.
No, certainly not. It's just their first game of the LPL season for this particular split. So we'll see how the fresh lineup does here for RNG. Ramus going to be banned out as well. Interchamp select. Graves also banned. And there's Alistar, banned by EPA. Starting to see a little less popularity, the old Alistar. But EPA will at least take him off the board this time.
Makes me sad. He's dropped down to 95% ban pick rate.
They lost the 100. The
Lost the
OCD's
100.
He
kicking
was
in.
at 99 one week, and I think he just tilted off the face of the desk. So that's cool. They're banned off by EPA as well. Makes sense to ban the relatively strong AD carries, but always have to think about Cogmore. It's a Name special from many years ago, and it's still particularly strong on this patch.
I mean, like,
All your preparation's like, nah, it's done.
I've never scribbled this much on a notepad. Just like, everything is wrong. Throw it out.
Well,
But you're right.
There's Cogmore and Lulu banned away, so that combination's going to get broken up by 2 different sides of the draft. 1 ban apiece there for RNG and EPA respectively. As Royal now are going to get themselves into their first pick here. Nothing super obvious open. Usually see jungle or support being prioritized at the moment.
Yeah, I think one cool thing as well that EPA did was they banned the Callista and then the Cogmore, because you can't ban one and not the other. And since RNG were doing targeted bans, their last one was to get rid of the strong Lulu. EPA had no choice but to get rid of both, or that would have been the first pick of Royal Never Give Up.
This also means that they leave up quite a lot of strong junglers to pick up. So Royal and EPA will have a wide pool of really strong junglers in the current meta to pick up, as we are waiting for RNG to pick their first champion. And EPA right after us will be able to get 2 strong picks in return. Does look like Royal want to prioritize the Braum pickup, one of these supports that is rising in popularity.
Braum is like the Alistar of the start of the split. He's just the #1 support. Alistar, though phased out, still gets picked with Callista in particular, but this is the go-to.
Yeah, I'm honestly amazed it took them that long, but I think they're maybe considering the rest of the draft, as RNG will take the expected pick. Gimgun, though, happy to insta-lock the Poppy. We've seen this man do some wonderful things on this champion.
Yeah, no, you can't stop his Poppy. And the other thing as well is, I believe, Gragas, something that's going to be heavily contested with most junglers. My big query about that champion is with Rabbit and Insec and their champion pools. I think they'd be more inclined to the Lee Sin Rek'Sai type of champions.
Well, certainly Insec, who you never really know what Insec's going to play. That man has won games at Worlds on Fiddlesticks.
Well,
So,
yeah, look.
was that the last time I've seen him jungle? I don't think so, but it almost feels like it.
Insec's also the man that switched to top lane and got 2 bans every single game. So
Just randomly kill
knows,
people on
like-
Yasuo.
what's his flavor of the month? He's had 3 months to find one.
That's true. I mean, maybe finally his champions are not getting untouched, because no one's seen him play for a while, but there's always picked up by EPA.
So they are going to lock in Elisa. That means Gragas and Italy are still left open. And Royal could potentially look to pick one of those up. I'm excited to see what the AD carrier choice for EPA will be as well, because they brought in Moon to the lineup. The last time a previous LSPL team brought a new player into the team, it was Hype Youth Gaming with Chimin, and he was fantastic in the jungle for them. So I want to see if Moon can have the same impact for this LSPL team of EPA.
Yeah, it's a very good question. Moon does need to step up to the plate, and I feel like EPA's mid lane and AD carry have always been okay. That's not their issue is potentially that they're not going above and beyond okay, making big risks or big plays. And so Moon does have big shoes to fill in that regard. not necessarily to replace the AD that was there, but to win games solely on him.
Yep. We'll see if that can work out with the new player in the lineup. But RNG kind of plodding through this draft, I will say. It seems like they're, getting the team used to the stage, perhaps making sure the coaches and analysts are all behind the picks. There is going to be Name taking that Siva, who's definitely picking up in popularity. And there's Nautilus as well. So, again, very standard drafting for RNG so far.
Yeah, the Nautilus is a super strong top laner, and you kind of just have to lock that one in if it's available. There's no Kalista to counter, but they've also taken the Sivir in the same rotation, so there's no spell shield to counter the Nautilus on the flip side. So this is a really cool thing, is regardless of what the AD carry is now, they've got a plan for it, and that's just kill it.
It also means they get a really strong lane in the bottom lane with Sivir and Braum. Braum is one of the few supports that does really well against Sivir, able to block that Boomerang Blade as well. But EPA, they are going to pick up Lucian as their next pick.
Yeah,
Oh,
Lucian
boy.
Trundle. So EPA, I like those picks as well. Looks like it will be actually JC back on support Trundle, so it's been a very popular pick for him. Because RNG are having way too much fun right now with their hovers.
And look, Chow shout out, almost.
Yeah, almost. Good old Name. I'm sure there's a story about the Master Yi, but unfortunately I don't know that one.
We don't know much about any of this team. That's the real question that we have right now.
No, we haven't seen any of these
Who
players
are these
play.
people?
I know some of them, but we haven't seen them play this year
Well,
at least
it's
in this league. So.
like players, the names are very much known. It's just like it has been so long since we've seen them play. The meta has shifted that much that really we just... I mean, if you want to give him a history lesson on Name, by all means, Pastry.
We can maybe save that one. As
So-
Name is gonna... Oh my god,
What?
Insect.
He honestly,
Well, that was actually
like
the
every
pick.
time.
Master Yi and Echo. Standard
Like-
drafting.
Insec is just, he's one of a kind, isn't he?
Yes.
Okay, so he goes top lane, he plays Vladimir Yasuo,
yeah.
and they both get banned. He
Yeah.
comes back to jungle. He was the Rengar Lee Sin guy.
Yep.
You know what, Master Yi? I feel like that fits the trend really well, doesn't it? Just lock it in.
I mean, it depends. If your trend is pick random
love this
champions
game.
in the jungle,
I'm done.
then yeah. And I like the Echo as well from Sas, assuming that's going mid, so I'm curious to see how that works out. But it was all well and good for the first 3 picks, and then this happened.
Spawn likes to use this example where you cover the name tags of the players and you look at the team comp and then you go, oh, if you cover the name tags, it looks good. For now, I think you more have covered the team, and then you look at this like, what solo queue game is this right now? What's going on?
I feel like they defected at the end of the draft. It's just like, all right, we got Braum Siva, really strong lane, Nautilus, really solid, very safe blind pick top laner, and then Insect's like, give me Master Yi.
Okay.
As LeBlanc's the last pick for EPA.
There is some kind of semblance of a strategy in this, right? Now, it depends if we're on 6.3 or 4, I believe.
I think we might be on 4.
And it might even be 6.5 where the issue comes up, is that if you go Devourer, Rift Herald only gives 2,
Yes.
whereas now it gives 5. So they've got winning lanes, or at least surviving lanes in every single lane. There's no way to kill an Echo once he hits 6, right? He just ults out.
Yep.
You can't kill a Silver Braum. You cannot kill a Nautilus. So they're just going to lane for 30 minutes. And then Master Yi is going to emerge, and he's going to be like Leonidas from 300 and just hold the fort down for the rest. Like,
Well, who better than Insect to actually impersonate Leonidas here?
Oh.
And it's going to be interesting to see RNG bring the strong laning phase to EPA. Coming from the LSPL, they are a very, very strong laning team, but they are going to lock in LeBlanc as their final mid lane pick. So Republic is going to pick that one up to go against Echo.
Yeah, let's actually run through the lineups real quick. I'm going to start on the EPA side. Poppy, Elise, LeBlanc, Lucian, and Trundle. Really solid normal stuff. Nautilus, Master Yi, Echo, Siva, Braum over on the other side. So a few spanners thrown in straight at the end there. Insec, I love you.
it's about as standard as their roster right now. I guess everything's been mixed up. It's jumbled. We're in a blender. Who knows?
you mentioned last night Pastry Time, but it felt like a throwback to the past. This feels like a throwback to my solo queue game yesterday.
Well, we'll see if Dynamite Q works out for RNG. It's time for game number 1. And here we are for what should be quite a fun way to start our day number 2. Insec back in the lineup. RNG's lineup actually completely new from what we've seen in 2016 so far. Some familiar faces, some not so familiar, but some things never change. And Insec playing Master Yi in his first LPL game of the season just feels right, doesn't it?
Does it? The chosen one. He is the chosen one right now. Oh, I'm excited for this match.
Is that the skin name, by the way? The Chosen One?
It is Chosen
Yeah.
Master Yi.
Nice.
Yeah,
Nice.
nailed it. See? It's all about that.
I had to double check. Sorry.
That's fine.
Need a confirmation.
Mate.
Seems like EPA right now, they're just going to be fanning out. No lane swaps by the looks of things, but standard lanes, I think, is going to suit the strategy here for both teams, especially if Insec is planning on doing a whole host of farming. As you can see, Trundle having a bit of a dance, but is spotted just barely by that ward. Club's a little big, sticks out just to the side.
Yeah. I'm not sure that Jay-Z knows. I think he's just having a dance battle with his AD carry. So, unknowing to him, he has been spotted in a battle with Moon. And that does mean that RNG, if they were looking to get swap lanes or looking to keep standard, they're going to be able to do as they would please. Knowledge is theirs.
That's exactly right. We are going to see Master Yi start on the Gromp. We will have a leash start on her double golems. Both the top laners helping out with that leash. And the AD carries from both teams are going to be able to take away a single camp before they head to lane.
They absolutely are, and of course just means accelerated level 2s down there. I still think coming back to the game plan from RNG, I was not mucking about.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure their plan is just to survive laning phase with the strongest laners possible. Even cleanse on Sask.
Well, level 2's been hit, so it could be trouble here for Name. Jay-Z going to get nice and aggressive, but Braum passive going to proc. Still only level 1, though, and too much damage is mid lane. People going off. Sask so aggressive. Gets Republic down to his passive.
Yeah, actually matching the damage reasonably well here, Republic. Still has the Ignite advantage and no cleanse used, so all things considered, middle lane does start to even itself out, but that's still a very good first sign from Sask.
Good sign from Sass here. And we are taking a look at the Keystone Masteries really quickly, Rusty. We saw this last night as well. Sivir going with the Warlord's Bloodlust, and I believe this Mastery's been changed now. Is that a good pickup on an AD carry?
It's sustained, and it's funny, I don't know if it's a good pickup for an AD carry. I would much prefer to have a Fervor of Battle, but I feel like this just comes back. This is all in. Like, it is literally Grasp of the Undying, the new life steal that you get, and an Echo to live through laning. Like, I am near certain the only reason he picked that was so that he wouldn't die.
Well, Insec got the Fervor of Battle, so he's looking to get nice and aggressive, but just farming up right now on the Master Yi. Curious to see what enchantment he goes, but you mentioned it in the pregame. It feels like it has to be Devourer. There's a nice little invade here from Rabbit. He's going to spot this. No smite available for Insec, so he's going to have to back off this camp. Raptor getting impatient. Is going to go back home. So Rabbit, successful bit of reconnaissance there.
Yeah, and Lei actually rotating up is what forces Rabbit out of the jungle, and the second he sees Braum again, straight back in. So it's essentially the cycle that they're going to continue. Insec, though, does make sure that his cooldowns are on his side. And straight back to it.
Both the junglers just happy feeding a little bit inside of RNG's jungle. Rabbit now, he's going to give up his adventurous journey there. So now I'm going to take a look at the top lane. Gimgoon is going to jump straight onto Let Me. Doesn't want him to go back to base here. The Poppy is going to be able to keep him in lane. So go back into the mid lane. We saw that Sask was able to get a decent amount of damage down onto Republic earlier, but is falling slightly behind in his CS right now.
Yeah, he actually has to be hyper-aggressive just to get CS. Next to a LeBlanc who will indefinitely use spells on you, you need to show a lot of respect. And you can already see, though, based off item usage, has no potions, and Republic does, so that early trade amounted to nothing.
Yeah, only now catching up at CS as well, so it could be some signs of struggle as the Skirmisher Saber is the first pick up there for Insec. I certainly feel like we're getting into Devourer territory as Let Me is going to aggressively teleport topside. Went back for a second door and a few consumables, but he's going to make sure he keeps up in this lane that will likely force Gimgoon to use his teleport as Let Me make sure he keeps control of the lane.
Yeah, dependent on what Rabbit does here in response. So knowing the teleport's down, if you can chunk out Let Me and force a recall, you don't actually have to teleport yourself as Gimgoon. In fact, you manage to keep that advantage. But of course, rightly so, Insec is topside and Let Me has a pink ward there.
Pink ward is going to be able to keep him alive. And Insect, I don't know if he wants to help these lanes right now. He just looks like he wants to sit in his jungle and farm up as much as possible. Let Me, he's actually letting this wave bounce back towards him. So Gimgoon is now going to take that time to recall.
Not yet. Not just yet. He doesn't need to recall because his health bar is reasonably fine. And the only concern and the only reason he would recall is if he wants to out-trade Let Me. Knowing that he can't fight him is okay, but knowing that he's weak and runs the risk of falling behind is why he would recall.
Well, we have to see what Gimgoon decides to do. It's actually going to be Let Me that shoves that one back out. Gimgoon going to be farming underneath his turret for a short while. And we're going to take a look at the items really quickly. Double Doran's Ring being picked up by the Nautilus top lane. But what I really want to look at here is Republic. He's gone straight back to base and picked up a Negatron cloak for himself. So really respecting the damage that Echo can dish out.
Yeah, Abyssal Scepter's becoming a very much standard build for LeBlanc. And no reason not to do that, at least for laning phase. Because you have that first item, means you won't die in lane, and you're always going to scale past it with 2.
It's just so cost efficient now.
Yeah.
It's delicious. As RNG's bottom lane looks like they've got a bit more traction now after the earlier level 2 trade. Just doing several things and shoving the lane in constantly. You can see Jay-Z is going to try and keep them back, but Brawn passive always annoying. So here comes Rabbit looking for a bit of a party. He will walk past the ward and RNG are like, yep, no worries there. And Sask got himself in a pretty curious position, but he's now level 6. Going to back away from the LeBlanc though.
That was a bit curious. These two though, honestly. Insect's winning solely because Rabbit's not ganking. And I don't know how long that'll last. I think the Rabbit still has a longer period of relevance, but needs to make something happen on this Elise.
That's right. All we've really seen him do so far is try to disrupt Insect in his jungle, but Musty doesn't really care right now. He's just farming up as much as possible. Gonna take a look at this bottom lane quickly. Moon does have a slight CS advantage. He's going to be able to push this wave out to the turret, so he's going to head back to base with a 10 CS lead over Sivir, who is just now going to return to base with her BF sword. Moon is going to be able to match that with a BF sword of his own, and head straight down into the bottom lane with a cull to boot.
I love the bonus cull. Everyone loves the cull, it seems like, right now.
See, I'm not a big fan of getting the cull, as much as I like it, actually, because you have Corrupting Potion. Gives you 25% increased healing from potions. There's a lot of synergy there. I knew that was going to happen, too.
Insect's like, I'm not hitting it. He's like, all right, take it.
Susk literally just said, you take it, I don't care, because minions were crashing. Oh, man. Insect's, I bet you, happy about that
Oh,
as
yeah.
well. You got what I was saying now.
Cull.
Yeah, that's right, cull. We'll have to hold on that for a second, I believe.
Gimgoon is about to find Insect. That's an easy first blood for Poppy. Just roams down casually.
Gets the blue buff as well.
Nice.
So, you know what, Gimgoon? The big benefactor of that roam. Actually, very well timed as well. Was looking to place a deep pink ward to try and spot Insect, but instead actually just kills him. You know, spots him and then kills him. To get back to the cull point, I think the reason I didn't like it too much is because he should have rushed Negatron as he was going to lose lane. But he still goes for that next, so I'm okay with his build now.
Well, you can see Gimgoon hanging out after that kill. He's going to have a bit of bonus money. So things looking good there. Down the bottom side, though, Sivir, he's going to try and wave clear as best she can. But Lucian and Trundle able to play pretty aggressively as Rabbit is continuing to look for some pressure in his other lanes. It looks like we've answered our question, by the way. Don't know if it was much of a surprise, but that recap vote is going to indicate that Insect will, in fact, be playing Devourer.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, that sums it up.
I'm ready.
This is just so like
It's amazing. That's what it is.
Rabbit is still trying to disrupt Insect in his own jungle here. He's actually going to meet him once again. Puts a little bit of damage about, but now it's going to be Sask that's going to be able to catch up with this spider. Nicely uses the repel to get out of the zone that Sask was setting up. We'll be able to get out of there, but Republic, he's just happy feeding inside of Insect's jungle, walks in, disrupts him for a couple of seconds, and walks out.
So it's good and bad, right? Because information on where Insect is always handy. But you don't also look at least Master Yi and say, he's going to gank me. It's fine. You know, like you don't need that vision or that knowledge necessarily. What Insect needs is knowledge of you. And that's exactly what Rabbit's giving him. And that's where this counteracts itself. And look, they can see him doing red buff. Does it really matter, though? Does Insect care?
I think Insect got killed by a Poppy and his face looks about the same. So I don't think he's having too many problems at the moment. As you can see, pretty big gold on that top side especially, actually. Both Let Me and Gimgoon holding on to those big gold values. Let Me does have that TP. Gimgoon used his already. So if they do want to try and get something done, they can. And it's back in the bottom side. It's just more pushing happening.
More pushing up between these two teams as Jay-Z is going to be a little bit aggressive. Pops the pillar down. Trying to shove Name and Lei out of this lane here. Lucian still has that slight CS lead and does have a small lane advantage. Going to have to see if he can keep that one up. As Republic still being aggressive against Sask in this mid lane. You can see them just trading back and forth, getting a little bit of damage down here and there. But now, at least trying to make a visit to the mid lane. Republic trying to walk up and look at this.
He wants to get hit.
Insect is just waiting right behind him.
It's about the only way Master Yi can gank.
Or you can do this instead. Look at that. The pillar's going to come down, try to disrupt him. Good use of the repel to try and get out, but they're still chasing down here. The ultimate was popped. They're still going for it. Insect forces the flash from Rabbit, and now it's Republic that has to jump out as well. What was that, Rusty?
It was a flash force, I guess. Like, it kind of just is what it is, honestly. I think Lei rotating up was a very big deal. Unfortunately, the Spiderlings took the Braum Q, so there was no kill threat. It's a nice dodge.
Yeah, very nice, but Sask could still be in trouble. Republic going to move in for it. Echo ulti
Still
might
dead.
not be enough. Flash
the
forward,
cleanse.
cleanse out. It actually might be. Now he's lost vision. Sask going to keep running out of the way. Republic trying. There is a good ward. He's going to maybe protect him, but here comes Gimgoon. Next kill of the game goes to him, and now Letme's trapped. Jay-Z's going to lock him down because he's in mid lane, and Rabbit, he's able to get that kill.
And RNG are just imploding right now. Energy Pacemaker all getting themselves the first 3 kills on the board. 2 of them on their star top laner. And to be fair, Sask has no vision. Comes over the words, I regret everything, and just dies. Letme's teleport was a deterrent that he actually completed and should not have.
Definitely should not have completed his teleport then. Gimgoon, same spot twice, lucky, finding that, free pickup. Just walking up and casually taking down a low health member of RNG there. And take a look at the score right now. RNG is 2,000 gold behind EPA. Only 11 minutes into this game. Doesn't really feel like they're surviving this laning phase against the strong early laning phase team of EPA.
It's all right, we're scaling.
Yep.
Late game, late game. I've got my Devourer.
Starting to get stacks as well. I think that's why he chased that last kill so much. But as we have another check in, we've got Essence Reavers everywhere in the bottom lane, as both Name and Moon have the same components right now.
I think if there's one thing that EPA are doing that is super impressive this game, I mean, yeah, they've got 3 kills, they're up in gold, that's all good. What they've actually done is vision everywhere on the map. It's not just following Insect, they've actually kept tabs on every single member of RNG throughout this game. They're utilizing that vision to actually make big advantages.
Well, right now, feels like advantage Sask, because he's going to try and get this blue buff. Insect won't be able to donate that one this time. He'll continue devouring away. 4 stacks currently. Be fun to keep track of just how long it takes him to get sated. But given the pace of the game, EPA, I don't think going to make it easy on Paul Master Yi. As again, a fight breaks out on the bottom side. Moon able to put the culling down. Lei's going to block it off with his shield, but he's forced to use the ulti, and then it's going to keep going for it. Name pops his ultimate as well. The exhaust was also burnt, as now Letme's in trouble in the top side. Republic, a nice roaming, gets himself a kill for it.
EPA just controlling the entire map right now, top and bottom alike, and no answer available from Sask. Very curious play so far from RNG, but fantastic proactive play from EPA. They're looking really solid.
And you'd have to really think that RNG would have expected this from EPA, especially after the way they drafted their team composition. You put a Master in the jungle and you don't expect the team to walk all over the map and just dominate Summoner's Rift early. Could be a bit questionable from RNG. So they are now 3,000 gold behind EPA, and that's 13 minutes into the game alone. So
It's
EPA...
3,000 without a turret as well. So if they get another kill, that could accelerate even further, and then that's when RNG is really in trouble. But for what it's worth, they're holding on to these objectives. The turrets aren't falling, and it could take a little bit more from EPA to snowball, not just 4 kills.
Well, again, we do definitely have the ticking time bomb, and Insect is stacking up relatively quickly. It's just a matter of EPA can get ahead enough before the Master Yi is able to actually take over the game. Sasto has finished his Abyssal, so things going okay. Let me also with his Sunfire. Although Poppy is a little bit ahead with the Sunfire, plus the Spectre's count already done, as Abyssal's also completed in that mid lane for Republic. And again, just waiting on the bottom lane Essence Reavers, but just a lot of farming right now as Name and Lei just trying to catch up a little bit. Name fell a touch behind.
Did fall a little touch behind. He's slowly been able to catch up nicely as we look at Sask in the mid lane. Still just having a little bit of a farm fest against Republic, but Republic has done well to put the pressure onto this Echo and has a nice CS lead just over 20 ahead of this mid laner.
Yeah, Republic clearing waves very efficiently to not actually get hit by any of Echo's spells, who he's playing as an assassin mage all the same, whereas Republic right now is just doing his damage.
That is a disgusting amount of burst that LeBlanc put down onto Echo in such a short amount of time. But look at this. Teleport into the bottom lane. Silver has been exhausted. Gimgoon is not going to be able to get a knockback onto the Silver. Instead, he's going to change his target onto Lei. Rabbit is down here as well, looking to try and pick up the kills to the support. Lei is actually just going to be the sacrificial lamb to allow the Silver to get out of there.
And Insect was running down. Was trying to make a difference, but couldn't make it in time with the Highlander, and I'll just go back to his jungle instead. This, though, is a nice win for EPA. They'll take the Dragon, and one Dragon's always nice, but for a Devourer Master Yi, it's even nicer.
It absolutely is, and that just means it takes a little bit longer for Insect to be, I'm going to say relevant, but take that with a grain of salt, given that he is a Master Yi after all. You still look at the 30-minute mark and say that 2 items, even if it's not sated, is a lot.
And that's a Drum's Fist, actually, as his first item, so...
Titanic Hydra.
Oh my
Yeah,
god.
that's the Yi build.
Really?
Yeah. So, Devourer, Titanic Hydra, and then you can choose between like a Guinzu's Rage Blade or like a Sterix Gauge, or even like a Blade of the Ruined King, so it's very relative, but the Titanic Hydra is core.
I feel like Insec is against his Rage Blade guy.
But like, how good does Titanic Hydra sound with Sated Devourer? You hit him all the things, so that does on-hit effects.
Oh, that's a lot of Hydra.
It's glorious.
Look at this. Is actually going to be LeBlanc that might get ganked here. 3 members from the side of RNG are trying to lock him down. The ultimate from the Bron will not connect. They just burn a single flash. And Insect just looking a little bit sad once again.
And Republic is schooling kids on this LeBlanc right now. He's looking very impressive. Got himself ahead in lane and keeping it even when ganked.
Can see late. Tried that roam, but Rabbit is going to cut him off as he wanders back towards the bottom. Insect not deterred though. Fishes in for a gank. Does not get it. Picks up his 13th stack as he'll take out that Rift Scuttler. Sask trying to keep the lane in the best possible health, but he's just forced to take out the creeps for a bit as EPA continuing to invade down towards his bottom side. And it's really, I think, hurting Nami more than anyone else. You're on the Sivir, just kind of aggressively pushing waves safely.
Yeah, and they're meant to be in a safe bottom lane. And they're really struggling. And honestly, I'm a bit confused as well. He's rushed his boots on Sivir.
It's a Nami thing.
Yeah.
I'll explain that one later.
Efficiency thing, isn't it?
Yeah, he
Yeah.
loves his thrift shopping. As Insec, it actually, okay, I think we have some time, so I will actually explain this briefly. It's a lot to do with how Name plays as an AD carry. He's very positional based. He always wants to be standing in the right spot at the right time. He's kind of like deft in a lot of ways. If you want to compare them, it's sort of like Chinese versus Korean deft. And it's efficiency, but it's also a bit of extra movement speed, just so he can always be in the right spot. It just is it's like a philosophical thing for Name and his play stuff.
Synergizes really nicely with Siv's pass as well, giving you that extra bonus movement speed. So having the boots to make you go fast just allows you to go even faster. Now I'm going to check in with the top lane here. Gimgoon, he's 2-0-2. They slice Yesley, but not enough of that. Actually, bottom lane now, going to go really aggressive. Elise is going to try and gank this lane once again. On the hunt has been popped for Laule to try and run away. Getting really low. Teleport's actually going to come in, but a flash from Rabbit will secure the first kill. Has to repel out, though. They're still diving onto Name. Even Republic is down on this bottom lane as a deterrent.
And Let Me's teleport was cancelled by himself. Not wanting to get into the backline of that fight, and Lay just dies too quickly. The damage that Moon and Jay-Z are putting out, mostly because Jay-Z can use his ultimate and shred the resistances that a Braum would not otherwise have, makes it very easy to chunk them down with the Lucian.
Well, starting to get a little awkward here for RNG. A 7-0 now for EPA. As the Rift Herald is going to be attempted. I don't remember how many stacks Insec had before he started it, unfortunately. Yeah, look, he's going to leave it there.
There we go.
Oh, Republic! No, he doesn't steal it. Insec will get it.
They can't even make the decision on who's getting the buff. This RNG side right now is evidently not communicating as effectively as they would like. So now they've got, I guess, the team composition to make up for that.
So we talked a lot about their team composition, but exactly how do RNG want to win this game? Because EPA look like they want to get ahead early, team fight you. But RNG, do they just want to wait till Master Yi has a lot of items and then allow him to kill everybody?
Do they have an option that isn't that? Like, they're losing lanes at the moment, and like, if you were to take this entirely on paper, what does the team composition want to do? It's wait till 30 minutes and team fight. So the conflicting differences right now is that EPA will be team fighting whilst ahead. RNG are going to have to position perfectly to ensure they can team fight whilst behind.
And Name's not even going to get this turret as the Republic does swoop in. Takes an awful lot of damage to the face, but 25 stacks
He's done well
for Insect now. I feel like Rift Herald still gives 5.
It definitely does. I believe that's a 6.5 thing anyway.
Okay.
Insec, not far away. It's still a slow upgrade, nonetheless.
Oh, no.
Nicely played by Republic. Picks up an easy kill onto Name. And it's going from bad to worse here, unfortunately. EPA now 8 kills up to 0 at 20 minutes. And not even that bottom tower for RNG. Right now, on the path to get perfected by EPA.
Yeah. Wow.
Still a perfect game for EPA, but look at this. They want to try and go for a tower dive onto Sasuke. We'll pop out that zone control. Now JZ in a little bit of trouble, takes a bit of damage, but they're easily able to knock RNG away from their own turret. This mid lane outer turret is becoming incredibly low.
I think the issue is that it's low, so it's inevitable that it will be taken down if people aren't there to defend it. And saying that, RNG very much capable of trying to defend. The question is, do they want to against Heli Poppy and friends?
I don't think so. Rapid fire cannon there as well for Lucian, so pretty easy siege there for EPA is there. 7,000 gold ahead at 21 minutes into this game. Insec, he's still scaling, but he actually went Sterax first and not Titanic Hydra, so
And he's making a mistake.
build gonna be delayed.
Yeah, he's against the burst mage in the mid lane, so there's merit to the Sterix gauge. I just feel like, you know what?
If you're gonna play Mercy, go all in.
Yeah, honestly. That's such an insect thing too.
Yeah.
Teleport though coming into the mid lane here. RNG, they have to back away from this. Gimku's going to jump straight onto Name. He's the first person to go down. Immediately flashes forward for a nice two-man knockup. Look at this. Sasuke's going to jump in to take down Moon. Even Insect is there as well, but Lucian's kiting nicely.
He's done it.
Finally gets that single kill, and the first kill ruining EPA's perfect game. But they still come out on top in that fight.
They're not done though from the looks of it. They're going to continue to push.
Cocoon in, Let Me locked up. Chain's going to land in there from Republic, and they are going to die for it. Let Me, not that tanky. Repel's going to come down, Let Me through the base gate. Might be enough, but Republic's going to jump the wall. Cocoon will miss. But Rabbit's able to pick it up anyway. And of all the people to get a kill, it might as well be Insec.
And EPA just turn on the afterburners, of course. You're right, that one kill goes to the Yi. Still not done. Here we go.
Looking for Sass now. Gimgoon's going to try and cut him off. The pillar was really nice, but look at this. A double jump from Republic will be able to snare him down. Gimgoon picks up that kill.
They're just completely switching up to 6th gear right now, EPA. We're going to see this one again. Name does not react in time with the spell shield, plain and simple. It is a home guards poppy. One of the hardest things to react to, I would imagine, given how quick the animation of the E is on Gimgoon. But just like that, gets the double knock-up. Insect comes in, puts in some work. You know, he's worth zooming in on. And runs away very fast. Of course, Let Me is the one that goes down at the end of all of this. Hope we don't go that far.
Well, one camp away, though. Insec at 29 stacks. He's starting that Gromp.
Here we go.
He's going to be
Have we scaled yet? Have we scaled yet, boys?
No.
No, not yet.
But he has stacked his Devourer, which is a feat in and of itself for this one. EPA, though, going to get themselves the Dragon. 2-0 up now on that objective. And EPA is certainly not done. Again, it really is just kills that are giving them all this gold, which means that the game only goes from bad to worse. And EPA, they just have so much strength right now. They can do whatever they want right now. It looks like they're going to play to that bottom side of the map, especially given that Gimgoon does not have teleport currently.
Yeah, they're playing to Republic split pushing in. That's a very curious thing. I do think that Insect can kill him. Actually, wholeheartedly believe that he can.
Does Insect believe, though? Probably.
Maybe. He's a Master Yi player. I think he believes a lot of things right now. Interpret what you will from that sentence.
We're going to see if Let Me believes he can stay alive in this bottom lane as well. So you take a look at the mid lane. EPA still keeping up the pressure. They're not done yet. They're still looking for some pressure onto this mid lane inner turret, and they're keeping RNG niced and caged in, so to speak, making sure that they have full control of their jungle, denying as many resources from the RNG side as possible. And it's done well for EPA so far. They are 8,000 gold up 24 minutes into the game.
Well, we're going to continue on the rampage. Gimgoon able to steal away the blue buff. There's a Rabbit. He's going to collapse here onto Lei. Lei maybe caught out, but Sass has set a trap here. Republic also off to the side. He's going to get one there as Sass now locked up. Going to eat the culling. Forced to ult immediately as the rest of RNG are going to try and dive in. Gimgoon, though, he's found the backlines as Insect. He's straight into the back.
Oh,
he's actually killed Moon. Alpha Strike's going to come down, but he is going to die to Republic, excuse me. Rabbit, though, is going to die.
Here
and
we
RNG, off the back of the Yi, are going to win themselves a team fight. Republic, the next one to get tagged by Braum passive. Needs to pick the right one, but the passive's going to make it easy. Name gets a shutdown, and RNG win a team fight 4-1.
We're scaling, boys. We've made it to the Master Yi time of the game. All it took was that extra Hex Drinker on top of the Sterix gauge, and you can't burst him out outright. And if you can't burst out the Yi's going to burst you. Doesn't matter how many people are there. RNG's time to shine.
They look like they want to scale even more here as they're attempting to take down the Baron. Only JZ is left alive to try and stop them. I don't think This little Trundle support that would have enough to try and stop them here. Teleport's available for Gimgoon. He will be up in 5 seconds, but I don't think it will be enough as RG, they are going to be able to take down the Baron. Immediately run away.
Insect didn't even smite it.
Oh god, here we go.
Gimgoon, though, could cause some problems. Homegunning Poppy, always scary. They're not going to see him. He's straight onto Sask. And Sask is absolutely dead as Jay-Z going to try and cut off Let Me with the pillar there as well. Not enough, though. EPA swoop in for a counter kill.
Now, to be fair, Insect was dead. I believe he wasn't
he?
actually.
Yes.
He's the only one that died.
What?
You're right.
They did Baron without their Yi?
Yeah,
Yes.
I know. It's crazy, right? But they got it. So all things considered, Insect was alive.
In my head, I was like, why is it taking so long? That would explain it.
Because they're watching 4 tanks, or 3 tanks in Name trying to take it down. EPA, though, they're still up against the Baron up RNG, so I can't imagine them being able to take anything.
At least he got the buff then, because
Exactly.
he was alive when they got it.
Exactly.
Well, Insect does have that Baron buff, so the only person that won't have it is Sask. And RNG have been able to stop the bleeding slightly now. 5,000 gold behind EPA. So we're able to claw back 3,000 gold for themselves. Gonna have to see if that Baron buff is gonna allow them to get back into this game even more. So wait to see what they decide to do. Insect now is moving up to the top lane. He is the top laner now. He's told Let Me to get out of this lane. I want all of this farm.
I've outscaled you, Let Me. You don't understand. Get out.
Well, if he can continue doing, what he did in the previous fight, I don't blame him.
Oh, Master Yi.
Well, I'm curious to see how the rest of this works out, because RNG have found their way back into this game somewhat. They are going to need to close the gap a little bit more, though, because those turrets being up is some juicy gold that RNG would really like to collect. So far, only with the 1 turret just in mid lane, which is a pretty good one to get. But they've got the Baron buff. They should be able to do some damage here, especially because they're only outer turrets. But RNG, I think, have been a little lax using that Baron buff. It's actually more than halfway out now. And maybe they're just going to consolidate, pick up the safe bump, and then go again maybe when the buff respawns.
This is so great, by the way. Patch 6.4 is like the LPL patch in a nutshell. Siva is back, boys. We made it.
Is Master Yi back though?
Master Yi never,
Never
he
here.
both never arrives or returns.
I don't know. There was
He's like oxygen. He's just always there.
a time where we had toxic mid lane Yi. That was fun.
That
It
wasn't
was
really.
quite some time ago.
I feel like that wasn't really like.
Well, that was like
That was like a
season 2
hipster thing
AP
still.
though.
Oh my god! Please no.
There's still highlights of me killing.
Don't go back there. Don't bring us
but
back
it
there,
was the
please.
best.
For you, I'm sure it was. As someone that didn't play AP mid Master Yi, I may have been missing out.
You were missing out on a lot of things, Pastry Time.
Well, we'll see.
But you are at least a good person.
We'll see how Jungle Master Yi works out for RNG in this one, as Baron is still there for a little while longer, but I think it's just about to run out. Moon, massive on this Lucian as well, as Insec is just hoping a happy customer wanders into that bottom lane. But I don't think he's going to get any takers, unfortunately.
This is literally what my duo queue partner does when he plays Master Yi. He'll sit in this bush, this very bush,
Yeah,
and
but
wait
that's
for
the-
someone to push.
It's because it always works. Like, it's the death bush. Every single time someone comes to this bush, they usually recall there as well once they pushed out bottom lane.
Oh,
He saw someone. There we
No,
go.
no, he's waiting for a W to be used offensively.
His team's also coming.
You know what? That'd help.
Hunami is his ulti. They're really committing to this. Republic dashed away. Surprise Master Yi, though, as Republic is going to have to try and get his way out of this one. But that looked easy. LeBlanc, pretty hard to catch.
She's quite deceptive, Pastry Time. LeBlanc's able to get her way out of there, and Republic is going to live to see another day. In saying that, RNG, they actually made quite a nice rotation, unfortunately. And the reason they do get out is it was entirely spotted by EPA the entire way they walked.
It's just so funny to watch this team play. It really feels like one way or the other, RNG2, R&B, I'm going to call them. Just seems like Insect's team. It's like, I'm going to try and get for this dragon.
Looking for it. Insect flashes over, gets the steal. Now they're going to try and look for a fight. Gimgoose teleporting into the backlines, but it's RNG go time. They're going to see who they're going to target first. Gimgoose jumping straight onto Insect. Silver's been exhausted, so not dealing damage to the backline. Name getting taken down incredibly low. Gimgoose going to finish him off, but Insect's not done yet. He takes down one. He's looking for more. He finally gets taken down by LeBlanc instead. Republic will pick up that kill, and now it's EPA trying to clean up this fight. Sask is trying to get a bit of damage down onto Moon and Republic, but it's not enough. They lose 3 members for 1.
And there's potential that the 4th is about to follow. Poor Lei.
Yeah.
Good luck.
Caught out. Republican Moon going to move in. Plenty of health left from Dangerous Game. Lei is going to be the 4th kill. And RNG, a nice steal from Insect to start it off, but they could not close that team fight.
Yeah, the concern is there was a steal, but they all committed to the steal, which means they all committed to the team fight. The teleport's there. Great flash. But look how committed they now are to fighting. Whereas Republic, he can run away, actually uses the flash to distance himself. And Insect just hits the closest person. And that's a real concern because they all go to help Insect, and Name is left by himself twice, I will say. Once from the other 4 members of EPA, the second time from simply Gimgoon. And that segregation comes back to bite them. Sask is not capable of carrying this team by himself when Insect has no health and dies. And Name just gets completely abandoned.
Yeah, and it's what a team it is that, again, seems to be very Insect-focused as poor Name is left pretty much out to dry there. Now 2-4-2 on the Sivir. You can see, though, where the power for RNG's team comp can lie in these team fights when they play them correctly, but Gimgoon just ran a train on that particular fight. Pretty much killed and or caught both carries by himself, and EPA were able to play cleanup easily. So we're still scaling, but falling a bit further behind now. Back to about 8,000 gold down. EPA is still firmly in the lead.
Firmly in the lead. The question is if they're going to be able to stay firmly in the lead. We saw that one good fight for RNG previously was enough to claw back 3,000 gold. And you did mention they are scaling. They have the potential to pull out another team fight like that. And the later the game goes, stronger he gets.
I mean, I still don't think that there's any situation where Insect can fight Gimgoon. And the reason I say that is because look at his items. Like, this Poppy is all armor.
Anti-Master Yi build.
He had Sunfire Cape into a Spectre's Cow and then just left the Spectre's Cow. And that was only for laning phase. The rest of it has been to kill the AD carry and to kill Insect. Or to not die to them, rather.
Well, pretty sound strategy. His Banner of Command was picked up by EPA's support, so that's going to cause a nuisance in that top half as well. RNG sticking together a bit more now. Blade of the Ruin King has been completed by Insect, so starting to do a little bit more work in the team fights. 3 items for Name there as well. Actually went for Lord Dominic's Regards and Rapid Fire Cannon, so no static shift on this particular Sivir, as I think Name is also going for a Banshee's Veil, so it wants to keep quite defensive there with that 3rd item choice. And Insect was waiting to do something, but EPA fancy themselves a Baron.
Yeah, they have complete control of the area.
They're looking for a fight here. Insect's going to get jumped on by Gimgoon. He's using the ultimate to try and run away. Gets ultimated by Poppy as well. Now he's jumping onto Republic. That's a lot of damage onto this LeBlanc, but it's not enough. Moon picks up that kill. They're looking for Lay next. Trying to chase down the remaining members of RNG. As Lay has to flash out, use the ultimate defensively. It's not going to be enough for him, though, as he may go down to Ignite. He actually lives with a sliver of health. Republic's not going to allow that to happen. Nautilus's ultimate may be enough. Not just quite. He lives with a sliver of health. I don't believe that he was able to do that. And now RNG looking to try and turn this fight around. They're training 2 for 1. But with the low health members of EPA, they can continue this chase.
No Insect, no worries for RNG. They still find a way with all of their carries doing a whole lot of work. This time around, Name and Sask pick up the flak. And they put down some serious work onto EPA, who dove, I'm going to say, far too aggressively. Gimgoon not having his ultimate available could not disrupt the fight in the middle and cause any issues, and RNG's target selection was on point.
Well, unfortunately for RNG, despite the strong team fight under their tower, they were not able to press any of these objectives. Republic sweeps into the mid lane and collects a juicy wave of farm. And the mid lane tower that they tried to get after the fight was a little too far to run for them, unfortunately. So RNG, they've got plenty of gold to get on the map once they win fights like that. So not getting any of it will hurt them here. But again, they'll wait, they'll be patient. It feels like the team knows how to team fight together reasonably well.
The scaling pastry time.
I guess we'll just have to wait to see what the next team fight looks like, because they certainly are scaling.
What is 9k with a Master Yi, really?
Well, still 9k. Your team just has a Master Yi.
It's not gameplay.
Well, then it'd just be less than 9k. I don't mean it as like a literal value. I just mean Master Yi is probably worth more than double his amount the later the game goes. Relative gold difference, not actual, could be considered different.
We're starting to get to that point as well. Almost 35 minutes into this game. Gold is going to even out a little bit as far as overall relevance goes, as everyone's going to pick up items. EPA, though, still with strength, looking to be proactive once more, as Dragon is going to be back up in 35 seconds. RNG stole one, so did stop some of that snowball there, which was nice. So Dragon number 4 of the match will be up relatively soon. EPA's 3rd if they want it, but crucially not the 4th, as Sask is getting blasted there by LeBlanc.
Yeah, I'm not sure how this will work out for EPA. I think that whilst Republic does a lot of damage, and we just saw how much he can do, he also has no Zhonya's Hourglass available to him yet, nor a Death Cap. So in terms of the items that he's gone for, he wanted raw mid-game damage and then just efficient damage where possible. But if someone gets onto him, he'll die.
And we saw that in the previous fight as well. He got taken down to incredibly low amounts of health, not just after they killed Insect, but when they were trying to kill Insect, he almost turned around and killed Republic by himself. So it's going to be a little bit scary for the Sublime mid lane, but we just saw how much damage she can dish out to RNG. One combo took Sass down below half his health, and that's without hitting the W as well.
Well, he's having a bad time.
Oh, goodness.
Does get the better of Command Minion, though. As Insect still farming up a Storm. More of Malmortius on the way next. But EPA, I think they're sick of having the run around. They're just going to look to start Baron. They've got vision in the area, hoping RNG check. They've seen one Scrying Orb go down. Just wait for the next few to go, or maybe even look for a fight. Blue buff has been started, but a TP is going to move them in. Lei sort of caught out. It's going to have to use the ulti for disengage. And the rest of RNG, can they get out safely? Sask does get out there. Nice little cleanse to get him out from under Gimgoon, but EPA, they'll take the blue and go straight back to Baron.
And rightly so. They should be doing the Baron. They're spending so long baiting it that RNG, they may face check, they may not. And it's just time that they could be spent probably hitting the Baron. But it doesn't stop. There we go.
Now they're actually going to try and start on this Baron. Scrying Orb was used, so RNG do know that this is happening. We're going to have to see how they try to contest this. The Baron's down to less than half health. Lock of the own Solari has been popped. Lei's going to eat the cocoon. Here goes Let Me. He's going to jump into the back lines. Lei's getting taken down incredibly low. But look at this. Master is going to try and jump in now. He gets knocked up by the Poppy. Insect doesn't care. He gets one. He's looking for two. He gets spooned. Now he's onto Gimgoon instead. Forget about the rest of the team. The Master Yi is just ripping through EPA piece by piece.
Wow. Insect has arrived. RNG, they show up to the fight. They win it, and at 37 minutes, they start to bring the game. Oh my god.
Actually catches Rabbit with that dredge line, but no one there to follow up. Didn't believe in the team as Lei gets low and will die to the turret. But RNG, they can take structures so quickly with this team. As Rabbit is trying to do what he can, defend them off with the help of Trundle, but RNG just going to plow through this base.
Have we scaled yet, guys? Are we scaling now?
This is risky, though. There's still two people alive. These towers hurt.
It looks like they want to try and end the game here. RNG are looking for it. Let Me is actually going to go down to the Elise. Insect now. He's actually tanking up the turret. Has to use his Q to try and disengage here. He's just trying to take it down. They all just died to the turret. Only Sasuke and Name left alive. I don't know for how much longer as the Echo is trying to dodge out. Gets a bit of damage down onto Elise, but it doesn't matter. Moon's there. RNG, what are you doing?
I mean, they should have left it at just the inhibitor. They get greedy and try and end the game. The towers do more damage than they anticipated, evidently, as now with 50 seconds on Sask and a lot of time on the rest of the team. If they don't get a free Baron, I don't know what they'll get here, EPA.
I feel like Name was the only one that's like, yeah, see ya. This is not a good situation. As he is going to take the red buff and move down bottom to deal with that massive wave that's stacked up there.
I mean, it made sense. It was 20 seconds on the mid laner of EPA, so they had time. But they committed to everything at once. They didn't commit to just the turret or just the kills. And it backfires massively.
Questionable decision, you could say, from RNG to try and go for the end there. And that is going to cost them the Baron along with all the return kills that they got after nearly acing EPA at the Baron pit. And Nasty Yi, he's completed a lot of his items. He's only got one more left to pick up before he's got a full 6-item build. And he's looking really, really scary. EPA need to try and close out this game, but they do have 11,000 gold ahead of RNG.
Again, what does the gold really mean? We may be at 39 minutes, and we might have full builds on most members, so the gold's starting to get close to irrelevant. In saying that, Master Yi again, probably worth more than his weight. Should be putting in work. We just saw a triple kill out of him, and once he finishes the dead man's plate as well, might be a GA. Who knows where Insect's going to go with this?
Full Thor mail.
I think only Insect knows, and even then I'm not sure he always knows. But certainly the last fight looked good for RNG. Fortunately, losing that Baron's going to create a pretty awkward situation as Insect, that's a ward, does slap the trinket away. EPA not really interested in face-checking a rush, so they're just going to charge something with the Baron buff.
It is do or die here for RNG. They have to try and stop the push that's coming in for EPA. They have a promoted, Ban of Command cannon minion that also has the Baron buff, trying to chip away at this turret as much as possible. EPA looking to try and pick up an objective for themselves. RNG just being very patient. Marcy is actually sitting in a bush. They know this, try to turn on him. But EPA being very, very cautious and very slow and steady with this push. His Lay is going to take a lot of damage from the front line from EPA. Turret's now down to half health.
Yeah, well, you'd have to say this is inevitable. They actually conceded.
I mean, the cannon minions are honestly doing the work for them, so RNG realized getting poked out. They want to fight as 5, if at all. They're going to sack that inhibitor and maybe try and find something else later. Name finally gets some value and takes out those really pesky cannons, but EPA, they're not done. They're going to transfer topside now. There's even Gimgoon's lagging behind, hoping to catch a straggler.
Yeah, it's entirely what EPA are trying to do right now. Make a pick and finish the game off it. The middle lane inhibitor is only a matched inhibitor as well, so no real pressure to be derived from it being taken down. The real concern is what they can do elsewhere. There's not much left on that Baron buff. Need to make it happen.
Not much left at all, and looks like they're going to try and concede this turret once again. RNG don't want to fight EPA at this pit, especially with Baron buff running. Sass is going to try and delay some of the recalls, but the empowered recall from Baron buff is going to allow EPA to get back to base nice and easily. Sinsek's going to make quick work of these minions, trying to work towards his final item of the game.
They want Dragon.
And that's exactly where RNG are looking to move towards.
Yeah, so it'll be the 4th Dragon that EPA picked up if they were to get it. RNG making the on-the-whim decision that they need this to at least deny it away from EPA and not giving them an extra win condition. In saying that,
Will they get it? But Gimgoon's actually found the perfect flank here. RNG, I think about to face check a Poppy. There's Gimgoon. Looking for the initiation. Sus puts down the parallel convergence. Lay trying to cut them off in the pass as he uses that ulti to see what he can get done. He flashes out to safety. But the rest of EPA is so healthy still, and RNG just looking to disengage. They've blown almost everything to try and keep themselves in the game, and they've got everyone alive. EPA take quite a lot of poke. His Insect's on a wild adventure.
this is, yeah, that sums it up.
Yep, straight into the wall. Insect is going to get locked up. He's going to turn and fight Gimgoon, but he's going to get ulti. The rest of the team's there as well. Alpha Strike's not enough, but that flash might be. Slick moves from Insect to keep him alive, maybe, but Gimgoon now going to dive into the rest of the team. I think he's gone too deep, though. Sass pops down the ulti as Name takes out the Poppy. Everybody's low, but Name, he's got himself a double. Braum the only one to go down as RNG. They're going to team fight their way out of their problems.
And that has to be close to game right now. They just need minions to back them up. They may have just RNG'd their way into not winning this game through the inhibitor, though. Excuse the pun, as this is a lot of time now. And that was entirely baited by Insect being there. And then Susk had time to set himself up to save the team, which resulted in a 3-man Echo ult. And bam, RNG. Doesn't matter what the goal difference is. All that matters is the champions and the time of the game.
You have to say nearly calculate almost from Insect there to bait that one out. What a huge turnaround for them. They are going to try and end the game once again. 30 seconds on most of the members.
Nah.
Oh, no, Sass is going to go back to base.
One tower.
They're going to get one tower. Letme's going to try and tank this one up for Name. They don't have the minions here
Sass
just yet.
recalled, man.
Sass didn't recall.
No,
He's
there you
back.
go. Oh, he's got ult.
Oh,
Yep.
he recalled and used his ult to get back. What is this? RNG looking to try and end the game. Trundle is out. The only person alive. The
Game
jungler
over.
in the top lane's in. But that's game over. RNG with the return haste pick up the game.
And the look on Name's face at the end of that game, I think he just sort of waved his hands around and had a giggle. What a ridiculous game number 1 to kick off day number 2. A whole lot of fun as RMB with a completely new lineup. Still looking good, I'll say, by the end of the game. The team fighting was on point, but boy, was it a journey to get there.
They will look at something, pastry time, that's for sure. EPA, they've always shown struggles when they're ahead. Actually translating it to a mid-game to a late-game advantage. And honestly, they got outscaled. EPA, even in decision-making, got outscaled.
Yep.
And they got baited into team fights because like the lack of decision-making causes you to make bad fights. And by that time, the gold lead was irrelevant.
It almost feels like all the LSPL teams that joined the LPL have this problem where they're very strong in the lane. They know how to play the laning phase effectively, but once the laning phase ends, once all that strength is gone, they look a little bit lost. And RMB, they picked a fantastic team comp to just capitalize on that lane phase. They were struggling to kind of get there, but they scaled eventually.
I mean, I don't know if that was strictly the plan from RNG, but I can't say it didn't work, right? I mean, Insect, he's just such a funny player. Loves to play his carry junglers. Like, RNG did what they had to do to win that game. it was just a little messy. And we were expecting RNG, the team we've seen play to a strong top of the ladder finish so far. We get I said RMB, the B team. It's really the sub team. So it is the same team, but obviously very different from the team we've seen already.
Yeah.
I don't know. Definitely working out some kinks, I think, still.
It's just funny the way that the game ended was entirely off the back of winning a team fight that Insec on Master Yi baited because he is a tank Yi. Their whole team of EPA was built to deal damage besides basically their top laner. And at the end of the day, you get baited into a team fight at 40 minutes, you get out team fought.
And that's against a Master Yi with 5 items as well. Still waiting to pick up his final item. Didn't get to see exactly what he was looking for, but precisely that. You use everything on trying to kill this main win condition from RNG, which was Master Yi. You don't kill him, he flashes out, and then you start another team fight, which allows him to get behind the back again and get even more damage down. That was insane.
To be fair, the fact that Insect got out, the way that Insect got out was so slick. Like, I have never seen someone escape that easily and just make it look simple. Then just walk back in with nothing available and just hit everybody and get like a triple.
And the team fight before that happened at the Dragon Pit, we saw how Insect was trying to position. He was waiting inside the mid lane bush, just trying to get behind the rest of EPA, trying to wait to get onto the AD carry, but they played that perfectly. EPA were able to group around the AD carry, protect him nicely. That just all fell apart once they tried to tunnel onto him.
Well, great looking team fighting there, and a whole lot of fun for our first game. Insect and Master Yi does pick up a victory, but what's he got in store next? Don't go too far away. We'll find out right after this break. Welcome back, everyone, as we are here for day number 2, week 6 of the LPL. I was going to look in it for an MVP of the last game. It's Insec. He's back. He's in the jungle.
Why?
He's playing Master Yi.
Why Insect, though? It's just the real question. I do hope they have like some kind of highlight reel to back that up, because what was the... But I mean, okay, how do you choose someone else in RNG? I can't actually question it. I think that he was probably the best performing member once he got the items that he needed. Like, Insect did his job.
Insect did his job. I thought Name actually performed pretty well in that game too. I thought he played pretty decently on Sivir, especially during those late game team fights. But come on, you can't not pick Master Yi, win the game, and expect not to get MVP.
This, I think, continues our trend of not really understanding how the MVP award works. Sometimes I feel like we nail it. We know exactly what they're looking for. And other times, Insect's Master Yi. And his first game back at the LPL season gets him the award. So you know what? We'll let that one sit for now. RNG. Really interesting first game with effectively the new team, right? Because it's a completely new roster. Yes, it is their subs. They've got a deep roster to draw from, but what are we expecting? What do we want to see differently, perhaps? Because I love the Master Yi from Insect, but it did feel like a really messy game from them.
It was really messy until the late game. You're absolutely right. And what do they change? I mean, mid-game and early game are the two things that need to have a complete overhaul. They definitely had a strategy. I think to back that strategy up, though, they got outclassed in the way of vision. And that is actually where EPA took control of the early game, actually translated that into the mid-game, and used that to forge the advantage that they had. Unfortunately for them, they hit late game. So RNG just need to overhaul early.
And I completely agree with what Rusty said. The late game for RNG looks great, especially with their new lineup that they've thrown into this game against EPA. So late game looked great, but early game and mid game was really questionable, and it took quite a few significant plays from Insect and the rest of his team to get back into the game. And even after they got back into the game a couple of times, they still threw the lead wide open, trying to end the game early, team fighting when they didn't have all the members there, flashing into Dragon Pit. So that felt a little bit shaky in the mid-game for RNG.
They still won through a big hero play. So like, even when it came to the late game, was it as good as they wanted is the real question you have to ask. I believe no. They had a lot that they need to work on across the board. And it's not that Master Yi was even the issue. I don't think it was the solution. But it wasn't necessarily the issue either. It's that everyone they lost laning phase. Like the jungler from EPA did nothing.
To their credit, they played to their win condition. Let's scale, guys, and smash faces at 50 minutes.
Well, see if they adjust at all here. I think we are going to get ourselves shortly into Champ Select. Don't think RNG are changing any members just yet, and no, they're not. They're going to run the 5 once again. So into Champ Select for our second game. Alistar and Lulu are going to get banned. So bans are going to stay relatively similar, but I wonder if EPA want to change anything for these next few. Nope, Kog'Maw's still going to get banned away.
I don't think anyone has a reason to change based off the last game. I'm very surprised if they do. Kog'Maw's a must ban. Lulu's a must ban. Alistar, not necessarily.
That's a Graves ban.
Yeah.
Okay.
So this is the second Graves ban in a row from RNG. So they banned it last game against EPA, opting to ban it away once again. So Gimgoon or Rabbit might have been throwing that one at random teams since IEM.
Well, that makes sense. It's 10 seconds now for EPA's final ban. And they are going to go with Nautilus. I like that ban away. Let Me was very effective, especially in the later stages of the game to help set up the damage dealers there for RNG.
Arguably the most effective, I think, in the way of what he did for his team. Poppy was ridiculous from Gimgoon, but without Let Me there to set the team up, or to even crowd control the person that Insect was hitting, they may not want that year this time around.
I especially like the Nautilus ban here because it kind of forces RNG to decide what their final ban is going to be, because if it's not Kalista, it could potentially be a first pick Kalista from EPA, and saying that, they are going to ban away Poppy from Gimgoon.
It's not Kalista, but it is that Poppy. I do like the Poppy ban, but I feel like Kalista, who is going to be the first pick, gets opened up a whole lot more here for EPA. As Insec, he knows what he's going to do. He's going to go through champions.
Yasuo.
I've tried this once.
How'd it go
Makes up
for you?
for the attack speed. I won. To be fair. You can get Devourer
congratulations.
once again.
Yeah.
Get attack speed off that, Synergize as well with Yasuo. Get more Qs off.
Yeah, no. I'm with you.
I don't think you could Vladimir, though. So if we're just going through his top lane champion pool, I'm pretty sure he'll change to something more
Maybe
standard.
there's a sweet lane swap happening. Could also, of course, be Sask's champion as well. Echo Mid was sort of one we don't see too often either, so it does feel like this new look RNG have, I'm going to say, pretty different picks. Last time, though, we got 3 very normal picks to start the draft off, so RNG will maybe keep things sane for now, as they are going to have a Thresh Corki potential bottom lane, potential mid laner there. Lots of strong picks, and we've seen Lei play before. Awesome Thresh player who's actually going to settle on Gragas. So Insec going to play something standard.
Yeah, absolutely. As he should be, to be fair. Gragas is so strong at the moment. I think the less disengaged that EPA have with the Kalista, the better. So it's worth considering. And Rabbit, he's going to be very much aware of the jungler's tricks from RNG this time. And I don't think you can play it more than once.
No, maybe he just gets that 1 year game in his contract. And yeah, he's got it. You got to win.
Well, now Rabbit, he's going to have his choice of jungler in the next few pick rotations for EPA. You mentioned Rusty did a really good job of keeping vision on Insect the entire game, but the question was whether it was worth it as Insect was getting vision on him return. This time, though, he's playing Gragas, so it's more of a ganking jungler. Might be more effective for Rabbit to keep tabs on Insect and where he's going and who he is going to be able to help. Braum should be the pickup here from EPA. Very surprised that RNG decided to give that one up, seeing that Alistar was banned in this game, but at least will be the pickup in the jungle for Rabbit once again.
Yeah. It's good draft. I would say good second rotation from EPA. Their team composition, as it stands, is amazing. And they don't really need a whole lot more to round it out. They could afford to go damage in the mid lane one more time. LeBlanc again would definitely work. Gimgoon in this top lane pretty much gets free run of whatever champion he would like also, because this is the established roster now. The core of EPA's team is built.
Yep. And again, they're going to start off strong here as RNG are flicking through a number of different options here. Again, their drafting was relatively slow in game number 1. They were definitely considering their picks very deliberately. So don't mind that too much. It feels like the team are making sure they know exactly what they want to get here, but they've been mixing things up. Fiora Ashe hovered right now. They're going to swap away. Trundle, not too bad. Could be top lane. Actually will be, given that there's a Thresh picked already. But Name's actually going to play Ashe here. Was once a famous Varus player, but I don't quite remember his Ashe in the same light.
Ashe is interesting here from RNG. Now, it is a form of hard engage. You have seen it once, I believe, picked into a Kog'Maw.
Yes.
Kalista's a lot harder to hit.
Correct.
Braum's also very good at blocking said hit. So, for picking this Ashe, you have to question it. In fact, he's only destined to die because he's going to be up against an assumed LeBlanc once again from the public.
Is this the patch where Ashe was slightly buffed?
Maybe.
I haven't got the slightest idea.
I think it was, but maybe not enough of a buff. Focus now drops a little slower, so there is something there for Name.
There's something there for Nami. I really want to see if he's going to be able to survive as well, if they are going to lock in something like Fiora and LeBlanc. I mean, Ashe is able to slow people down, but I don't think you can slow people while you're dead.
Kimgoon's a monstrous Fiora player as well, so he might just be taking that carry. He will. Fiora top, LeBlanc mid. That's the comp finish now for EPA. And again, feels like they've got strong picks, strong lanes. Could be a similar start to them. We'll just see if they can close out any differently as Royal are considering their final pick here.
So, Trundle does have a track record of surviving into Fiora lanes. So there should be no real concern with the top lane right now for RNG. I guess there just comes a point where how long are they surviving and not actually killing their opposition? And this is one of the few picks that I actually really like in the mid lane. Susk, evidently an assassin-only player.
Yeah, at least by the hovers that he's given us. He still hasn't decided on a champion, but he played Echo in the first game. He's going to maybe go for Fizz here. Also at Zed on the Brain Battle looks of things. Pretty skillful matchup no matter what he wants to take here into the LeBlanc, but feels like he doesn't want to control Mage Rusty.
Not at all. Do you find it weird that like Lei is actually his brain for the purpose of picking? So it's like, Sask, you play Fizz and Zed. He's like, oh, I could do Zed. And then it just gets hovered as if they're conversing about the champion.
Now they're going to lock him Fizz here, so Sask will be playing that one against Republic's LeBlanc in this game. The team compositions have been finalized. EPA look very similar, just changing the AD carry and top laner. RNG, this time they don't really have, you know, that cheesy master, but still a couple of interesting picks, being the Fizz and Ashe being brought to the table for RNG.
What a... Yeah, again, like... I don't mind the Ashe. I actually think Ashe is still quite good, but look at who Ashe is against. And ask yourself, is it worth it, Name? Is your KDA being sacrificed for the team really that worth it? I think RNG playing with confidence, or at least drafting with confidence.
I think a little more standard than their last draft, perhaps, but I will agree. Confident draft here from RNG. We'll have a look at both lineups once again. Fiora, Elise, LeBlanc, Callista and Braum is horrifying over on the EPA side, who do need to win this game to force a third. Royal, though, R&B will be R&B. Trundle, Gragas, Fizz, Name playing Ashe, and Leon Thresh, which is definitely a pick to watch for. This man was a well-known Thresh player.
Absolutely. Lei is a force to be reckoned with on that champion. The pick potential is unreal.
Well, certainly is. We'll see if they can get it done, though. Will RNG get the sweep, or we'll have a third? It's time to start game number 2. And we're on to Summoner's Rift for our second time this evening as EPA are going to try and even the score versus RNG, who did win pretty dramatic game number 1 with Insect's Master Yi heading up the charge. We've changed up the drafts a bit, though. Feels like the R&B flavor is still there as RNG, again, I keep calling them that because they've subbed out their starting roster, or their usual starting roster, for their sub-starting 5. But nice to see these players finally get a chance to play on the LPL. They did win game number 1. We'll see what they can get done here with Fizz and Ashe. Mostly is the curious picks in this one.
It kind of aids to a pick composition in a weird way. Thresh, very good at hooking people, as they might get the Braum passive.
They can actually put a
wow,
exhaust is down. Elisa's here as well. Lei's taking a lot of damage. So now going to trade the exhaust for the flash onto Thresh.
Really? Exhaust? Like really, Jay-Z?
Well, does get the flash, so trade of summoners coming in, and Keystone Mastery graphics being pulled up here. Warlord's Bloodlust once again for Name. So it's not just the Sivir thing.
He's just on board with the lifesteal. And
Yep.
I mean, to each their own. Everyone plays AD carry in a different way. They will have different strategies they want to put into place, and Name's got the most unique strategies that no one else replicates. This is just another way of doing that, I guess.
I mean, he's playing Ashe, so I can certainly get on board with unique strategies. But again, sort of like the boots thing for Name, he likes boots too early. It just plays into the same philosophy as him as an AD carry.
An interesting concept behind it is that it actually just gives more lifesteal the more health that you're missing. But the thing with like lifesteal is you want to stay at full health. And so it's almost a counterintuitive Keystone Mastery that says you're going to lose lane and that you still need to stay there.
Yeah. So we'll see. I mean, Ashe in general does have some struggles perhaps, so we'll see how they can navigate this bottom side. Level 2 first there for EPA's duo. And Callista Braum is about as scary as they get for early level 2. So RNG's bottom lane going to pay the proper respects. There is Sasuke and Republic will do battle once again in the mid lane. Republic had a good-looking LeBlanc game despite the loss in the first one. And Sasuke's changed to a different assassin now with the Fizz, but not expecting the early part of this lane to go too well for him.
And for reference, Fish, the reason that they even got the Callista Braum is because they had to take Thresh away. And like Jay-Z's Thresh is phenomenal, and it's a Thresh Callista comp.
That's fair. That you would take a strong support away from one of the stronger players. Him and Gimgoon both got a ban and a pick taken away from them in this match. So we have to see if Lei can use that to his advantage here, but like you mentioned as well, Callista and Braum still a very, very strong bottom lane synergy duo that doesn't only do well in the lane, but transitions to the mid game fantastically. Take a look at Rabbit now. He's moving in towards the jungle of RNG side. Nothing new here. I think Insect's familiar with this spider creeping up inside of his jungle the entire game. Assassin now, he's taking a lot of damage. Republic gonna put the Ignite down. Fizz puts his onto her in return. Escapes with a sliver of health. LeBlanc is fairly healthy and may just stick around.
Now, there's no potions available for Republic, nor Sask. So, whilst the minions push into Republic, he'll be able to collect these ones. But also getting knowledge that Sask is recalled means that Republic will have to do the exact same thing, or you run the risk of dying when he makes it back.
And seems like Insect is off to the side as well, so he's going to shove this wave in. Oh, Republic stayed. But he knows now he wants to stay because he doesn't want to lose his creeps, but...
Well, now he could, yeah.
Insect just going to make sure this goes straight into turret. And Sasuke's finished that back. He's going to go for a Doran's Ring. Republic stuck here with just that Doran's Ring himself. So Flask filled back up there for the Fizz. We'll see if they can make something happen as they're going to go towards this red buff. Rabbit, though, he's going to take it safely. Just has to get out safely now.
Immediate rotation as well. Just knowing they had the health advantage because Republic had to go back. Had no mana to his name, no potions to sustain mid. So Sask just rotates with him. Tries, but doesn't succeed.
And that means that Sask is going to fall slightly behind in CS in this mid lane as well. He's about 10 behind Republic for now. Did blow his flash earlier and Republic was able to save his. He's going to have to see if that will impact the flow of this mid lane at all. And taking a look at the bottom lane now, Name, he's slightly ahead here, pushing Moon into his turret, the new AD carry for the side of EPA.
So Ashe has been defined as a direct counter to Kalista. That's a long-standing theory. Very rarely do you see it work, though.
Let's take a look at Sassy. He's going to try and dodge the cocoon. Nice flash cocoon from Rabbit. We'll be able to lock him down. He's going to try and escape with a sliver of health, but no, first blood will go over to Republic.
And that was just well done from Rabbit. To be able to hit the flash cocoon over that many minions was super impressive. That's a nice first blood, though, that goes over to Republic in particular. Accelerating the mid laner as well.
Insect's also down here, so trying to get something done in a different lane, but isn't going to get spotted this time. Now going to find them, but the rest of the team not on the same page. Flash Hook's going to go in, but Lei is going to just miss him as Jay-Z flashes out of the way.
And Lei actually aiming for the flash as well, but Jay-Z too fast. Those fancy feet. Going to get out perfectly fine. Close. No cigar for RNG this time around. In fact, still nice to see Insect ganking. Opposed to being Master Yi.
I think has to probably a little bit more ganking this game around from old Insect.
I hope so.
Well, there's one in the bottom lane at least. Just let me in. Gimgoon still going to battle. Gimgoon got a nice wave built here in that top side, but Latme's just going to farm it as best he can under that turret. Trundle, never usually too bothered in most of these matchups. And Sask has returned to that. Mid lane has a null magic mantle, so the sensible Abyssal Scepter will be coming out first.
Yeah, very much necessary from both of these guys, to be perfectly honest with you. They need the resistances because they do too much damage to each other.
Taking a look at the bottom lane once again. Still going to be relatively even here, but look at this. LeBlanc is going to try and get around the side here. Name might be in a bit of trouble. The Braum passive is put onto him. Exhaust is put down as well. The stun will come out from Moon. But we are going to see a teleport come down from Letme as he's going to flash and eat a clone.
Insect's here though. Is he level 6? No, not quite, but he's going to try and make something happen. No flash. Oh, he does have it, excuse me, but can't quite close the distance, and that was awkward.
What a disaster.
What a disaster. Name lives, though, so that's the good thing, I suppose, that came out of RNG. Successfully defend their bottom laner, but Gimgoon's now with his TP and free time in this top lane. There's RNG. They try and make the early game play this time around. They don't fall behind for it, but they're not successful either. So I'm going to say slightly improved from game one, but EPA more than comfortable with the position they're currently in.
Absolutely. It was take solace in the fact that nobody died, so there was no mistakes too overly aggressive. This is interesting.
They're actually going to find Rabbit inside this bush. Lei was not expecting that. The Insect's going to take the magical journey into the team of RG. Gimgoon's coming down. Can't be matched by Letme. He used to teleport earlier, and Lei will go down. He was actually looking a bit bloodthirsty, trying to kill Elise instead. Not done yet as Republic. He's trying to lock up Insect. He's not level 6. The 2 chains will go down. The fish will come up. Republic will flash into it, taking that damage, and the CC will allow the jungler to get away.
Yeah, flashing after it already latched onto him is a big mistake there from Republic. In saying that, Insect's still going to get out with his life. And that dive from RNG, it didn't even matter that Rabbit was in the bush. They were trying to dive a Kalista who has summoners, and Gimgoon has the teleport as the advantage. Knowing that Letme didn't have his, they still willingly did it.
And now Name's in trouble as Rabbit's going to go for the dive this time around. Ashe with no flash. Absolutely no hope there. Is Elise able to take it?
Kalista just flashed forward to try and secure a kill as well. Aggressive stuff here from EPA. It's very nice this early, once again, getting themselves a lead. As needs to be done, evidently against this RNG side based off game one.
Seems very, very unique play style. Not so much unique, but very... What's the word for it? I can't find the right word. Consistent play style from EPA, where they want to be very far ahead when the laning phase starts, and they're very strong in the laning phase. But once again, they need to try and turn this into something once the laning phase ends. They weren't able to do it in the previous game. Now they're not playing against that scaling Master Yi. They're playing against a National Fizz instead.
Like, they're a new team that just tunnels on Baron. They just need to look for win conditions that aren't the Baron, and EPA will be a drastically better team. But that's also something that comes with experience, because Baron is the easy way out.
So talking about win conditions here, yeah, last game we saw RNG, their win condition, let's get Master Yi as fed as possible and team fight with him. This game, they look more like a team fighting team, and EPA similar as well. What are these two teams really looking for?
It's still a similar thing to last game, honestly. I mean, RNG's actual way of engaging is different this time around. They're a pick composition, so there's a lot of strength in the Ashe, Thresh, and even Fizz to an extent being a part of the composition. Gragas, if he flashes aggressively, can catch people out. So they're very much a pick composition, and they have the added solace of the ability to team fight.
Yeah, and again, it feels like we're getting in a pretty similar story here. RNG showed off good team fighting and some quirky picks in the first game, and I think they'll probably do the same thing here again. They've got the Trundle as backup. If things go later, Let Me can definitely really get going and just start split pushing. He's against the Fiora, and it feels like Fiora late always gets things going, so I think on balance, it's probably relatively even, maybe a little favored for Gimgoon, especially given his pedigree on the champion. But EPA, Rusty said it already, their plan's always the same. Snowball the lanes and try and win.
Yeah, and the problem with that is by snowballing the lanes and trying to win, they do predictably go towards the Baron. So, I mean, looking at what EPA can do on this map, they have a lot of other capabilities. The Fiora, at least early and mid, can out-split push the Trundle, especially given the advantage that Gimgoon has right now. I feel like they just don't use everything that they have.
Talking about Gimgoon really quickly, he's someone who has really impressed me in this series so far. His last game on Poppy, he had some fantastic teleports, and let's just exclude the couple of kills he got early by just wandering into the jungle of RNG and just slapping someone for a couple of damage to pick up a kill. But after that, he was always in the base when his teleport was up, using the home guard advantage when he teleported, and he got nice flanks onto RNG consistently. This game as well was able to out-rotate Trundle, picked the right time to teleport, picked up a kill for his team, and I hope that he's able to continue doing that in this match.
I mean, Gimgoon's just a straight-up good player, to be honest. We've seen his mechanics in duels. He always finds a way to outplay someone, and the jungler comes and ruins his day. He clearly understands what he wants to be doing, but it's a team issue here for EPA, and we're going to start discovering this as we get through more of the league. Week 6 now is, I think, an interesting halfway point in some ways for a lot of the teams, because we are, again, halfway through cross-conference now, with this being the last week of cross-group play. I think it's no surprise to me that RNG are changing their team now, because teams are going to start to really learn about themselves. Because eventually, like, playoffs are far away all the time, but we're going to get there sooner rather than later at this point.
I do think RNG is just adding like the cool effect to their team right
Yeah.
now. So they've actually just gone to IEM, and this was one of the flags that we raised when we looked at RNG coming into this tournament. They've been at IEM, they've played a whole lot of games when they were over there. It's very taxing to travel 2 destinations back and then come back to China and try and perform on the big stage. Just give them a break. We have actually got 5 people sitting back that can play this game willingly. That's exactly what they did, I feel like, here. And eventually RNG will come back, but for now, RNB, big shoes to fill.
And they've done it with a little bit of flavor as well, throwing Master Yi into the first game.
You can't control Insec.
Well, they can't control their mid lane and bottom lane either. They've gone with Fizz and Ashe.
Oh,
as
hey,
well.
no, Name's... I will always defend Name's AD carry, even if he's playing like, I don't know,
Teemo?
Master Yi. Yeah, Teemo. I'll defend Teemo AD carry. How about that? As Name's just... He's an awesome player. Again, these type of champions suit him. I think Ashe, like Rusty was mentioning before, like it's okay into Kalista. I can see where the theory lies there as well. RNG, they're going to do some of their own stuff here, but in general, I think the game plan is solid. And these are players that are going to really benefit, despite their experience, from actually getting to play in the LPL this year.
I don't know you anymore. I called you a good person for never playing mid lane Master Yi. Now you're going to defend this Teemo. I don't understand, but yeah,
Only Name's AD carry Teemo.
Fair credit to them. They have been playing solid.
Yeah, and just to touch back on that as well, the merit behind why people actually go for Kalista into Ashe is solely because you can predictably hit the arrow. You know where she's going to jump. The problem with that is the more items you get, the more mobile Kalista is, and we look at the 2v2. It's not a 1v1 Kalista Ashe. There's a Braum to block it.
Well, right now the lane's been going okay. Ashe's range helping out as we do pop back into the game. Gimgoon was looking to get aggressive as Insect's farming up that top side. Krogs right on top of a very nicely placed pink ward there from Energy Pacemaker. Insect, though, just busy farming right now. As Runic Echoes is almost completed, at least though pretty similar as far as the build goes. And then we're going to settle back into a bit more of a calm game. Once again, it's been an early start for EPA, but the gold lead is significantly less massive this time around.
That's right. Last game we saw when they were about 3 to 4 kills ahead, they had 4,000 gold in their back pocket over RNG, and that was with no turrets taken as well. This game, still no turrets going down, but with 3 kills, only just about 1,500 gold ahead. Meanwhile, Rabbit, he's going to find Insect inside of his own jungle here. But here comes an Ash Arrow. A little bit of a miscommunication there as the ultimate is going to knock him away. Might not matter too much, but we are going to see the Fizz jump forward. He picks up a kill here. He's looking to try and take down Republic as well.
Well, he's going to look for it, but Republic's going to chain him up and walk away. And that one's not a combo there, the old Ash Grag Salty. But Name on point to try and help his team out. Insect on top of it, though.
Covering their bases,
Yeah.
of course. Running that direction was Rabbit when he was caught out. Insect knocking him back towards the Fizz, though, most importantly, picks up the kill. Now Fizz is on the board, as that was cute. That was really cute on multiple levels. There was a dodge with the W, the distortion from the Blanc, stopped all the Q damage from Fizz, and then he used his E on the chains. No one hits anything, everyone uses everything.
Seems like that mid lane matchup to me.
Yeah, basically.
Lots of things happening there.
The trickster against the deceiver.
Yeah, ooh, I like it. Except one of them's a fish.
He's still a tricky fish.
He is a title trickster.
What do you have
that's
against
true.
fish?
Nothing.
One's a person. Like,
All right,
oh no.
look.
Come on, pastry.
Okay, I agree with the guy. I'm sorry, I apologize.
Fish can be tricky.
Fish are very tricky.
Have you not
Yes.
seen that fish that's got like an eye, like the light that like baits other
Oh,
animals?
yeah, the
He's got
lantern
big-
fish.
That's
They're
tricky
awesome.
as
Yeah,
hell.
angler
Okay, no,
fish.
you got it. All right,
They're
you guys are
awesome.
right. I'm just gonna brush up on my marine biology. Clearly,
You better.
After
You've
this-
got to work with me,
If
man.
Sask wins this game, I think I might have to. He is still farming up quite nicely. Level 9 now. As things are going relatively well. RNG again with a kill in their back pocket to even the gold up a little bit now. Or at least get some back for themselves. And we should be settling in for, I'm going to say, a relatively normal laning phase by the looks of things. Not too much action happening right now. Although Dragon is a consideration. RNG actually just moved their bottom lane out after pushing a wave in.
Yeah, they've got control of this bottom lane RNG between Lei and Name, whether it's just minion manipulation. They still have got a semblance of control. In other words, Moon and Jay-Z are stuck under the turret, which does give the option to control the dragon area or kill Rabbit.
They're actually going to try and do just that. They spot him out trying to clear the ward. The Fizz is not going to connect thanks to the repel, but they're still going to be able to take down this spider. A little bit of an overkill coming in from Insect.
Just really wanted the kill.
Still thinks he's Master Yi. That's all the way to describe it.
That is actually a perfect way to describe Insect as a player. No matter the champion, he will always think he is Master Yi.
Like,
He is the embodiment of the champion.
Who's Sask? It's not like he's playing some assassin mid laner that requires a lot of gold or anything.
Nah, he got one before.
Yeah.
It's
Everyone
all about
gets one.
equality.
I give you blue buff, you give me kills.
Well, RNG also got the dragon, so some advantage there as Republic was looking for a roam top. They could not convert on that one.
You know what? There's absolute merit to that. And the only reason that I would say that is if they take the small sentries with the blue sentinel, because they're like 20 gold a pop. So like, you get all three, I'm getting every kill if I was the jungler. Like that's just blatant daylight robbery.
I don't know. I take kills as a jungler. I take blue buffs as a jungler. I tax Rusty's lanes. He goes off
Dude,
with
you're
me.
a horrible person. So
You're basically the spirit of Master Yi also.
yeah.
You're not to be trusted. ZPA. Looking for something bottom side perhaps. Name pretty easy to dive on the old Ash. That's one of her pretty major drawbacks. Although RNG do have some good vision in place this time, so not going to be surprised by the dive as they actually EPA will instead move over and just take that blue buff away. Although Lei's
Risky.
trying to make the difference.
Ooh. Almost gets it, but look at this. Lei's still got to jump in. They managed to flay Rabbit back, but he will be able to repel out and get away for now as the Fizz ultimate will connect. The playful Trickster will come out. And RG back on even in the scoreboard.
Yeah, the Fizz is putting in work right now. And Name decided he didn't even want to take the lantern just in case he somehow ran a risk of dying. RNG though, they're making pick after pick. Ash Arrow, Thresh Hook, Fizz ultimate. All of the tools in the shed.
This was really cute though.
But
Name's Arrow.
it's actually just a great hook from Rabbit. Onto Rabbit, sorry, from Lei. Name still covering the bases with the juke, I suppose, as well. There's a lot of, I guess, merit to having all of the pick available to them at once. If you throw it at every direction, one of them will hit.
Well, managed to get it done there. As Republic going to go over for his blue. Gimgoon actually doing a jungle impersonation for now. As Sask looks a little bit better on the Fizz. 2-1-1 so far. Still behind in CS. But in the matchup, maybe not too unexpected. He's getting kills, though, and RNG definitely playing the early game a bit more together.
And this is the beautiful thing about Ashe as well, is the Hawkshot's global. You can spot people at all times, and good Ashe players are so much more noticeable because you randomly see the map lit up. Like, he's got the timer on blue buff right now. That was where Name just used his hawk shot. He knows it's taken, but conveniently spots Rabbit in the tri-bush whilst doing that. So Ash, her hawk shot's insane.
Name already showing his proficiency on this champion. As we just saw, Gragas was able to take away the Rift Herald. So RNG going to pick up another objective for themselves. They have a Dragon. They have the Rift Herald as well. No turrets have been taken down in this game just yet. And it's completely even on the scoreboard. So, and with that, RNG have a very, very slight gold lead. No longer behind in gold, which saw EP was controlling early Republic. Just getting a little bit of damage down onto his Fizz, harassing him every time he comes forward to take any minions. We may see a collapse in the mid lane. Even Gragas is waiting to try and get towards there.
Well, I can see RNG now even. We'll see how they can navigate the mid game, because they'll be in a much different position from the last game. We are looking for a gank by the looks of things. Lay's actually roaming in, but it's going to be 2v2 rather soon. JZ also there, but Rabbit's also in as well, so it's 3v3 as Insect moves in from the left-hand side. Republic's clone going to walk past them, but a lot of cooldowns burnt already as Name's arrow once again flies in just for some vision. No one dies this time around, though.
Yeah, nobody goes down. EPA, they respond appropriately this time around. It's not someone just completely left to the wolves. RNG, still unfortunately Name is yet to make one of these accurate. And he's really trying.
Poor Republic, though. He's going to die to Sass, but can he live?
Yes, no. Damn it.
How many ticks are in an Ignite fish?
Last tick of Ignite, by the looks of things, does take him out.
That's why I'm not a mid laner.
You tried. You definitely tried. Of course, he was pretty close to going down anyway. I will say the teleport from Gimgoon was almost a failsafe in that respect, and we are going to see Sask actually using that very offensively. The unfortunate thing here, he took the turret. That was the one thing he didn't want to make happen, but he did.
Well, gets the kill at least, so nice little aggressive plays. He's going to have that Lichbane coming up soonish with the Sheen now picked up into the inventory. In second lane, looking for another roam, though. And no mid laner yet to gank, as Name seems like he's been left alone for a while, but the Essence Reaver has been completed. So first items up for both these Eddie carries. Blade of the Ruin King, QSS.
Oh, wow.
As a Republic, this is dangerous.
Just used his W, so it might be go time. Nice body flams. The body slam flash. Come here, but he might have saved him.
He's over there.
Republic, that was the wrong one. Once again, they've gone for the clone. Lane now is actually going to get locked up underneath turret. JZ, the baller, gets a solo kill onto his rival support. Look at this. Name is going to use the hawk shot, try and find this LeBlanc. Fizz is still trying to chase down this assassin. Oh, it misses. He just sees through the arrow. Republic.
Is it executed?
Might get executed.
Maybe.
Yes,
Wow.
it is. Wow.
And not a miss fish. Republic jukes it with a distortion. Goes back to another W as Name's first arrow was almost going to hit somebody in this game. This was the great escape by Republic and Insect's ulti.
Where'd he go? Oh,
What a
hello.
mechanical god, though. This is RNG was so confused because he was in the middle of a minion wave. Also, have a look at his color. Might be deceptive.
Yep.
Also, just saying that that dodge on the Ash arrow was phenomenal. Republic has really been showing off his mechanics.
Well, it's the one thing we know him for, so nice to see LeBlanc once again having a good game. But the series is still in RNG's favor. As this particular game, nice and even, still 19 minutes in, with everyone still building in towards those first initial items. Feels like, again, we've just had a normal landing phase with some really wacky things happening as both teams are trying to get people into lanes to get ganks off.
Fizz was almost teaching us how to count as well. If only he had a little bit less CS. Oh. We're doing 1, 2, 3, 3, 2, 1.
Oh.
We almost got there. Sask has got most of the kills, though, on the assassin, so that's the point I actually wanted to bring up, is that's a very big deal for EPA to deal with. It's also a big deal if RNG misplay it in any way, shape, or form, because Sask is the primary damage dealer now for their team.
Yeah, the Fizz has a lot of damage, especially with the Abyssal Scepter complete. He's going to look for the Lichbane next as well. And look at this, Rabbit once again being hunted down by the Fat Man.
And Insect is just such an aggressive player. He's constantly hopping over that wall, looking to see if he can find somebody. And RNG in general, or this iteration at least, seem to be playing pretty far up wherever possible. As Insect is actually going to start the Dragon. There's a ward in the back, which I believe he saw with his sweeper, but RNG are going to start it anyway. And this Dragon, there's just no one here to respond for EPA.
There's one thing I've noted about RNG, or Insect in particular, is that he just disregards vision as a thing. I just watched him in the first game kill a Baron or attempt to kill the Baron with his team in a situation where there was a ward watching him. It's just not, you know, like, it doesn't matter.
Not to Insec.
Oh, oops.
What is with this week of the LPL? Just seems like mid laners don't get blue anymore.
That was a mistake.
Well, I've seen quite a few mistakes.
Well, I have no idea. Like,
days.
so, like, thinking about this, right, between the jungler and the mid laner is you want it to get to enough health as the jungler that the mid laner walks over, uses his spell, takes the blue. Republic used it too soon.
Poor mid laners. I feel
No, Rabbit used common sense. Republic was like, I have all the burst in the world, and gets it stolen.
Oh, mistakes coming in from Rabbit here, but I don't think Insec has the same sentiments. We saw him just valiantly steal a kill with his cask earlier. See if it's going to repeat for
Tried
the
to
rest
steal
of this
another
game.
one too. That one didn't work out so well. The Republic was able to get away from that one. He's now bottom side again, looking for that Ashe, but already back towards the tier 2. He's been constantly left alone as well.
They've put so much pressure onto this bottom lane against RNG. We constantly see Republic, we constantly see Rabbit trying to roam down to the bottom lane, putting on a lot of pressure.
Well, that's the problem with rotating down there twice. Republic almost lost his turret for it. In fact, it is only one push away. Champion's not even required. Minions could probably take it with how low it is.
Yep. And it's just funny to see Lei roaming all the time, but impressive that Ashe has kept up in CS nicely. Once again, for a bit of a brief history lesson, this is something Name's used to. Used to play with a very old-school Chinese support player called FCZF who loved to leave the lane. So I think Name knows what to do in these 1v1/1v2 situations. And despite the pressure, RNG have been doing really well in their lanes this time around. EPA in the regression has not been able to get to them.
Well, he has been doing fairly fine. Has his Essence Reaver built up on Ashe? I'm not quite sure again.
But you know what? That's fine.
Well,
Because he has his Essence Reaver built up. It's got
alright.
cooldown reduction.
Even a broken clock can be twice once a day. I'm sure one day he'll be able to hit one of those arrows. But Essence Reaver on Ashe, I don't know why this is being picked up. Could you enlighten us, Mr. Rusty?
Because Ashe uses lots of mana. That's just plain and simple. I mean, the double entendre of that is you can throw out more arrows, you can hit more people with it, and it's got a lot more utility for staying bot lane and making picks elsewhere around the map. But primarily, Ashe is just like Lucian in the way that you need the mana.
Yep. Pretty standard stuff.
Because
here.
the W actually is one of the best trading spells in the game.
And an immediate response coming in from Moon as well. He picks up a QSS before even finishing his Zeal item. So he does not want to get locked down by this arrow. In fact, any of the CC that RNG can potentially put out. Maybe the fish that Sasuke, who's able to take down that mid lane turret, can throw at him later on in the game.
And being able to naturally take a turret is good stuff there for RNG, as they're actually 2-0 up as far as structures go. They've got the 2 dragons as well, so starting to build some semblance of a gold lead here. 23.5 minutes in, getting fairly long into this particular laning phase. But they're up 2k. It feels like they're happy to play a more patient game and farm it up. We've seen what they do when they group, although Insec may be caught out here. He's going to get locked up by the chain. Sass going to come in and try and save him. He gets himself over the wall. Republic eats the fish. Sass going to go over, but he's been exhausted, and Republic will be on the great escape once again. The Lantern, though, is going to save the fish this time, as the arrow's looking, but he's not going to find.
No, it hit.
Oh my god, Rabbit! Absolutely wrecked.
Name hits his first ultimate of the game, connects onto the Elise in a very clutch situation to ensure that kill was actually secured. The rest of EPA were rotating to try and keep him alive. Republic, however, showing once again that he's really good at not dying. Like, really damn good at it.
Certainly is. So we are going to watch this again.
Insec was caught as well. Really caught. They forced his ult. Republic never says die. And this is Rabbit. Hyper aggression. I believe does not. And this is where the arrow is just like, oh, nice. You know, like, well timed from Name.
It was like a cross-map alley-oop setup there as Let Me TP's in, and Rabbit catches the arrow straight to the face. Is he in trouble? Insect down the bottom side, though. He's going to get the slowdown onto Brom.
Okay.
Hook's not going to land because stand behind me is going to get him to safety. And no ulti yet. Means that Insect can't complete that one.
Very unfortunate.
Unfortunate indeed for Insec. His ultimate is back up and available now, so could potentially impact another part of the map. Both the junglers are going to be hovering around this bottom lane. And they do spot one another, but Name's got some decent damage onto this turret already. There's the rapid fire cannon as well. We saw that proc earlier against the turret, trying to poke it down as much as possible, but now Rabbit, he's going to lock down Insect.
Yeah, Insect could be in a bit of trouble, but Lantern is going to get them out to safety. RNG just trying to siege this turret, making sure that they can get the damage done. Ash surprisingly good in this situation. Haven't seen her in a while, so people do forget.
Also wasting a lot of the Kallista's mana by forcing her to use her Rend to last hit 1 minion at a time. It's inevitable that that does start to fall down. Also, one of the more disorienting things of Kallista versus Ashe is when the W connects onto Moon. It's so awkward trying to A-move or even dash between auto attacks.
So once again, the laning phase is coming to an end, and EPA not quite able to keep up against RNG. They are 4,000 gold behind RNG right now. They're losing turrets left, right, and center. Gimgoon is going to try and equalize this back a little bit and pick up one for himself. But Trundle was still up there to help him out. Republic's actually moving up to the top lane as well, so they're looking for a little bit of something sneaky.
I don't think they're going to find anything, but they are.
Just some creep waves. He's going to stay safe. Oh, Moon gets... Oh my god, he actually QSS'd it off.
He thought someone was about to kill him.
How else did you know?
But he has wards everywhere.
It's just Nami with the dragon though. Nice little arrow. Going to disrupt that Kallista, and that's dragon number 3 right into the hands of Royal Never Give Up. Starting to get that as a win condition for themselves as well. It really feels like, even though it's been relatively deliberate game as far as the pacing goes, RNG is building a bigger and bigger lead here. They're playing much calmer than they were in the last game. Or maybe EPA just aren't able to find as much aggression.
EPA aren't being as respondent to the passive advantages that RNG are getting. And I mean, again, this comes down to team composition. This is a standard RNG this time around. And what we're seeing is a much more standard securing of an early game and translation towards the mid-game, late-game victory.
You have Sass now in the bottom lane. He's going to be pushing this one out to the inner turret on the bottom lane. Fiora from Gimgoon is going to be sent down to meet him and stop that push as soon as possible. Republic just casually shoves out the mid lane. And EPA, they look a little bit lost right now. Being 4,000 gold behind RNG with the laning phase over. Just can't seem to put together what they want to do. Sass does indeed want to try and look for a pick onto Fiora here. Would he be able to fight her?
Probably not. Riposte is very easy to use against a Fizz. You know, there's kind of a very obvious window against the burst, so Sass could have to get super creative and probably hold off on the ultimate use until the Riposte was used. Mind games. That's all it is.
I feel like Fizz would just end up like activating W and just go up and auto.
Well, exactly. That's what it'd come down to.
But I'm not sure you're going to win the auto trade, unfortunately. As Sask is here to clear this wave out in the top. Republic not able to get that as he was split pushing in that top side. You can see Let Me, though, is actually pretty strong right now. Titanic Hydra done, Iceborne done. QSS, because he does want to duel this Fiora, it seems. And Sharum's Fist, or probably a Sterox. We are going to start the split push battle off. Both pretty much 2 damage items for both of them here. But Trundle will be Trundle, as RNG is trying to break this up already.
Yeah, that is the I don't want to die to Fiora and I want to split push item in a QSS. So smart decisions here from Let Me, actually baiting right now.
He's actually going to find out Gimgoon here, put the pillar down. It's going to be Insect that's trying to run up. Actually, ultimate was popped from Trundle as well. Gimgoon doesn't care, he's just going to go back to farm the Krugs.
Got lifesteal, so it should be okay. There's Gimgoon trying to create as much side lane pressure as he can. Insect is busy clearing out wards, though, trying to fish for a gank here and there. Does have most of his item build finished as well, just waiting on the Iceborne Gauntlet as Fizz has gone back, and that's a Zhonya's picked up, I believe, now after that Lichbane and Abyssal. So, again, RNG still scaling, not quite the same as game number 1 perhaps, but still getting their items up and looking good. It's just a matter of transitioning this into a bigger lead. And I feel like when EPA, we've seen it a lot from this team. When they can't get the momentum going, they will struggle a bit. We already were worried about their mid to late game decision making in game 1 when they were ahead. And I feel like when behind, it's just going to be exacerbated.
Yeah, they've got 2 items spike though on most of their players and 3 for their mid laner. So if ever there was an opportunity for them to turn on the aggression, try and make something happen, you would hope it's sooner rather than later. Unless they are really banking on that late game team fighting with the composition they have in place.
And I honestly don't think that that's something EPA should be looking towards, especially after we saw how RNG were able to team fight later on in the game, despite being so far down. Yeah, to give them credit, they didn't have a Master Yi, but RNG have already shown Late game, they know exactly what they want to do and how they're going to do it.
You can see all that free gold there as well. It was ever pointed out. Lots of towers nice and low, but RNG still defending them all. EPA still don't have a turret, so they have a really constricted rift to work with at this point. And RNG is kind of what's holding their gold lead in the place that it is right now. And the longer they keep EPA at bay, the better it's going to be for them. They're only going to continue to power up with the gold that they've gotten. Republic still split pushing in those side waves, though. LeBlanc is trying to collect as much farm as she wants. And at this point, almost at a stalemate. RNG have a lead, but no one's really wanted to pull the trigger on something like a Baron just yet. And RNG, to their credit, Dragon up in 140. They seem to be waiting between spawns right now.
Doesn't seem like they're waiting, and I think that might be the right decision coming from RNG. Just wait it out and force the goal lead to get larger and larger for themselves, and then try and execute the end of the game as soon as they have a decent size of gold. And it's not just going to become ineffective just yet. Now they're going to group up here. Insect moving in towards the mid lane. Fizz and Ash are close by as well. Trundle is still going to be moving down to the bottom lane to continue his split push. Both him and Gimgoon have their teleports available. So you're going to have to see which split pusher is going to be more effective.
Well, they're running into the 5th Dragon now as an actual concern for EPA. So number 4 should be something they look to fight. And realistically, if you're EPA with a minute left or 50 seconds, recall, get pink wards, set up for it, and actually take it. But RNG, they've already got control of the area. Insect is a vision-heavy man this game. All I have seen him do is clear and place vision at all times.
Well, refreshing, I suppose, from the year he was playing earlier, as they are going to get the red buff here as well. EPA is not really in position to try and contest for it. And RNG going to get plenty of vision as they do move towards that dragon. 30 seconds now for that one.
They need Republic. He's top lane still.
Republic is top lane
Now
slowly making his way down. Even Let Me is making his way down to the dragon. He's actually going to take a red buff first. Republic's going to take
It's just
blue.
gone.
So that's 4th dragon.
You would have to imagine there's no way they're contesting. Like, why else would they have LeBlanc so aggressive? They may want to Baron. Seems to be where their focus lies.
Let Me's going to check as well, so good instincts there from RNG. I don't think they have a Warden just yet, but Let Me's in the area to try and get something done. All right, they do now, so... I mean, EPA, they're not quite sure. You can tell they're very indecisive, as the Dragon's just going to go straight over to RNG. EPA going to get the info probably a little too late. They don't even pull the trigger on the counter Baron.
Oh, wow. Interesting. There is a door there. Don't be fooled. He's stunned.
Yep.
That's all right.
Sask demonstrating that one for us, but Dragon number 4 here for RNG, starting to get further and further ahead. And now real timers on this game, you have to feel like RNG already wanted to take it relatively late by the looks of their playing game 1. Now they're very well set up to do so.
This is such a dangerous prospect. There's actually no way for Republic to be able to group with the team. If he takes an Ash arrow, he's going to die. They've got a Fizz to catch people out the thresh hook also. RNG's composition is crazy.
Republic actually going to try and look for a picker onto Lei. Forces the flash out of the thresh. So teleport's going to come in immediately from Let Me. They're just going to continue sieging up this mid lane. Something I really like about Name here, he's built Banshee's Veil as his 3rd item. We talked about how it just looked like he was going to completely die every single time people ran at him. Early game, they put a lot of pressure on him. Only took 1 kill. Now he's got the Banshee's Veil. It's going to be even harder for someone like the likes of Republic or even Rabbit to take him down.
Interestingly enough, though, goes for that over the QSS, which is more efficient in item builds because he's now missing out on that life steal and a bit of extra damage that it provides you. So needs the health, needs the utility on the shield to position himself more aggressively, not to get out of what is aggression from EPA.
Yep, it's again just another Name thing. Stay in the fight as long as possible. Use my positioning well, and I'm going to do more damage than any other carry. That was always the way he wanted to play. And I feel like still, old habits die hard here. As he even did go the boots 2 rush again. Good to see. But EPA is just trying to keep these waves back away from their turrets. And honestly, just find anything on this map. 1 turret, 1 pick, 1-1 team fight. And this game could flip very quickly. But RNG, very slow, methodical game. But right now, it's been working out wonders.
And we indeed saw how quickly a game can flip after the last game. RNG were down 8,000 gold, able to turn it around a couple of times even. Gonna have to see if EPA can do the same. They don't really have Master Yi here. They still do have a lot of damage coming out from their Fiora, their LeBlanc, even Elise and Callista dealing tons of damage in this game.
So what they will have, though, is a Rot Portal by the time the 5th Dragon is available to be taken by RNG. Very smart decision. Control side lanes. Means you can manipulate the map more effectively and actually take down that objective. What I want to see though, what I want to see, you guys just stop hitting people for a second so I can talk, is EPA take down the outer turrets. Work bottom, have Fiora split. Sure, Republic, I understand what EPA are trying to do. Now they've actually got time because the Dragon's not up in a minute. If they can break the turrets, get a big spike of gold in their back pockets before the fight's there, they're at least more equipped to win it.
Well, no TP up for RNG either, so Baron is a real threat with Gimgoon in the bottom lane. Name's going to check it. Hawkshot's going to see they're not up to it right now. But Name has a lot of gold to spend here. RNG have to be careful around the Baron, as Insect's once again going to eat the Winter's Bite and the Cocoon. Gimgoon will finally get the first turret of the game for EPA, though. It's that bottom outer. And it's much needed gold.
Yeah, there it is.
Oof. Going to look for the pick onto Lei here. Lei taking a lot of damage. Doesn't have flash available. Tries to lock down Republic. Teleport even used by Gimgoon. So this might be the go button for the Baron buff. EPA going to start this one up.
Still risky. You have to remind yourself there are ults available for the 4 members there. See if they can make it work.
They kind of had to start it, but it could cost them here. Let me. He's going to pill them into the pit, but they are going to try and finish it. They've got arrows in it, but there's another arrow out onto Braum, and he's going to get Fates called out, but Rabbit just gets absolutely destroyed. The damage is a little too much, as they are diving in onto Name. Gimgoon, though, can't quite finish it off, as Sasuke's already got himself a double kill. Now Moon is going to be the target, as Insect and Fish just go straight on top of his face. Fizz, I meant, but a Fish there. Republic look for the assassination, but doesn't get it. He's going to look for something now, though, but he face checks everyone else, almost dies to a crit, and Sus is going to make sure he dies this time. There's the ace, there's the Baron. RNG win everything there.
Tell me that did not feel like desperate out of EPA. They made a single pick, they had control, but that control was waning. RNG, they make them pay for it.
And you talked about this earlier, Rusty. EPA seemed to tunnel on Baron quite frequently. It looked like it once again. They only got a pick onto Lei, and as soon as RNG turned the corner, it just looked like they were half-hearted between peeling off Baron and taking it down. What was going through their head?
They just had no other option. I just feel like the clock was ticking. Right now, there's a minute till Dragon. If they didn't go for the Baron, they would have done nothing from that pick. Honestly, they should have just grouped and taken down turrets sooner. But EPA, they forced this, and even the ultimate used on JZ, even the Fish ultimate used on him, and RNG still managed to come out ahead in these fights. Sasuke's just chilling in the backline. No one can kill Let Me because he is the Trundle with his ultimate. He's never going down. And they kill the front line before they kill the back line, and even then, they still bait Republic into a nice body slam from Insect to actually stop the second distortion. Easy work here from Sasuke.
At the same time, RNG this entire fight had Baron on their team.
I just realized what happened. I didn't notice that.
The sweeping lens?
No, I think the Mimic came back and gave him Q range so he could auto.
Was it? I thought it was just a flash Q.
He didn't have flash. I think he used it. Anyway, fight's breaking out. We'll check in later. JZ once again under threat. As Lei does land a hook, but now JZ's going to get aggressive. Fates calls back in, pops the ultimate, but he's going to go down to Insect. And then Sass going to dive in onto Gimgoon, who melts under all the damage of RNG. Republic's clone going to try and juke them out, but it's not enough as Moon dies as well. And Sass first Republic once again. Republic's going to try and get himself out of the way. As Let Me chasing everyone down, and Sass just going to delay the backs. Doesn't really matter too much here. As RNG just want to make sure they get some structures. This Republic still on a grand adventure. Very smooth moves to get out there.
He's just laughing. But speaking of adventures, here's Rabbit.
Hello. Spider is going to try and build herself a web somewhere else. Fifth Dragon's gone away, so Let Me, not to say, Rabbit doesn't care, just farming up the Krugs inside the opposition jungle. Surrender does come out.
Why. I mean, fun at the end there for EPA, but it is going to be a win for Royal. Much cleaner game number 2 as they pick a little bit more standard and really just show off that, you know, decent landing phase can keep up with some of the early aggression. And then just really strong team fighting it. EPA felt like they had to pull the trigger. They did. It cost them dearly. And in a few minutes after that, they will forfeit the game and lose the series 0-2 as RNG. A new look here. R&B have been calling them. I like it. The subs finally getting to play a game. And hey, a win they wanted here in this series. A different lineup, but a 2-0 nonetheless.
Yeah, I mean, basically they showed that RNG's B team is still capable. And isn't that a scary prospect? They're on the bench, and they can still take out teams. And EPA, they're a middle-of-the-pack roster. Doesn't matter. 2-0.
And we saw when HYG previously, they brought on Chimin as their new jungler. He had a massive impact. And that's the only person we were talking about the entire time after their game. EPA just brought on a new AD carry being Moon, and he just hasn't come into discussion here. It felt like he didn't have that impact that we saw Chimin have for HYG, but I still thought he played okay. We saw at the end of that game, he looked devastated. He was just staring at his screen after the loss.
I think Moon actually played really well for a new AD carry. His Lucian game was super solid. Kalista looked just fine there. But again, RNG, they're a team that pretty much win and lose together, even though regular starting roster is a very similar looking way.
Yeah.
And I just feel like, again, especially after game one with the Master Yi shenanigans, they just played a lot more normal, and it really just felt like a clinic from them towards the end.
And to be fair, Chimin stands out because he won. And you're never going to stand out in a losing game as this new player coming into the roster with like this standout performance. So to be fair, he did his job. Moon, even in defeat, performed soundly. Whereas RNG, with the whole new roster, they overperformed.
And it almost felt like EPA, they did perform soundly at certain stages of the game. Laning phase always comes to mind. We always talk about how EPA, coming from the LSPL, they know how to lane really effectively, and they did just that. Game 1, 8,000 got in the lead. Got a little bit lost, didn't know what to do. Insect played that fantastically. They picked up the game. Game 2, great laning phase again. Didn't have that huge lead we saw from game 1, but still, 2,000 gold up. Didn't know what to do after that, and slowly RNG just took it back. So it felt like the players on EPA were playing quite solid at certain stages, but it just slowly fell apart.
I think it just comes back to not having a late game strategy. It's just one thing that EPA has always done. And game number 1, they focused on Baron 2 They tunneled on the Baron. And just like that, the lead was dissipated through one team fight because it hit late game. Late game, all that matters is one team fight. Whereas in game number 2, it was a desperation Baron. It was still a Baron, but it was a desperate one this time around because they already had the gold deficit in their favor. It just feels like to them, Baron is God. Like, they need to get the Baron to win the game.
And I think, kind of looking at the game, we expected this coming into the expected matchup, given that if what MLXG was playing, when the Star RNG were playing, that we'd maybe get a similar result. I think even with Insect in the lineup, Rabbit was just a world of difference as far as jungle pressure was concerned. And I will say, even with the Master Yi game in that match history, and I know it was a win, Insect, he actually played really well. Like, even in the Yi game, he did what he needed to do. Really solid Gragas. You said it was almost night and day, Rusty, where game 1, getting Devourer stacks, game 2, just vision everywhere. Like, 2 completely different junglers almost.
Yeah, you might say night and day with champions as well as play styles, to be fair. So Gragas, very good gank-heavy champion, wants to control vision, and that is entirely what Insect did. He was a vision man from start to finish, whereas game 1, you got a Devourer. Yeah, vision's important, but it's defensive vision. You don't want people ganking you in your jungle. You actually want to scale, and that's where the contrast lies. Is even in game 1, he was still placing vision, but EPA were focusing on where the hell is Insect. Let's stop him from farming. EPA's strategy wasn't Insect is weak. Let's actually pick on that fact and gank the other lanes.
And it almost felt exactly like that. It felt like Rabbit was gifting Insect all this free vision. And you know exactly what Master Yi wants to do. He's going to sit in the jungle, get sated, and then crush people, which is exactly what Insect decided to do. Rabbit spent all this time trying to find Insect, got the vision on Insect. People knew where he was, but didn't do anything about it. And yes, they were able to win their lanes knowing that the jungler was never there to help people out, but never made any use of that gold lead.
Well, we are going to check in with our MVP and see who has picked it up. It is Insect once again, with a different jungler this time. Gragas game did look good. 3-0-7 there for the scoreline.
Yeah, I'm going to say much more deserving this time around. There's definitely still an argument for Sask getting it, potentially. He played very well, but at the end of the day, Insect did his job above and beyond what he did in game number 1.
One guy that we haven't really talked about was Name, and that's who I thought performed really well and did his job fantastically in that match. He didn't really stand out. He whiffed a lot of his early Ashe arrows, but he hit the ones that mattered, and his team fights, his positioning was fantastic.
See, it's not strictly a whiff, right? Because it's in lane. You don't need it for engage, really. You're not looking to get aggressive. All you want to do is just see if you can make something happen on the map with your arrow. The ones that actually did matter as the game went on, he did start hitting a bit more. But they didn't really need it there to Gragas.
Well, arrow number 1 was to cover someone running away who just got Gragas cast away from him. Number 2 was just a misaimed arrow because the Elise actually changed form to Spider and slowed herself down. Got hit by a Thresh hook anyway. Didn't matter. Every hook after that started to connect. The first one onto Elise, the second one into the rest of the team. Even just the small one that didn't matter onto Braum. Still chunked the Braum to half health, made them unable to team fight. That was the 4th dragon, the inevitable win condition of the 5th.
And we thought that Ashe was going to really struggle to survive the rest of EPA. And I think Name still showed off what he's always been known for. Strong positioning, stand in the right spot in these immobile AD carries, and just dish out damage like no other player really knows how.
And we really thought that Name was going to struggle on Ashe. Immediately picks and bans when we saw the Fiora pick up. We saw all these assassins being picked up and all this CC that could potentially lock down Ashe in a strong lane of Callista Braum. We thought, yep, that's it. Name's done in lane. He's done in team fights. This is how they're going to win the game. And EPA stayed true to that. They put a lot of pressure bot lane. We saw LeBlanc rotate down there quite frequently. We saw Elise always in the bottom lane. Rabbit was always there to try and tower dive even. And because of that, they only got a single kill off Ashe. And that's it. Name still kept up in CS, and they lost the mid lane turret naturally by putting all this pressure in bot lane. So focusing on keeping the Ashe down didn't work out for EPA.
They didn't even break the turret. They didn't even get a kill. Like, every single strategy they put in place to try and kill Name didn't matter because they were still laning. Like, that was like a 23-minute laning phase game. And all that Name had to do was get Essence Reaver and press R in other lanes. And the rest of the team won around him. So whilst EPA's team composition was good for killing him, there was never a situation where it was 5-on-5 before the situation where RNG was too far ahead.
And it almost felt like that's something that EPA would have wanted as well. A 23-minute laning phase, these long extended laning phase where they can use their strength in the lane to get ahead. Didn't work out.
Got to get ahead. That's the issue there with that one. You actually have to make sure that if you have a strong laning phase, you lane strongly, I suppose. And it wasn't really there for EPA in that particular one. I think R&B, though, it's good to see again a lot of these players play again. I'm curious to see how many times they do it again, to be perfectly honest, because the standard RNG lineup, let's call them, still look amazing. And I feel like whenever they play again, we'll just see, hey, these teams, like, the B team's good. The A team's really good, though.
Yeah, I think it's safe to say that if RNG plays again this weekend, that's when we'll see them again. I think that this is a one-week wonder, essentially. RNG's B team being played, and just to give RNG's A team that break that they need.
I really want to see if in any way they're going to incorporate any of these players into the main roster of RNG or actually have a way where they shuffle them around and use them in different situations, because they showed today that they still have the talent. They still can prove that they are worth something and they still are fantastic players. I want to see if they can incorporate that somehow into a complete team.
I wonder who do you move over? Because let's do this. This is actually kind of fun. If we were going to move someone from R&B into RNA, we're getting silly now. If you're going to move into the standard starting lineup, would you move anyone given the 2 games we've seen today? Again, it's a small sample size, but always fun to entertain the idea.
Sask.
Yeah?
Yeah. I think they kind of share a similar champion pool. Xiaohu's a lot more standard, so he's got more like Lulu's up his sleeve. You can play control mages, but get an assassin in there. I think that's just what RNG needs to complement what is a Marta MLXG heavy comp right now and a Marta MLXG heavy team. Early invades, early vision, assassins win lane. Just put Sask in the team. I think RNG would still be good.
I kind of like Sask as well. In certain situations, I like putting in Name there as well. Someone that can just be really safe on his 80 carries, even though all this pressure's being thrown at him in the bottom lane. The team comp's designed to try and kill him too. I really like to be able to throw Nami in there. Sometimes Assassin. Now Rusty's going to disagree with me.
Rusty's face is maybe disagreeing with you.
Why would you put Nami in when Wish can do it better?
I agree. I think Wish has been playing excellently. But
plain and simple.
For me, the one person I want in there, maybe I'm crazy, is Insec. I think Insec actually played quite well. There is no argument for me right now that you should put him in over MLXG. But Insec just adds something special to any team. And we saw it in this game. It honestly felt like Insect's team, which is the weirdest thing ever to have a team run by a jungler. We had 2 different jungle games and Insect's running the show as far as I'm concerned.
I think there is an argument for Insect being able to join the base roster of RNG and actually make RNG better for it. I think what's missing from RNG is not something that will be facilitated by Insect, but it almost is a strict improvement by having Insect there. MLXG is aggressive by nature. Insec is aggressive to a fault. And I think that's where MLXG could be separated as a better jungler. I think Insec, maybe for champion pool, perhaps, could be an inclusion into the main roster.
Just in case you need a Fiddlesticks, perhaps.
Rengar,
Pantheon.
Maybe is a better Lee Sin. I haven't seen it in a long time. Who knows?
Oh, man.
Who knows?
I mean, one of the players we also haven't talked about was Let Me, and I really came into this match thinking, it's going to be Gungun against Looper all over again, and this is the matchup we want to look at a lot more, but it was Let Me going up into the top lane here. We didn't really talk about much about him, but to be honest, he did his job.
Let Me's like the Xiaohu of mid lane. Like, he does his job, played really solid, picked your role-playing tanks, but I think, because you can't weight power ever on the Rift, right? Like, you have to pick spots where these guys get farm, these guys don't get as much. Top lane, especially when you play tanks, feels like that kind of role right now. And Let Me just did what he needed to. He did it well, especially in the team fight phase, but like, he's not a big carry player like Looper
That's
is.
like, so like the exercise that I run when I look at new teams is I have 10 points to delegate to a roster. You only have 10 points. You can't make an 11th point out of thin air. Where do I delegate these points to? And honestly, Let Me is the one with the leftovers. So he's probably only got 1 or 2 points in that team. Whereas Insec, Susk, even Name to an extent, because he's actually got Lei just following him around, or he's being left to his own devices. I feel like Insec and Susk are the primary dealers of this team, the primary shot callers, and it is Insec's team, as you said. I completely agree with that.
Yeah.
And I kind of agree because although I did feel like Let Me did his job, so to speak, and you look at the laning phase that he had against Gimgun as well, he didn't do disastrously. He never fell behind, so to speak, but you look at all the teleport plays and all of the control Gimgun have of the map. You know, he went into the into blue buff twice in first game, picked up a kill for himself, used the home gun teleport fantastically as well. So I just think that he was a little bit outclassed in that top lane matchup.
Have to agree. And a strong performance in general, but a 2-0 is a 2-0. Master UV down there. RNG to pick up their series win there, but don't go too far away. Our second series is coming up right after the break. And welcome back, everyone, to the LPL as we have a second best of 3 here in day 2 of week number 6. I'm Julian Petrie Tomcar. Joining me still are Matthew Fish Stewart and Zach Rusty Pite. Nailed it this time. We just saw a very fun series from a new RNG. 5 subs, no problem it feels like for the side.
Yeah, basically right. RNG, they rose to the occasion with 5 brand new players. Of course, they're a 10-man roster, and they've just chosen not to have a single sub up until now. And you know what? In for a penny, in for a pound. Get them all in there. Still managed to 2-0 EPA.
That's right, RMB with the insane roster swap. Coming in with a Master Yi game, and they threw a Fizz in there and a Nash in there somewhere. So unique games coming out from RMB.
I like it. Exciting stuff, exciting stuff. But we have a massive match here for our second one as IG are going to be taking on World Elite. Just to remind you all, the 2 biggest dynasties in Chinese League of Legends, even honestly esports history there in the region. They're always big. The rivalry's been there forever. The teams love to beat each other specifically, but long gone are some of the old fabled legendary players. And we have 2 very different teams now. World Elite and IG, still good teams, honestly, but just so far apart from where they used to be back in the golden age.
Absolutely right. So the rivalry stems back to the organizations above the players right now. And as you said, new rosters, new competition between these 2 on an individual level, and some good players still, though.
Certainly, and just to remind you, the fans never forget. So even if the players change, you can bet we'll see the massive crowds and lots of signs, and at least the fans want their team to win. But let's talk about this new look team, and honestly, let's start in the jungle, because that's been where there's been quite a few changes. World Elite and IG both underwent some changes. World Elite maybe more than the other side, but Condi versus Kid is actually our starting matchup here, and I think Kid's been playing surprisingly good.
Yeah.
Which is weird, because he used to be an AD carry player. He's one of those legendary players that's still around.
Yeah, absolutely. Kid has been stepping up to the plate, but the man who KS's everything on purpose is on your screen, Condi. And he's definitely stepped up too for World Elite.
Both the junglers from both these 2 teams are 2 people that we definitely have to watch. But we are going to go through the 2 team profiles here as we're going to take a look at 957, the man that's not quite 1,000 yet. But will he get there?
It's not far off. Be honest.
Certainly not, but his Rammus games have been my favorite from him so far, as there's Condi, the Lee Sin main. If I ever seen one, he's a very aggressive, pressure-heavy jungler in that early game. Does do a lot of good lifting in the early stages, but maybe a little inconsistent for the side.
Yeah, and one of the few Lee Sin players also actually very proficient on that champion as we move towards the mid lane.
Sia in the mid lane for World Elite. He's been playing quite a bit of Corki here. They picked up that one 6 times for him in the split so far.
Well, there's Mystic, probably the player that's been mixing it up quite a bit. He's got a Twitch game in there, which was relatively dramatic. But Mystic, he seems to be the late game carry of the team. He does do well, and paired with this man here, Zero, the all-Korean bottom lane now for World Elite, feels like they've certainly been rising to proficiency.
Yeah. And that's the big deal, is they actually do have the all-Korean bottom lane. So their communication as a roster right now, World Elite, is leaps and bounds above what it used to be.
Well, we're going to have a take a look on the other side. Their opponents will, of course, be longtime rivals Invictus Gaming, who've just been getting better and better somehow, it feels like. But we'll see who they are going to play with today. I can't imagine they'll have any changes. As we take a quick squiz down the line.
Well, we thought about that for RNG as well, and there were quite a few changes in that game, I believe.
Well, I don't think we'll get surprises today, as we are going to take a look at Invictus Gaming. Not too many subs on the bench. Certainly don't have the big boy band.
All of them AD carries as far as I
know.
That's
true. But there we are. So Ty, Kid, Rookie, Time, and Kitties. The same 5 that have just been getting better and better.
Yeah, except Rain.
Oh,
that's not there. So we've gone back to Time. Rain is the Korean AD carry that is not playing this week around. So let's go with more standard.
Yep, perhaps. I mean, certainly a starting roster in air quotes. But there's the Ty. Big carry player, big tank player, used to be a mid player, just does about anything you want. As Kid, been really mixing it up, and as he gets used to the jungle, he seems to play more meta picks. Nidalee and Gragas, I never expected to see this in his match history.
Makes me sad to see no more Graves at the bottom there anymore. No more AD carries for him.
Yeah, unlucky.
Well, Rookie now in mid lane, 5 different champions there. 5 amazing performances as far as I'm concerned. This man can do no wrong in mid lane.
Yeah, I think probably the most champions played in the LPL at the moment. Rookie is absolutely on beast mode, and he is the player to watch out for.
Well, there's Time, of course. The, I guess, usual AD carry. He definitely has more experience with Kitties, his support, so I think there's a little bit more synergy there. Curious to see that Rain's not starting, but for me, it feels like IG's bottom lane isn't really the issue they look to. They just have such a strong top half of the map.
Yeah, it's a strong top half of the map, but I think the biggest thing is it's not even just the top half. It's actually just the middle lane.
Yeah.
And the fact that it's now predictable pressure against Rookie, which means Kid and Zatai left to their own devices, they can very effectively gank where they would like, whether together or the top lane. Doesn't matter. It's the fact that Rookie's the star player of this team. They focus Rookie 100%, so IG don't need to work around Rookie. They can capitalize elsewhere.
Well, we are going to have a look at World Elite now, see where they're at as far as relative rankings in the rest of the league. Not doing too hot right now on these particular stats, but again, a team that's been doing well in their group, but maybe not necessarily that well compared to the rest of the league.
It really feels like World Elite has been a bit of hit or miss in the LPL so far. When they look together, they look like a really, really strong team that can work against all odds to come out on top. But sometimes that just completely falls apart for them.
How do LPL teams average 10 Barons per game?
No. Oh, I think
so
it's
confused.
I think it's. Wait, was it on the right side or the left side?
The left side.
That's ranking. So it's like how they compare to the other
okay,
teams.
okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
There you go. Just in
Nailed
case.
it.
There you go. Actually, I could have explained that in case you guys couldn't read those ones, but that's how that works. Rankings on the left and then percentages / stats on the right. So it's comparing the teams or players to the other side of their respective league players. And it's interesting because this is the last week of cross-group play, so the teams will go back to their groups to play in. And this, apart from being an awesome rivalry and a very anticipated match, especially for Chinese League of Legends fans, this is actually really important for both these teams because they're top of one group, Group B, the difficult group in a sense there for IG, who are just has so top-heavy, so many good teams. Whereas World Elite are second, but in the group that's very polarized at this point with, I believe, QG and World Elite being the two top teams there.
To me is the curious thing because I look at Invictus Gaming and I say this is more important for them than it is for World Elite. Because if we look at the group strengths, Group B, massively strong. This is the last opportunity or the last weekend of opportunities for World Elite and IG alike to pick up wins against the opposite group. But for IG, knowing that they're against easier group, in a harder group, they need the wins more.
And I completely agree. It's going to matter so much for IG to pick up the wins here, especially since it's not going to affect how they rank if they lose, but if they win, they can leapfrog ahead from that tied first position. But we are into Champion Select for the first game between World Elite and Invictus Gaming. We're going to see Gangplank banned out and Nidalee taken away too.
There's Braum also following suit. So starting to pick up some bans is the old Braum. Kind of like Alistar was at the start of the season. Alistar's dropped off a bit. Braum's definitely replaced him as the premier support. I do like this from World Elite, as Kog'Maw is going to be the expected ban from IG.
Yeah, rightly so. Take the Kog'Maw off the board. Same with that Nidalee. Kid actually banning one of his two best champions, though, in banning that, so unfortunate.
And then Corki also banned it by WE. So you're going to respect the power of that pick, as Lulu will be the final predictable ban there for Invictus Gaming. And we'll see where World Elite wants to go with pick number 1.
Corki makes a little bit of sense to ban out between either of these teams, to be honest, because both their mid laners have played it more than any other champion in the LPL so far.
Well, there's Kalista at least for World Elite. So different AD carry we'll get through, but pretty popular first pick. Makes sense. Very powerful. Good. Makes your support good. Is a solid, strong AD carry. Mystic's fine at it as well.
They both play LeBlanc mid anyway, let's be honest. And Kalista is such a big power pick that IG banning away the Lulu is curious. I think Lulu is still just a very good ban, almost out of necessity. The Corki, on the other hand, is like a target ban for Rookie. But there's still so many other champions at Rookie.
Well, that's the thing. You can't ban Rookie out. You can just soften the blow, perhaps, which is why he does eat bans quite often. But to tie insta-locks the Poppy, he's an awesome Poppy player. We already talked about it being such a good pick into Kalista. Feels like IG, they expect the Kalista, they'll happily take Poppy Gragas.
Poppy, very strong, in fact, one of the strongest. I'm surprised she's getting through these drafting phases so successfully, but with all the target bans and strong bans such as the Braum available, I don't blame World Elite at all. IG, they get a very good first draft.
You get a really good first draft. That's going to be interesting to see how they round out their next two picks as well to fit in with the two power picks that they have already picked up here. I'd like to see what World Elite decide to pick up next. They did ban out Braum. They picked up Alistar. They picked up Kalista as their first pick. I'd like to see if they're going to go with Alistar as their support pickup, or if they're going to allow IG to pick up. Thresh even could be thrown on over to 0-2. And he's one of those other players that's been alternating between supports. Normally goes between Braum and Alistar a lot. Now that that's been banned out, his next two highest picked champions are Thresh and Alistar, so we'll have to see what he goes with. But no, it's going to be the jungle and the Flex Lissandra pickup picked, and it's Kindred they're going to throw it into the jungle, and immediately locked in is Alistar on the side of IG.
Interesting stuff. They're moving real quick as well.
Yeah,
Jesus.
time just goes straight for the Ezreal, and it's picked up. Invictus Gaming, 4 picks in already, because that World Elite don't even have time to think about their picks. You can see Coach Hoon in the back. Going to make sure his team has the picks that he wants them to have. And Nautilus left open, always one to look at because it's so good at locking down threats, particularly pesky 80 carries.
Oh.
So it could be the selection here, but time for World Elite to try and pick this up.
Yeah, they got plenty of time. The Nautilus would make a lot of sense. I am still questioning the lack of Thresh, being that he's in a Kalista lane. I think the Trundle is still a surprisingly good champion to put with it. Does really well against all of the naturally tanky champions that Invictus Gaming have also got. And we are looking at a red side rookie as well.
I mean, whenever they get the chance, they'll always give the counter pick to rookie, I believe, unless there's something blatantly too strong that they need to give him. But Trundle is locked in there for WE. They take the Nautilus as well, so no Thresh. It is Trundle, actually, that will pair in with that Kalista.
Yeah, and it's still good because you got the displacement from the pillar. I think a disengage is the most important thing that a Kalista needs, and you can throw in the Trundle. Always going to have some merit to that. I wouldn't be surprised if it's a Nautilus support, though. It's like the second-rate Thresh, so to speak, but still very tanky and can frontline.
Zero likes to do things sometimes. He's a very good Thresh player, but does have options, of course.
Likes to do things sometimes.
Zero just,
Likes to build QSS Guardian Angel on Thresh support. He likes things.
He does, but a very good player nonetheless. There's 20 seconds now for IG to round this one out. Rookie's Quinn has been romping people in the LPL, but whatever he picks, I think we're going to be happy with because Rookie's just so good at mid lane.
Yeah, and he absolutely knows that it's Lissandra, so up to him as to what he would like. I am actually a big fan of Azir still.
Yeah, well, we'll see if he locks it in. He is going to take it. Azir going to make his way back into the LPL. I believe we have a few games of the champion played in the league so far, but now it's a rookie's turn. He was good at it last year. Wants the changes for the champion. Did drop off in popularity, but I know he can make it work. I'm excited to see what he does on the champion.
Absolutely. The way I see Azir at the moment is if you're a proficient Azir player, then he is still good. For the average player, he's probably below average. But Azir's still got the massive ultimate. The plays that you can make are ridiculous.
I love it because IG's team composition, they have so many ways to knock people out of Kindred's ult. So if they're planning on using that to keep people alive,
yeah,
that can be very effective.
It's a controlled chaos comp with displacement spells everywhere. So the Azir to knock them all towards your team, perhaps. Kid to knock them towards or away is a tie with his ult as well. Even Kiddies with the headbutt. And that's the best part is you can't QSS this team comp. It's knockups.
Certainly not. As you can see, the two team comps on your screen. Nautilus, Kindred, Lissandra, Kalista, and Trundle on one side versus Poppy, Gragas, Azir, Ezreal, and Alistar there for IG.
Yeah. It's funny because you look at the team comp IG has and say it's a Kalista's worst nightmare, but actually Kindred's as well. I mean, everything from World Elite is going to revolve around those two.
Well, we'll see if the two Eddie carries can get it done because it looks like it could be tricky. Let's get into onto the Rift though for game number one. And here we are for our first game of tonight, second best of three as World Elite will be taking on Invictus Gaming. Always a fun clash in the LPL, and unfortunately, these two teams don't get to meet as many times as we would like because they are playing in cross groups for this particular split. So, as always, a big clash, especially for the fans. As Kid and Condi, that wolf.
Disrespectful, to be honest.
Nah, I'm just more surprised that it was outside of the radius actually hitting him. You know, he was having a dance. He stood on the edge of it. He's like, no, good. Turns out it has an attack range. Baited. Outsmarted.
Well, Kid's going to be just fine there as he is on his red buff right now. Have a quick checking with the Keystone Masteries. Nothing out of the ordinary. No. Just checking.
No Warlords this time. Grasp of the Undying, though, I think, is the choice for the support Zero. Which is interesting because you don't usually see that on a lot of supports, but Trundle in particular actually one of the better champions to utilize it.
Certainly is, as World Elite are looking to start these Krugs up. IG over on the other side, so it looks like standard lanes. are going to be the choice here for both these teams?
I can't. Like, I'm sorry. I'm trying really hard not to laugh.
Kind of going to help. Get a bit of help, sorry, from 957.
goodness.
There's time and Kitties. I'm going to take the grump on the other side. You two need to calm down.
No, the funniest thing to me was the cameraman, because he was like,
He was intentionally doing it. Like,
Well, Kid gets his red buff nice and safely, so it's all okay, everyone. And Shea now in the mid lane. With that, Lissandra, we'll see how he does against rookies. Azir,
Yeah.
champion we haven't seen from him in a while.
We even saw some Azir in the EULCS earlier. I guess we call it today. I don't know if we call it that when it was like 4 a.m. our time, but Azir did quite well in the LCS. Still so good at controlling lanes with over-aggression and being able to deal with assassins or hard engage tools with your own disengage. It's just amazing.
Oh my god.
Like, GA is going to have a bad time.
certainly seems like it. He's already below half his health in this mid lane. Burning through potions quickly here. Let's see how he does later on in this game. But we're taking a look at the junglers now. Kid and Condi did start at the top side of both of their jungles. The top laners were able to help them out with that. And that means that both the bottom lanes got the respective small jungle camps. And there's Condi right there working on his red buff. So Gragas, as we see here, will be able to take down both his buffs earlier. Now going to be able to work on that Rift Scutter. We have to see where Condi goes because he's looking to try and take that one for himself. He has the mark on it.
Yeah, this is interesting. Smite's not available, so Kid will get it.
Yeah, good little denial there. Recognizing that the Scuttle Crab was going to have the mark on it. Common early for Kindred, I believe, the way it's programmed. But nice work for Kid that he, moved to the side that made sense. As Zatai and 957 are having a battle. Seems like 957's winning right now, though. As that Riptide is doing so much work.
957 will win early. Zatai will win late, just the way that the Nautilus lanes tend to go. Whereas the same thing goes for Trundle Callista until level 2 or 3 is secured, and then it just flips around.
I'm taking a look at the mid lane now. We talked about how Rookie was playing so aggressively there, was able to force Lissandra out of lane almost immediately. Now we see Sia use his teleport to get back into the mid lane. Right after going back to recall and buy a couple of items. Picked up the Null Magic Mantle, so can't really get the Negatron just yet, but got a Pink Ward and a couple of potions for himself. Rookie still has his potions available, so he could still stay in this lane and be just fine. He doesn't have teleport to match Lissandra though, only has that cleanse.
And Kid.
Kid, he's looking for a gank on the mid lane. Sia's actually pushed out really, really aggressively. The body slam will come out, lands on the Sia. Has to actually use the claw to try and get away. Will be able to get out without using any summoners.
And the best thing about that is Kid did not use his flash, so
He's
there it
going
is.
for it. There's the flash. Not quite able to get that final auto attack. Here comes Condi. Actually flashed in. Will get first blood. He even had the mark onto Gragas. And Condi picks that one up.
Massive blunder, honestly, from Kid. He had the flash, I mentioned it. He decided to go in, but does not pick up the kill on the GA. So unless Rookie pulls out some serious Rookie magic, that is a very poor situation for IG's jungler.
Certainly is. And Condi, a jungler that you really don't want to be giving kills over to both as a player and the champion that he's chosen for this game. And Sia's even staying for an extra wave. How cheeky. Able to take that out from under that turret. Condi, though, onto the Scuttle Crab. No mark on this one, unfortunately for him. So he'll just collect the gold that it gives normally, which I'm sure he's not too unhappy about.
It's not marked? I thought he was just on top of the mark on the minimap.
Might be.
Yeah, it was.
Okay, never mind. Does get his first mark of the game then. There we go.
Yeah.
Oh,
look,
Rookie.
there it is.
Rookie magic. One more auto. There it is. Rookie gets the kill.
Just enough mana to...
Oh my god, that is one pack stadium.
Yeah, it is.
Condi still
Wow.
wants a kill. He
Oh.
gets it here. Now he's going to look for Kid as well. Kid
God.
doesn't have the flash available. Condi might be able to pick up another one. Dashing forward. One more attack's enough. He's not going to be able to go through the W. Kid times that perfectly.
I believe the passive giving him just enough health as well to keep him alive from that auto. Rookie's aggression was good, but he overstayed his welcome and hadn't recalled and bought for quite some time. And ends up paying for that. Rightly so, to be fair. Thankfully for them, Kid doesn't follow suit. Condi is huge.
And a ton of action around the mid lane already. Kind of what we expect, I think. As we are going to watch this one again. Rookie. Such a smooth little surf.
I'm surprised that last auto attack was in range too, to be honest with you. Yeah, Condi, right place, right time. Rookie actually trying to walk towards Kid. It gives Condi the easy pickup, and Wolf and Lamb work in unison. Pick up the easy kill.
Taking a look at Condi now. He's inside of Kid's jungle, trying to take away a couple of the minions there. He has a mark onto this Scuttle Crab. The rest of his team is actually grouping up to try and help him take that one down, or actually secure the area so he can do it. Looks like he's going to pick up another mark for himself. Sia has been able to go back to baseball, has his Negatron cloak now. And here's Condi. Just going to be able to pick that one up nicely. He's quite far ahead this early into the game. Has 2 kills for himself and has quite a few of the Scuttle Crab marks down.
Yeah, another mark secured for the World Elite Jungler, and that is a very much accelerated Condi, to say the least.
So I was wondering what build he was going to go, because we've started to see actually a divergence. Back in the day, I believe it was Warrior Sterix. It was quite popular in the LPL.
Now it's always Devourer,
but now Devourer, which
yeah.
I think Clearlove debuted, at least in the LPL, has been starting to see a lot more traction.
Yeah, Clearlove was the first LPL case, but it is, I guess, starting to become an international thing as well. So no reason not to go it. Most times that you see this, though, is a lane swap. And that's because you can freely jungle then and actually get all the camps down. But, I mean, based off earlier today, for Master Yi can get the Devourer stacked. Why can't a Kindred, especially one with 2 kills?
Now we are going to take a look at this Kindred once again. He is going to donate blue buff on over to Sia. No miscommunication between World Elite this time. Able to give that one over to the mid laner. Currently sitting with 2 assists for himself. And his teleport is back up and available, so he is able to help his team out or come back into the mid lane if he wants to. Kid now is trying to put some pressure up in the top lane. That ward will be spotted by the pink ward.
And promptly killed.
957 waddles over. He's able to take it out. Condi also in the area, just in case people thinking about challenging. But the Rift Tail is important to get, especially for a Devourer Kindred. 957 and Condi going to start it up, and this should be pretty easy to pick up.
Just to clarify, that skin is called Astro Nautilus, right?
Yep.
Good. I just needed to confirm, because it's just such a good name.
It is a great name. As you can see, 8 stacks on the Devourer now, so that Rift Herald giving so much over to the
Could have been
Kindred.
Cosmo Nautilus as well.
It could have been.
They could have.
Oh my god, that's genius.
Yeah. There needs to be a skin.
Cosmonaut?
Yes, thank you, Fish.
You walked straight to that one.
I know.
I loved it. As Rookie's
I'm
going to
gonna
get his
walk
blue
out.
buff now. That's fine. Rookie going to surf back to lane, so he's a bit quicker than you.
It's not hard to understand, man.
As World Elite's bottom lane. Still doing battle here with IG. Seems like a slight CS lead there for Mystic, but with a Callisto in the lane, especially versus an Ezreal, doesn't look too problematic. Time, though, is staying for quite a while. I guess he's going for a tier plus Sheen rather than the early tier. So we'll see if that costs his mana development at all, as I imagine he is still going blue build.
Yeah, absolutely we'll have enough for it at this stage. But I guess it comes down to how the lane reversed as well. World Elite actually keeping themselves in this lane really healthily and starting to push in aggressively stops your recall. Also opens up opportunities for World Elite.
Look at this. They're trying to open up one in the bottom lane now. It's Condi. He's trying to make his way down. Gets a couple of auto attacks to the wall. Actually managed to take it down with the pink ward there, but here's the double teleport coming for World Elite. They hate this bottom lane. They're going to jump on the time. Tried to use his flash. Not going to get away. The ultimate from Nautilus will be enough. Kitties, he is so slow right now. The ultimate is going to wear off. Mystic picks up a kill for himself, and the 5-man dive onto the bottom lane. Time and Kitties couldn't get away from that.
The conviction that World Elite showed when they actually executed that dive was most impressive, because that was an immediate 5-man the second Condi got in range. You can tell the shot calling. Look at the cameraman. He's like, what the hell do I watch as well? Zooms out this time, and speaking of time, so dead. Condi does ridiculous amounts of damage. 957 actually locking it down with the ult. Kalista ensuring that Kitties was going to die, so it kind of just turns around and hello, bottom left of the screen.
Yeah, picture in picture, we see the Dragon did get picked up, but she may be caught out of position. World Elite going to try and protect their mid laner. Rookie down here, ready with the ultimate, is going to move in for the slow out on those Qs. But Sand Soldier's not enough this time, and Condi stacking up so quickly. 17 stacks already.
Yeah, that is a super quick stack for Kindred right now. Of course, Kid, in that last little engagement, they were looking for kills. Could have... he's laughing. He could have probably actually flashed onto G8 and taken him down, but it's a big flight risk. So they choose not to execute. Instead, Rookie just cops a pillar and a giggle to the face.
We mentioned the stacks on Kindred. 17 stacks on a stated, but also 10 stacks on a passive. So scaling incredibly well in this game. As World Elite now going to mix some things up. They're actually going to send their bot lane duo up into the top lane. And Sia will return into the mid lane to face off again with Rookie. Zero doesn't care right now. He's just fighting everyone he sees.
He's a Trundle.
Get him.
Welcome to Zero and Trundle.
Yep.
Put together. It's amazing.
Why do I like the champion so much?
Yeah, he's one of those players you'll learn to love. Like, forcibly love.
She is still struggling in the mid lane though. There's lovable 0. Still trying to annoy Time here. He has swapped himself to that top side. Items picked up though, so things feeling a bit better. But Mystic completed the Blade of the Ruin King with his kill and an assist that he's got. So World Elite starting to get actually pretty far up in this game. 2K up already. And by the looks of things, they're not slowing down anytime soon.
And I remember there was lesson time with Pastry Time not too long ago about efficient Ezreal builds.
Yep.
What do you think of Times?
I don't know why he has another Sapphire Crystal.
Exactly. Why is it not a cloth armor? It's built into the same thing.
Here we go. Actually going to see a dive off into the top lane. Mystic is now going to be on the receiving end here. He's going to try and flash away. Zero is thrown under the turret to keep him alive longer, but Time shows us a lesson in time as he flashes forward to get that last Mystic shot out. They will not be able to take Zero down.
Yeah, barely hits it, but a clutch Q from Time is enough to secure it. Invictus Gaming back on the board. One in their favor.
Mana Crystal coming up trumps maybe, probably not, but a kill's a kill there for Ezreal regardless.
Doesn't do damage, Pastry.
Does not. Zero just going to meet the wave and pull it. Try and keep this here for as long as possible. And Shie did have a peek up to that top lane, but nothing happening there. The kill already happened as Condi and Shie will move back to their own jungle. And Rookie is just going to continue rampaging through creep waves. Nash's Tooth already done is actually a big power spike for this Azir.
Yeah, it definitely is. That's at least a lot of lane pressure. And saying that, an Abyssal Scepter for GA is arguably enough to keep himself in the lane. The problem is, when you lane against an Azir as a full item, you're choosing between losing half of your health and getting the wave, or not getting all of the wave, and actually not losing your health, which means he's owned, and then you're pushed in, which gives Rookie the capabilities to leave. It's this point in the game where pretty much at all stages Azir feels like he's just doing more than you.
Just Azir things, really.
Every time we look mid, if Rookie is there, it's probably just going to have GA pushed in.
Ooh, I like this from Rookie. He's actually taking the marked wolves to deny that away from Condi. He's also getting some farm. Kids on the other side of the jungle recalling, so doesn't lose him too much. But Condi, not too worried. Going to get himself a second Rift Herald and 1 stack away from Sated at probably under 15 minutes is an impressive showing from Model Elite's jungle.
Damn. It's the only word I have to describe it. There's no other jungle minions available unless he wants to go to Krugs. Oh no, Grom's up. How well timed you are. That's a 14-minute Sated Devourer.
14 minutes Sated Devourer from Condi. And he's probably got a lot of gold in his back pockets too. You have to see what he heads back to pick up later, as he does have the enhanced recall as well. This is a monstrous Kindred.
What a time to be alive. 14 minutes, man. Oh.
And it's funny as well because he's 15 CS behind Kid, but you can tell the CS he's been getting maybe a little bit more important. As Hexdrinker is going to be the next buy in for Condi, who is ready to do oodles of damage wherever he goes. IG, though, still farming up. Spirit Visage done for the Poppy.
Spirit Visage
Iceborne done as well.
Spirit Visage is picked up by Poppy here. Nautilus has his Sunfire Cape. Both of the tanks are going to be in the bottom lane. Split pushing, it seems, as both teams still opting to keep their AD carries and supports up in this top lane. Zero being a little bit aggressive, throwing down the pillar there. Mystic only gets a single spear into the Ezreal though. That's just going to be a quiet bit of farming going up there. It's in the mid lane now. Sia, he's going to go aggressive onto Rookie. Gragas going to come in as well. Look at this. Rookie doesn't care. He's going to jump back in. Now he's onto Condi, but 957's down here as well. He's going to get 1 kill. Kid down a lot of trouble. Zatai is trying to come down as well, but he doesn't care. Nautilus is just smashing down onto this Poppy.
Wow. They're not done here, World Elite. Surprised that they back off considering. But Rookie just went ham. In the right direction, in my opinion, but holy crap. The reactions from this Azir, how confident he is.
Well, very was the answer to that one, but it does cost IG a couple of kills in the mid lane and possibly a few towers as well. Time is completely zoned back towards his tier 2, so Mystic is going to take out this outer and top lane. Mid tower still alive though, they did not choose to push there, so let's watch this again.
Now he gets ulted by Jia, right? Immediate cleanse, flash ult. It's just like, you get into Kid. Like, you are going to go down. Fortunately for World Elite, there is more than just Condi there because he was getting very close to actually losing all of his health. Didn't have to pop his ulti.
Didn't have to use his ultimate. Still has that spell available to keep his team and himself alive in vision. Look at that. A little Krug, a big Krug, sorry, just wants to come into the lane and ruin Time's day. Apparently, Time is now going to be up in this top lane. The tower has been taken down by World Elite. So he's stuck underneath his tier 2 turret, farming that one up.
It's so hard not to do puns for time, isn't it? Every single word just involves time, and you don't realize it until you start commentating
Till
someone
it's
whose
too
name
late.
is time. Yeah.
Is Condi going to start this dragon again? Doesn't need to say that it's sex this time, but might as well take the objective. He takes him so quickly.
Even said time there. Amazing.
This
Condi.
dragon is
It's
gonna
time
go
to stop
down.
talking about time, guys.
No, it's not, because he's maybe getting
definitely
killed
not.
in the top lane.
Look at this. Sia being a little bit sneaky here, trying to go onto this Ezreal. Will be able to get down, not able to root him. And time will just be able to
Yeah,
continue
says what,
farming.
not this time? It's unfortunate. I can't help it. Like, every time. See?
You two. This Condi is going to look for those walls, but Rookie has taken them again. Mystic and Zero now in mid lane, though. Rookie's going to try and keep them out, as they're pretty good at taking out minion waves from sensible
Mystic.
distances.
Oh
Oh
my
my god,
goodness.
Mystic almost ties to Rookie. You can see the damage that he's starting to do. Is Waddley going to use the TP? Ulti's not
Wow.
enough, though. Xie does get over the top of him, and Rookie is actually going to get the kill to Mystic. He does die to Xie on the other side. Makes him really work for that kill.
Like, Mystic didn't need to be there to actually secure a kill whatsoever because Xie was in. Xie had the damage that they needed to secure it. He was full health, right? So it was inevitable. Rookie does so well to get a kill. Xie's flash, though, immediately over Rookie's ultimate was phenomenal.
Beautiful play from the mid lane. And although they do trade 1-for-1, after Mystic tried to come back into that, it will be Waddle that does pick up a tower for the objective. We can take a look at that again, Rusty.
Just watch the flash, though, from Xie. Like, Rookie's ultimate was timed fine. Bing! It was instant. Like, there was no way that anything was going to hit him. Locks him down. Rookie had no health. And then Mystic's like, I will secure the kill. I need the gold. And Rookie secured the kill on him.
No, Ryla is going to be that item out for Azir. Didn't get to see too much of this, or a little bit, I guess, after Ryla's got changed. But really good on Azir, is
Yeah,
my understanding of that one.
absolutely. It's amazing on Azir. The control that he has as well. It's also that extra added resistance. Doesn't have to be a strict type of resistance because health is an effective one. So it would be perfectly fine. It does mean anything that you get afterwards in the way of resistances is a lot more efficient.
Once again, Condi here is going to be able to try and take down the Rift Herald. It's 19 minutes into the game, so that one would have despawned if they don't take it down. So 3 Rift Heralds going on over to Water Leap. And that global gold is going to snack up slowly for the team here. Taking a look at that scoreboard really quickly, 7-4 in terms of kills, and Waterley are 5,000 gold ahead of IG with 3 turrets and 2 dragons as well. It's only 90 minutes into the game, 957. He's trying to run away from Zitai, just takes a little bit of harassment damage as Waterley's bottom lane duo have now moved from bottom to top and now in the mid lane pushing that out.
Yeah, it's been really weird lane assignments this game in the way of who's sitting in what lane and getting the farm. We've had Ezreal top lane for very much an extended period of time. GA was the one who actually responded on this Lissandra. So 957 is kind of like the facilitating top laner that's roaming and teleporting where necessary. But it also means that it's hard to break turrets if you are IG because your AD carry is top lane.
Well, Rookie now with blue buff with a bit of help from Alistar. Kitty's being nice and handy there. Also going to take these Raptors away. And again, trying to keep that tower up as much as possible. Rookie's only going to get stronger. Feels like, as always, he's the player to watch on Invictus Gaming. But the rest of the team actually getting into a decent spot as well. Condi here is going to take that Rift Herald. But the Manamune is done now for time. Just got to charge that up and transform it. And Iceborne Gauntlet should be completed by Zatai relatively soon. As it seems like both teams just farming up. World Elite, though, just a little bit more momentum given the lead
there
they
you
built
go.
for themselves.
I was worried he wasn't going to hit that one. World Elite with this lead that they have, though, Pastry just puts them in such a ridiculous position, mostly through 957.
Oh, how did he miss that snare?
I
Shio's
don't
trying to
know.
be tricky.
Just see things.
Well, siege into the turret. Condi not bad in this siege situation. Dustin does plenty of damage to the turret, as you can see, despite the short range. But not enough AD carries to commit to it. As Mystic's looking for an assassination, perhaps? Back mid lane. Seems like World Elite really want to pressure the central part of the map and set up for this dragon that will be back up in a minute 40.
Yeah, it's also keeping Invictus Gaming in the short lane, actually making sure their presence is noted, and then they can rotate back and forth and then work around vision control and start actually breaking these turrets down. It won't take long with a Rift Herald buff.
Condi with his final Rift Herald buff actually be able to take that turret incredibly low. Condi now going to get jumped on here. Pops his ultimate, I believe, to try and keep himself alive. He's trying to work onto Rookie, but it will be Tatai that takes him down.
And Rookie once again making the plays that his team requires. thankfully does live, but Condi showing off how much damage he can still do. To no avail.
Well, rapid fire cannon completed now as well, so he's going to increase the amount of damage that he can do. Very aggressive Kindred build. A little bit squishier, but plenty of damage.
Yeah, well, this again comes back to 957 being a 3-0 Nautilus, so they have the tank line that they would need. Even Trundle. So hard to get through those two.
Time still hanging out here in the top lane, though. Stacking up that Muramana. Words are hard sometimes.
Having a great joust with minions.
He is. But not really keeping too far ahead at all of Mystic. He's got that Runins up now as well, plus a Vamp Scepter. And that Blade of the Ruin King. So it seems like double life steal for Mystic. I would guess a QSS, but could be Bloodthirster if he's really feeling it. But seems like World Leader ready to go. 2 items on their main carries, 2 items on their tanks. Even Kindred's massive at this point of the game. We've talked about their lead. Be nice to see World Elite try and do something with it. And I think Dragon is the most obvious play, as Condi's already in position to start it.
Yeah, World Elite with 2 already, man. They can just keep going for these Dragons. Keep controlling the map, and all it takes is one mistake from IG, even with positioning, and they'll get completely caught out against the Lissandra and Nautilus. Even Trundle with the pillars. No doubt Zero is on point with that.
IG may be close in terms of kills against World Elite here. 5 to 7. But the objective control that World Elite have in this game is massive. 4 turrets, 3 Rift Heralds. And now the 3rd Dragon will go on over to Condi as well.
Look at this.
They're looking for this. Cia now is going to get jumped on by Kid, and Rookie pops the ultimate on himself, but there's so many members of IG around. Uses the Zhonya's, but that's just buying him time to die. As he's going to get taken down, so IG are able to pick up a single kill for themselves.
Yeah, IG, they pick up the 1 kill. Took them an awful extended period to do so, which means it might be harder for them to translate around the rest of the map. In saying that, Condi got super chunked by that Dragon.
Yeah, going to take a while to get his health back from his passive. Or from the W, excuse me. As IG still going to pressure down the waves. Time is ready for a siege. He's got a QSS as well, so not a bad spot here for IG as the tie is peeking around the corner here. Trying to hope for a potential dive or at least zone them away. They will get the turret. It's a pretty crucial one as well.
Yeah.
The mid-outer will fall, and Victus Gaming starting to find a bit more traction in this one.
That was just an effective zone, honestly, from Zatai. He threatened the dive, made them back away from it, and effectively they get what they were looking for, which is an objective off the pick that they made. Of course, they did trade a Dragon for that, so relative objectives. Not too great for IG.
Pull an objective back for themselves, but you're right, it's not too great for IG at the moment. They are still behind in gold. 4,000 gold behind World Elite. And even though the kill score looks the same, Condi's been doing a fantastic job of controlling these objectives for these teams. And their map movements have been great too, sending the AD carries to the lanes that they should be in. Speaking of AD carry, here's one. Mystic going to be taking down a Scuttle Crab for himself. Condi doesn't need these anymore. He's already sated. Not going to be looking for any more stacks.
This is the interesting thing to me is World Elite have got about that 4K lead you mentioned, but they've all stacked magic resistance with it, and there is no Void Staff available for Rookie because he needs to go the Zhonya's next. So there's probably a period of 5 to 10 minutes where Rookie's not going to be doing near as much damage as he would like. Rookie, also known as the sole carrier of this team. Gragas doing magic damage also. Makes life quite difficult for Invictus Gaming.
Just having a peek over at the IG items for a second. Just saw Zatai's inventory. He does have the 2 tank items, but I think he's going more.
You would imagine it's more of Malmortius.
Serrated Dirk. Zatai always with the aggressive tinge to his builds, I like to call it.
Let's call it the efficient buy. Let's just say that he went back in a perfect world and he had 1,100 gold. He didn't have enough for a Hex Drinker.
Okay.
And just decided that that was why. And let's hope that that's right.
Well, it seems just fine. Could be a surprise Zatai Ghostblade.
Because if it is, we're all wrong.
He used to play with a player that was definitely known for surprise Ghostblade, which then became definitely not surprise Ghostblade because it became predictable. But I don't think Zatai's inherited that particular top laner's traits.
Well, we hope not.
It's Mystic just clearing out waves with the Hurricane. Again, World Elite just playing nice and deliberate here. They've used their double teleports very effectively throughout the match so far. Zatai has his up, but IG only have 1 total. So they do have to be very careful with how and where they position around this map, especially as it opens up. And Condi, you can see the pings. They've got the perfect vision around the Baron pretty much. And Condi will rip through it with the help of his team with this particular Kindred build.
Yeah. I think there's a lot of strength for World Elite right now with objective control. And that's definitely where they should be looking towards. World Elite managing to secure themselves that one big lead from diving. Bottom is hello.
They're actually going to start a fight here. Condi's going to get knocked up by Kitties, who's taking down incredibly low. Both the teleports are being used from the top lane to Zero. The support Trundle's been caught in a precarious situation, but look at this. They're trying to jump onto Zatai. Ultimate's used on him from 9572. The true shot barrage will whiff, but look at this. Now Zero's getting engaged on IG. Fancy this fight quite heavily as Kid's going to get a nice knock-up. The Poppy ultimate's going to come down as well, but it's Connie that picks up the first kill. Rookie is desperately trying to deal damage to his back lines, but a double kill will go on over to Lysandra, and it's World Elite that come out on top.
World Elite definitely not done just there, though. With 3 people dead, they should be able to go over to this Baron pit, and you would assume can, I guess, confidently take it down. Condi's damage is ridiculous.
Yeah, this Baron will melt to the Kindred and the Callisto in particular. Just so much missing health damage. Even Zero going to help out there. Unfortunately, can't ulti Baron
quick
anymore.
that died.
But that's just so done.
It's a Blade of the Ruined King Callisto with a Kindred. So this particular fight was really funny because it was back and forth and almost baited out by World Elite engaging on Zatai. That was a lot used. Positioning as well. And they're like, oh, no, we can re-engage. Victus Gaming's safe. But look at the positioning and also Condi flashing this to kill Zatai firstly. That was big. Rookie's kit was used on tanks. CA's an effective tank. So immediately has to back away. And Zero, the person they re-engaged on, didn't even die because IG were not able to respond as quickly as Zatai was able to engage.
Well, certainly a big win there for World Elite as they find themselves up significantly in gold here at this point of the game. 7k up with the Baron buff and so much strength as these structures going to look awfully vulnerable for IG. This one should go down relatively straightforwardly. It's just a matter of how much damage World Elite can get done. Even Dragon number 4 for them is going to be up in about 30 seconds. They have so much to do now.
Yeah, this is one of those moments where you have to look at how much they can get a Baron power play into effect. Snowball the lead out of control. One big thing though, Rookie went Death Cap, not Zonia's. So he's maximizing his damage output and actually wants to assassinate people. So I'm very curious to see how he goes.
Gonna have to see if he's able to do that in the next few team fights. It's a tie now. Fancies his chances against Sia, who pops the ultimate on himself. The slam is not going to connect Sia into a wall here, but now look at this. The tables may have turned. Baron off minions
Not
are
at
dealing
all.
some decent damage, but the bottom lane, lots of fighting going on between these two teams. There's Condi now getting into the mix of it. He's gone down incredibly low, but he's still moving aggressively forward as Mystic picks up the first kill. His ultimate has gone down, and Kitties is going to be the next target.
Rookie.
Nice fight coming him from Rookie as he gets 3 kills for himself. He's looking for the 4th kill. Meanwhile, top lane, Tatai was able to take down Sia as well.
And that was massive because focusing down ZA and having a tanky Zatai to stop him from joining the fight was the reason that World Elite could not win that fight effectively. No one to lock down Rookie, no one to lock down time. Super easy team fight for them to execute on, even if they engage onto 957. And watch Rookie, because he is the one that does all of this work. Doesn't use the ultimate, and his target selection with a tank directly in front of him is phenomenal. So saves the ultimate for as long as possible, and just chunks them all the way down, even focusing a tank whilst Kindred's ult is there, so that he's still doing effective damage.
And crucially for Invictus Gaming as well, they pick up that Dragon, and that was meant to be number 4 for World Elite, so they're delaying that win condition even longer for World Elite. Meanwhile, time up in this top lane, the lane where we saw Zatai able to solo out Sia, just going to be farming up even more. This Rookie will be able to pick up his blue buff, group up with Kitties, and both these teams just kind of farming out, trying to find gold wherever they can.
Yeah, we're looking at Rookie about 1,800 gold away from the Void stuff also. The one thing that we questioned how much damage he'd be doing until such a stage. Well, turns out a lot. Turns out even more once he finishes it.
Oh yeah, and Rookie, so if he can really put the carry pants on, pull them up high, and get his team into a nice spot. The bleeding has been stemmed somewhat, but WE still up about 6k. So the lead itself hasn't dropped, but the momentum really has. And that snowball has certainly been halted for now as the Baron buff all but drops off World Elite after that little exchange. And we are going to reset things somewhat as Rookie's level 17. Going to start to even do some split pushing work. This tower is absolutely
Well, I mean,
dead.
he has 330 CS at 30 minutes or 31 minutes.
I don't know why they're sleeping. Wake up! Rookie's absolutely wrecking people.
Caught sleeping.
Well, not a game to nap on, let me tell you.
The LPL sleep camp.
Resident sleep cam.
Oh, God.
As Orderly are still trying to find a pick here, but IG are able to pretty effectively defend nice long lanes at this particular point. Even Kid is just hanging out. Can't quite see that ward, unfortunately. Condi's going to spot one, but oh, there we go. There we go. Able to take that one out nice and easily. As Sterix is on the way for that Kindred. Condi going to start to tank up just a bit. And in general, Orderly definitely still with the lead, but cannot give Rookie free team fights like that.
No, and honestly, it did still come back to the decision-making and shot calling of the team, Invictus Gaming. They've showed rapid improvement since playing this split together. It just comes down to them being happy playing together. Communicating much more effectively is a byproduct of being happy playing with this new roster. I guess reworked.
We're going to have to see if they can continue doing just that. Take a look at the score quickly. It's still 6,000 gold in favor of Water Elite, despite the kills still remaining relatively even at 11 to 10. Water Elite still have that massive objective lead, though. They picked up a Baron for themselves, 3 Rift Heralds, a Dragon as well. So they do have that massive objective lead. The question is if they're going to be able to hold on to that. And if IG, if they pick up any more team fights, they may be able to take down some of those standing objectives themselves.
Well, I mean, it just comes down to killing Rookie. Like, look at where all the gold is distributed. Look at the farm. Look at the kills. Everything about this game is Azir. And if they can kill the Azir. Not an easy thing to do when he has a cleanse. But that's the plan.
And he has his Void Staff built up as well. And we were talking earlier about how Water Elite have all this magic resistance on their team. And that period of opportunity where they could capitalize on Rookie not having his Void Staff, that is long gone. Void Staff has been picked up.
And look at Zero, just getting massacred by Sand Soldiers. His IG, I think, might be starting to group a little bit more offensively. Satai's topside with the teleport ready to go. So it seems like IG going to start actually taking some ground rather than just defending it at this point.
Yeah, it's funny because they can't actually send Jia to deal with it effectively now. Zatai has proven that he wants to fight him. But they need 957 grouped because they need the frontline tank. Otherwise, Azir would be much more aggressively poking them out. So interesting decisions. They have no choice but to send Jia out there.
I like even more as a result there from Zatai. ZIG, a little slow on the siege here, but I'll take their time. Zatai is actually going to meet the top outer turret, so a bit of free gold if he can get it, and should be able to at this point. It's rather fragile. Shia, though, is actually going to move in to defend it. Sun turret falls down, but Kid's here. Shia is going to bail.
Blue team's turret
Absolutely have to. And
destroyed.
smaller advantages gained by Invictus Gaming, clawing their way back in. And you said it before, it is momentum. Like, they have this feeling of a lead, whether the gold is there or not. Invictus Gaming, when you feel like you're in control, you start making more aggressive decisions, more aggressive wards. And that's where this has come from. In saying that, if World Elite recognize this and they start pushing back, their bite is still as big as their bark.
We're going to have to see what World Elite decide to do, because Dragon does come up in about a minute. Baron just respawned, so these two major objectives are back available for World Elite to take. Sia has been sitting in his base for quite some time. Way to try and make a teleport play, it seems the rest of his team does group up. They do have Tatai down in the bottom lane. Split pushing that one for the side of IG, but let's see what World Elite trying to do. They are around the Baron pit here. Kitty's just sitting patiently inside this bush. No one can see him. He's going to flash straight onto Mystic, who's going to try and get out of that one immediately, but he's going to get knocked back left, right, and center. Even knocked out of the ultimate coming from Kindred. Massive kill coming from IG as Puppy
my
just
God.
knocks everybody away. IG are going to pick up a massive kill for themselves.
Live and die by the Kindred. Rookie actually was stuck on top of Kindred's ultimate, and he 100% should have died. But because Lamb's Respite works on enemies, not to be. In saying that, World Elite, they still have a lot of control. There's a lot of health missing from IG members.
I mean, Mystic's dead for 30 seconds, but Rookie's way too unhealthy to try and defend for this Baron. So World Elite are at least going to threaten to do it here. We saw how quickly they did it before. Mystic is being absent is going to make it a bit trickier, but Condi's certainly got the damage. As IG are back in the area, making sure to secure it.
Yeah, so they've got Rookie on the way. Once again with those home guards. He didn't even get full health because he just needed to get here as soon as possible. And here we go.
He's going to look to try and pick up that Dragon for his team. Sorry, Baron for his team, as IG Already dealing a lot of damage to this Baron. Kid is incredibly low for this, but Kitty's going to try and re-engage onto the tank. Condi now is the one that gets jumped on. He has to flash away. Tatai is right on top of him, though. Going to be able to take him down incredibly low. But here comes Mystic, finally back into the fight. We'll be able to peel it away from him. Now Mystic is trying to jump forward with the double kill. 957 re-engages. Kalissa's going for the triple. They're still continuing this fight.
Yeah, Rookie going to try and kick them out, but Shie's going to shut that all down. And now Time's the only one left. He might be able to get out, but World Elite, going to run straight for Baron.
Yeah, World Elite, they pick up a massive team fight back in their favor. Over-aggression from Invictus Gaming, I'd have to say. This still comes back to the fact that World Elite are ahead. And IG are playing like they are.
Oh,
God.
Oh, I think Zero's dead, actually.
Nah.
Ooh, Mystic shot not connecting. Shie now going to turn it around again. Time going to try and get some outplay potential, but the Zoni's just there. Mystic gets the ace. As Time could not escape.
Not enough time for Time to get away.
Oh.
He's been absolutely ran around right now, just getting juked from every single person of World Elite. That's the Baron. That's a lot of control now for this roster. And maybe the lead that they established in the early game will start to pay dividends for them now. And this is funny because target selection from Zatai and Kid was the problem. They get over-aggressive in chasing Condi. Mystic comes in with the heal. And thankfully, of course, Steric's Gage, Moribel Mortis. Pretty good combo when you're losing a lot of health. And there's the other two members. Rookie's used everything now. Whilst exhausted, which, by the way, fantastic use of exhaust from Zero. Time was soon to follow.
Well, we'll have to see what IG can do here, because World Elite are once again going to try and get aggressive. Well, Rookie going to get the blue buff. He might be able to stave off some of these pushes, but 6 turrets to 3 right now. IG have not a whole lot left to defend. It's just inhibitor turrets, and of course those Nexus turrets left standing for them. World Elite couldn't break the base last time, but they got some decent damage done despite losing a team fight. You have to think with this Baron buff, they're going to look to try and effectively end the game. Don't think they can do it in one push without a big fight. But if they break the base, they can start to set up those steps to end this one.
Let's see if they're going to set up those steps nice and easy for themselves. So they do have the Baron buff on 2 waves pushing for themselves. They grouped up as 4 in the mid lane. And Sierra's going to be split pushing in the bottom lane with his teleport here. But look at this. It's actually going to be Zero that gets caught out here. But that starts a fight for World Elite. Mystics trying to jump aggressively onto multiple members of IG. They're going to try and start this fight. World Elite looking to try and take down the front line first. And that's exactly what they do. Kitties is now the one that's in trouble. Despite his ultimate negating damage, he's taking so much damage from Condi and Sia here as Condi picks up that final auto attack. It's a double kill going on over to the jungler here as they try to look to destroying the base.
World Elite just go massive with a team fight. That could be a lot more than just 2 inhibitors. See what they want to do.
Well, it's plenty right now, as they've really just left IG's base completely cracked open, but they are going to try and end it. QSS out there for Time, but Shie makes the big play to zone out the carries. Rookie still alive, did not die in the last exchange, but the Nexus will not be so lucky. Rookie cannot defend all this as World Elite take the first game.
World Elite, they came into this game looking really strong. And they got themselves a really good foundation to work off as they move towards the mid-game. And tell you what, keeping their dreams. That's what World Elite are doing right now.
Certainly are. Letting them be dreams as well, which is nice and important. But you can see the World Elite fans, they're out in the crowd. Always happy to see their team win. We talked about it. That's one hell of a packed stadium you can see for this match. And it's easy to see why. WE, very different team, but still a very much loved team. And an awesome first game for them. Condi, he just went off. Went absolutely off on Kindred.
Condi's early game control was fantastic. Not only did he pick up kills for his passive and stacked his Devour really nicely as well, but he also controlled all the objectives for his team and made sure that they had that early advantage, and they just continued controlling objectives for the entire game. It was great performance from Condi.
Yeah, absolutely. Condi set them up for success, and this is where it all started. Honestly, that tower dive was the sole reason World Elite were leaps and bounds ahead of Invictus Gaming. It put the bottom lane of IG behind, and there was a 1-man army remaining.
It was so decisive from World Elite as well, and that's what I really liked. You saw Sia use his early teleport to get back to lane, and as soon as it was back up, they were like, yep, we're going to throw 5 people into that bottom lane, get that advantage for ourselves, and then just control the game after that.
Oh, I didn't even realize the kid used his ultimate to last hit that last replay we just saw. They could have lived if he just saved it. Small details, you know, they go a long way. World Elite won the small details. Even in the way of money, World Elite were ahead for an extended period of time. And no matter what IG did to get back into this game, even this fight here. This is what cemented it all back in the other direction.
They were trying to get it done, but really well played fights there from Waterley. IG had some shining moments where they were team fighting very, very effectively. But as far as, if you want to look at how to play Devour Kindred at a professional level, Condi put on a clinic that game, absolutely. Like, how quickly he stacked it, what he's doing with neutrals, just...
Yeah, it was ridiculous, to say the least. Condi was the standout performer of World Elite, to put it simply for you. I think above and beyond that, World Elite, they still had a ridiculously well-performing mid laner. And coming into this game, we had to look at jungle, we had to look at mid, and then as such, we look at the 2v2 and question how they're going to perform. Well, I think the jungle-mid synergy between Condi and ZA won them the game. 100% won them the game.
On top of that, we still saw Rookie play fantastic. Rookie was still the Rookie that we're used to and that we know. And Rusty pointed this out quite a couple of times. His target prioritization was fantastic on his Azir. And we saw how much gold was being funneled into this one champion. But it just didn't work out. We didn't see the same impact that Sia had with Condi that Rookie should have had with Kid.
I mean, Teleport Lysandra is always going to get work done, so I can definitely see why. But is that a question for IG, perhaps? We know Rookie's good. Kid's been getting better. Zatai's been playing pretty solid. Bottom lane, maybe a little meh. But, they do their job for the most part. We talk about top half of the map being strong. I feel like the other two maybe didn't get it done. But we are going to check it with the next game. We are going to have to go to a quick break. But when we return, don't go too far away because World Elite and IG will continue. And we're back here as the MVP for that last game is Condi for an impeccable Devourer Kindred performance. Just ran a train on that game. Complete control from start to finish.
Yeah, no, you said it. Put on a clinic. That's exactly what Condi did. He taught us all how to play Kindred effectively and effectively carried World Elite through game 1.
Condi's been performing absolutely phenomenally for World Elite throughout the split of the LPL and has been really stepping up lately. But that game in particular, he was an absolute monster. He single-handedly secured all the early game objectives for the team, and that just snowballed.
Yep. So I sort of teased the question before we went to the break, but if we look at World Elite and what they did in that game, you can see clearly where the power lies. So let's talk about IG for a second. Awesome mid laner, good top laner. And I think Zatai is a little streaky, but on the whole is just very strong. And Kid's certainly been very consistent and very solid. Bottom lane, again, we sort of expect to be just sort of meh, but they do their job for the most part, which is fine. Does someone else on IG need to step up, though? Because Rookie can't just play at rookie level and expect to win every game on his own.
Well, I mean, yeah, I think it goes without saying. Rookie can win games by solo carrying his team, but Rookie can't solo carry his team in every single instance, especially when World Elite have a composition devised to kill Rookie. They had a Kindred to stop his team from dying, and most importantly, to do damage. They had a Lissandra, which was the big thing to me, takes out Rookie. I think if Lissandra's on the table, Rookie has a hard time. The second thing was Nautilus. Nautilus is the other champion with Lissandra. They were solely there to kill Rookie. And if your team composition works around one person carrying, everyone on the other team is designed to kill you and they're ahead in gold, you're going to lose the game. And that's the problem.
Yeah.
And I think you pointed out quite nicely who the people I believe should even step up in this game. You mentioned that Kid, he wasn't performing as well as we thought of. I think he's someone who has to step up because not so much of how he plays, but more of his synergy with Rookie. We saw how well Sia was synergizing with Condi in that match, and that played out fantastic. I feel like Kid needs to try and find that synergy with his mid laner. Tatai, I thought he played rather well, but to be honest, Time and Kitties, they might be doing their job, but that's just not enough in a game like this against Waterloo. You have to be doing more than just your job. You have to be stepping up to the plate here, and Time and Kitties just didn't show that in that last game.
Yeah, so I agree with the Time and Kitties statement wholeheartedly. I believe that Time is the one that needs to step up for Invictus Gaming. I think Kid's always going to be consistent. I think Zatai's always going to be hit or miss, but at a consistent level. I think the Time, going back and forth with Rain, we don't know which AD carry is going to play, but it's hit the point where it actually doesn't matter which AD carry is going to play because it feels like they all do the same thing, and that's facilitate Rookie carrying. What we need to see is what Mystic did for World Elite. And yes, they had a really good jungle and mid lane performance between their World Elite players, but Mystic was going off as well. Mystic was actually carrying. Time, on the other hand, just kind of watch the game unfold in front of him.
Yeah, it just feels like IG don't have a second carry.
Yeah.
Like Zatai every now and then, especially when carries were very popular, like his Fiora is an example, he can carry games. Zatai's a really good player, but he just never consistently hits that carry mode. And I feel like top lane's a weird role that shifts all the time, so maybe you don't want your power there. I mean, an AD carry would be great. A really aggressive jungler, perhaps. Like, it's hard to say for IG what they need or who they could change, but they really do need another carry because Rookie, his arms are getting tired, man. He can't do all that lifting himself.
Yeah, it seems like we might need some time for Rain or some Rain for Time here because these two guys, if they're just going to be facilitating and not stepping up the way we see Rookie doing it, it's not going to be great. And I like that you mentioned that Tatai is consistently hit or miss, and I really like that because if you can consistently be hit or miss, sometimes you're going to be the guy that carries and steps up for your team. But if you're going to consistently be just...
Well, it's consistently inconsistent. That's
Yeah.
the problem. So there's moments of brilliance, there's moments of the exact opposite where it just doesn't show up to the event. And sometimes it does feel like Rookie is the only one that walks into the venue. And that's the problem. And this actually comes back to the point that I was making in the first best of 3 series is if every team had 10 points to delegate to them, where would it go? Everyone has 1 point but Rookie who has 6. I think that's just how Invictus Gaming works. They need to delegate one off Rookie, give some more to Time.
Yeah, I think at least somewhere on the map. And Time, I think, is an obvious selection there. Let's talk about World Elite, though, because they did have a great first game there. Condi already singing his praises. Want to see him have another good, strong pressure game. Mystic, I think, is surprisingly solid and bordering on good to great. Especially his really top games, he really shows up and shows what kind of a player he can be. What do you think of the other two, then? Because 957, top lane Nautilus, Lissandra there, double teleport, very utility-based here. Do you feel like these players can carry? Because at least in that last game, they were just there to make sure the CC was on the right targets.
I think they have the capabilities of carrying. GA, we've seen his history playing in World Elite. He's a Cassiopeia Diana player. He's the one that revolutionized the teleport as well. And that was actually quite evident in the first game. The teleport usage was phenomenal. So I think that, yes, they can. But I think it's actually more suited for someone that is proficient with teleports to play a Lissandra or a Lulu, something that can utilize it more effectively.
I feel like they carry in a very different style, and Rusty just mentioned that fantastically, where they feel like the facilitators that allow other people to carry, which is great, because if you're going to allow somebody like Condi, like Mystic, or like 957 even take off, sorry, like Mystic and like Condi, to be more specific, to take off, it's fantastic. That double teleport decisiveness from them was fantastic. And that just started the whole snowball for W.
That's the question to me, though, is like, what if Mystic doesn't show up? Like, who's actually going to carry this team? And I think the answer is definitely GA. I think that he is someone that's got a champion pool that's deeper than he lets it on to be, and can hard carry the team if it comes down to it, if push comes to shove.
Definitely, and there were a few highlight reels in that game itself where Sia was playing fantastically mechanically. That teleport where he came in and flashed immediately to get away from Rookie's ultimate was great, and it shows that he has the ability to do so. The question is if he's going to get the resources to do so in any of the games.
And I think World Elite have definitely been a curious team to watch this split because they've been a little up and down. I fondly remember Mystic's Twitch game where he tried very hard to put his team on the back and couldn't quite get it done. So that's my worry for them, is that what happens when wheels fall off the train a bit and Condi doesn't do so well? You know what? Let's hold that thought, because we are going to find out sooner rather than later, because Game 2 is underway. Champ Select now for our second game in this best of 3. World Elite are up a game over IG. We'll see if they can take the sweep. As 2 adaptive bans, Lissandra and Nautilus already taken away.
Yeah, Rain is actually in for
Hello.
Victus Gaming now as well. We've got the rotating door of IG80 carries.
Woo.
I wonder if any of them will take up jungling.
Maybe Kid will get down there. Nidalee and he stole my joke. Nidalee Gangplank
Nailed it.
for World Elite. Well done. Going to be the bans away first, and there's Kindred. So 3 bans. They pretty much lost to last game. IG very reactive to start game 2.
That's actually entirely reactive, though. That's the thing. So
I don't know if you get even more reactive than that.
So let's just take a stock of what they didn't ban this game, but they banned last game. Nidalee, Kog'Maw, Lulu. Only one of them is banned from World Elite, which means IG's first pick should be Kog'Maw right now.
Hello.
If they value the Kog'Maw.
Well, it's time for some rains. He might be raining some Kog'Maws on people, and that's exactly what they're going to lock in.
Well, there is Kog. Kog'Maw does not rain Kog'Maws, though. I just want to make that clear.
Why not?
Well, I'm going to let you think about that one.
Yeah.
I believe that you can work that one out, Fish. As World Elite are now considering the
You have a lot of faith in me,
first
Pastry
picks of the
Time.
draft. Perhaps too much. As there's Braun Poppy for World Elite.
You just set yourself up for disaster, Fish. Wonder why Kog'Maw doesn't spit out Kog'Maw.
It seems like I do that.
That'd be
for
broken.
It's like
quite a lot.
I wonder what happened. You posted on our shower thoughts, because yours would be something else, let me tell you.
Shower thoughts is the best.
As the IG now looking at the next few picks. Don't worry, you'll be fine. What? I'll tell you when you're older.
Okay.
35 seconds left for IG to pick up their next few picks in the draft. I like this hover at least.
We're now at Duocast, by the way.
Rookie's Yasuo is something pretty great, and I think Kid Gragas was fine, so be able to facilitate that mid pick potentially, but could maybe save it for later, because they might just go back to something a little more standard. There's the Alistar lock-in, and I think Gragas is following suit, as he does get locked in as well.
So I like the Gragas lock-in. I would like to challenge the Alistar lock-in, but I have nothing against it. The only reason I would challenge it is Trundle would actually be arguably better suited to this. Mostly because it's a double flex. You can put Zatai on it, or you can have another disengaged champion as your support for the Kog'Maw.
Let's see what the next 2 picks for IG are going to be, because they may have a rationale behind that, depending on what they want to send into the top end and into the middle lane. World Elite trying to look for their next 2 pickups. They do have the option of hiding their mid lane pick here, if they would choose to do so. And Kalista has made it all the way down this far in the draft, which is quite obvious due to the fact that Kog'Maw was picked up by IG, and the heavy target bans that they've thrown against WE means that all of these powerful picks like Braum, like Poppy, like Kalista are still left up and available. This hover over Lee Sin could definitely be going on over to Condi, who's played quite a lot of that champion and is rather well known for that, and they will get the Kalista pickup, saving their mid lane pick last for 0.
Yeah, well, yeah, it was quite obvious, really. Like, so the Kog'Maw picked, Braum picked away instead of going for something like the Kalista. You don't need to lock it in because you've already seen the Kog'Maw. So Denial picks in the first rotation from World Elite. And most interestingly, they go for the Alistar in response, though, with Braum not being available. The only other tank support, arguably, besides Trundle in certain situations.
Well, Makes sense for World Elite as far as their draft go. Excited to see Condi on an aggressive jungler there also. But 2 picks here for IG do need to come across. Rookie does want to pick a relatively safe mid laner. So I don't think we'll be seeing the Yasuo today, unfortunately.
Makes sense.
But Corki Trundle would make perfect sense here.
And this is why I wanted them to pick Trundle, because I thought they were going to anyway. Like, with Nautilus not available, Poppy locked in, unless Zatai really wants Fiora. I felt like Trundle was probably the most logical option for Zatai to lock in. They could have potentially flexed it, maybe changed up the picks that World Elite were going to go for by hovering that, but instead, no way.
That makes a lot of sense too, especially since Brom was already locked in from WE. But we are going to get Corki and Trundle be picked up for Invictus Gaming, so Rookie should be thrown back onto that Corki in the mid lane, a champion that he's been playing really well and really aggressively for him. He's actually a really aggressive player himself. Now WE have the chance to respond to that mid lane pick and give CS something to counter out that Corki or give him a favorable matchup or just something to throw them completely off. We'll have to see what he does decide to pick up.
People keep doing this. We'll see if she actually locks it in. Definitely been a matchup that I think is picking up a bit more in popularity, but a relatively common response to Corki has been Assassin, whether it's LeBlanc or Zed.
Not going to lie to you, I want Diana.
Everybody wants Diana.
Yeah, but I really want Diana. I really, really will.
How about
280
you want
carries,
Diana?
man.
They're not going to get it because it's going to be LeBlanc that gets locked in for WE. 280 carries, but it's going to be
This
LeBlanc.
makes so much sense.
Yeah,
He's like the only Diana player on the whole LPL. Like,
that's true. Way let's drop the champion for some reason.
there's no real reason either. Just dropped it. Saying that, you're right. LeBlanc, I think, does the same thing. It's an assassin, much like Diana is, but safer because you're ranged. So against the Corki, your laning phase will be a lot better, and there is kill threat. Forces exhaust as well.
Which Rookie does have, of course, but looking at the team comps right now, feels like the plan's pretty straightforward. Threats in all the lanes for pretty much both team series. Actually, let's take a closer look at the comps once again. Trundle, Gragas, Corki, Kog'Maw, and Alistar for IG, with Poppy, Lee Sin, LeBlanc, Kalista, and Braum there for World Elite. And I think the only thing that really sticks out to me is that AD carry matchup. Rain's back in the lineup. He will be playing this game instead of Time, and he's got a lot of He's got a lot of work to do on the Kog'Maw, which could be dangerous.
Yeah, it's basically a protect the AD carries comp for Rookie and Rain up against a kill the AD carries comp from World Elite.
Well, we'll see who can do it better in this one. It's time for game number 2. And here we are for not quite game number 2, it seems like. We may have a pause to start things off as got a view at some of the players here out on the stage. There's Kid, the jungler. Was very animated at one point in the last game after a successful IG team fight, which we had a look at, which is always nice to see. But we're back for now. Because we haven't quite started the game just yet, but we can at least talk about the drafts here. You kind of said it already, Rusty. I actually love the characterization. Kill the AD carries versus protect the AD carries. And I like the plural specifically. There's more than one AD carry to protect today.
Yeah, there's a Corki and a Kog'Maw. So it's funny because how do they actually delegate protection is the interesting thing to me. Rain is on Kog'Maw. Everything usually goes towards protecting a Kog'Maw because your hyper carry is your late game carry, whereas Rookie is still Rookie. And he needs to be protected, just plain and simple. And so I'm very curious to see how Invictus Gaming actually delegate resources towards it.
Well, it makes a lot of sense as well because when you have Kog'Maws in your lineup, there's two ways to approach it. You either protect the Kog'Maw wholeheartedly or you run a multiple threats in your team composition to make it hard to prioritize where you put your damage.
Yep, got to have the backup carry, as that's going to be Rookie in the mid lane. But we are under the way for our second game between IG and World Elite. WE currently up a game here in this particular series, but IG will see if they can answer back with the ever hotly contested Cogmore. So you have a quick look at the Keystone Masteries. Very standard across the board, I'll say. There's Condi and Kid having another cheeky battle again. Kid continuing to just dance.
Is that a double ward as well?
Maybe. Just to send a message, you know? As
Why not?
Rookie riding that Manatee is just going to make sure he guards his jungle entrance. Shie, though, is keeping some vision in that particular brush, so nothing crazy going on.
So, speaking of Rookie, and coming back to even the initial point that you brought up, the interesting thing about this is Rookie is very good at bridging Rain towards his power point. So there's no one that's going to be able to get through Rookie once he has the Trinity Force Sork Shoes completed, which gives Rain plenty of time to split or just group and get to his 3 items where he'll be unstoppable instead.
Now we're going to take a look at where these two teams are going to send their laners to and how the junglers are going to start. Because 957 and Condi are going to be in the bottom side of the map, starting on the Gromp. So we are going to see a lane swap initiated by Team WE. Rain and Kitties, they're going to be working on the Krug camp, so they will be able to get a little bit of experience from that. As their jungler Kid will be working on the blue buff for himself. So lane swap started by WE.
Yeah, and that was very awkward watching Kitties and Rain try and take down the Krugs. Rain's always going to get the last hit. The problem was Kitties wanted experience, so lost a lot of his health. And IG, not aware of this lane swap, now going to join the jungle, you would imagine.
Well, Sutai got a little bit of farm, but not too much.
The standard 3,
Yeah,
as I like to call
He's
it.
just going to have to go join Kid there in the jungle, but so IG will adapt relatively quickly. Wardley will have a little bit of momentum as Kitties is going to try and find the duo, but he is going to see them. Level 2 already, though. Little dangerous for an Alistar, but Wardley, they'll just back off to the other side of the jungle and successfully get the Wolf Camp uninterrupted.
Yeah, actually power farming that jungle as well. Kitty's not able to be there in time. This goes to show how effectively Elysian and Poppy can do the jungle camps.
This also means with the lane swap coming about from WE that mid lane is completely isolated. So Cookie and Sia going to be duking it out one-on-one in this mid lane. Seems like they're just trading blows back and forth. Rookie is getting this lane shoved, being the aggressive mid laner he likes to be. This Kid now is going to work on his spread buff and clear that one out. WE still opting to throw with this lane swap at RG, so they're going to throw 4 people up into the top lane, slowly push down that turret.
Nice chain there as well from Shie for a bit of harassment, but we're going to move into the push phase as 3 members for Wardley and 3 members for IG are on the top and bottom side of the map respectively, pushing down those turrets. Seems like IG have actually a pretty good lead here, so they'll get it quite a bit quicker. But I don't think they can save their top turret at this point. So we are going to see the swap, and IG, I think, are positioning for the push through, and they are.
Yeah, they are, and World Elite even brought the adaptation of Condi in the top lane. World Elite's bot lane immediately recalling, so changing things up quite quickly.
You're going to see World Elite trying to work
No
on
way.
that outer turret.
wow.
They're not going to get it, so the minions are going to push them back. Now they have to clear that one out to try and take down that outer turret. And IG successfully able to push the wave towards the inner turret.
Yeah, it's going to push back and freeze now as well. So World Elite, they will get it, albeit slow. And it's interesting as well. That just means there's a lot less time for 957 to farm these waves and stop any counter pushes on the flip side. Just inefficient play. And even bringing up Condi to be there is a lot of time wasted for him.
Yeah, we've seen the adaptation because junglers like to keep farming. So Condi having to be there. There's definitely some extra resources they didn't want to have to spend. They've spent them though, as Rookie's in a spot of bother perhaps.
My Duke Kitties is just like hyper invading.
Yeah, level 2 Alistar, baby.
Yeah, I got all my
Unafraid.
spells.
I mean, Shie is so low. You can kind of
cow.
see why he wants to dive. And Rookie
Yeah.
again is forcing Shie back towards his turret. Such an impressive play to play against. There's another skill shot hits. Oh, Kitties!
Finds a Condi.
I don't know if he wanted to find him though.
He doesn't, but
He has anyway, and look at this, now
Oh.
957 is there as well. Kitty, he's found himself in a sticky situation, trying to get away, uses the exhaust spell. Zero is here as well, goes over the wall.
Oh.
The Q's going to connect from Connie, but he decides not to chase after the cow.
no way. That would have been way too aggro. There was no vision of the rest of Invictus Gaming, and Kid was there. So smartly doesn't follow it. I was just hoping he got Lee Syndrome and things got hectic. But that was a nice cue still.
Very nice
At least half of it.
to tag him for the vision as the tie Having a little trouble against Mystic right now, particularly with 2 other members of World Elite also on the way. We are going to continue trading turrets, so that frees the tie wanted with the way pushed back he's not going to get, mainly due to the activity of everyone else moving about. But IG again are going to start things off on the right foot. Kog'Maw getting nice, safe, free farm.
That was such an LPL thing as well.
Yeah.
Like, every other region just trades the second turret. LPL's like, but we can team fight in between turrets because there's a translation on the map involved. It's like, you know what? This is why we struggled at IEM. Because you just want to fight them.
Well, just really felt like the Chinese teams from the LPL that went over there were like, why do people not want to fight at 5 minutes in the game?
So
Please!
That's the funny thing, though, because at IEM, they were still forcing fights. The problem was the only time the opposition team was taking it is when they knew they could win the fight that early.
Well, there's the LPL teams here. They just want to fight anyway. I'm not going to see too much of that just yet, as Rift Herald is going to be taken away by Invictus Gaming. They picked that one up for themselves. Rain up in the top lane on his Kog'Maw, just slowly waiting to try and take down this turret as Tatai is going to show up here. We'll be able to pick up a bit of gold for himself, I believe, and he's just going to continue this push with this Rift Herald buff.
That was actually very cute from Zatai. Didn't show the Rift Herald buff there, didn't show his own vision until the turret was to be taken.
This rookie here is going to take a small trade away from Sia. Managed to get a little bit damage down on this LeBlanc. And looking at the CS lead there, Rookie has a very slight lead against CS. So he has been playing really aggressively. And CS still opting to go for a Negatron Cloak as her first item, whereas Rookie does have his Phage completed. So one of the 3 components for the Trinity Force is done and dusted.
Will he miss a rocket? Gosh, that's the real question. Will he actually miss an ultimate? Because he's starting to annoy me.
Probably not.
He's too good.
Rookie's a pretty good player as Invictus Gaming. Perhaps positioning around the dragon. Shea diving in, trying to clear the way, but it's costing him health every time
it
he
was
does
on target, all right? He was out of range. That one doesn't count.
Yeah, you can see Waterloo are going to claim their blue buff, though. Shea actually going to go over and get it. So IG were kind of on the right side for an invade, but we have kind of broken back into standard lanes. But as is common in a lane swap, 2 towers apiece, gold nice and even. As blue buff now going to go over to Rookie, who's going to move in and pick it up. But really long lanes now, we're going to start seeing this pendulum effect, where it's push and pull between the nice long lanes. You got to kind of, your farm's kind of delayed, I guess is the best way to put it.
Yeah, I think so. The one major conflicting difference to me, though, is that 957 got a freeze on the top lane. And so this is starting to potentially backfire.
This may backfire here in the mid lane. Exhaust has been used on the Seer here from Rookie, getting a lot of damage now. Use the Phosphorus Bomb, predicting the flash, but look at this. Kid's kind of jumping, will get kicked away. First blood will actually go into Water Lead after Lee Sin is going to be able to pick up Gragas, who body slammed into a tower.
Yeah, body slam flash to try and secure the kill, but he was level 5 to level 7 of Condi, which is amazing to consider right now. And World Elite, they've managed to freeze top lane for an extended period of time. It's a Balmy Cinder for pushing power into 2 health crystals. And this is what's happening in the mid lane. The one thing that you look at and say, maybe it didn't go well for World Elite, but that aggression was met with complete karma for Kid, who went way too aggressive. Of course, he was only level 6, not 7. Take it back. Took a camp after.
I just love that there are 3 people in the mid lane at all times for IG, so whenever they try and make a play,
It's like,
there's always one extra Water Elite member there.
feels like, you know, you lane swap and then mid lane becomes really isolated, but in the LPL, it's like, no, we have these people in the mid lane. We have to not keep isolated like Rookie. Let's just send everyone there instead.
It's also where the big carries lie. If you look at these teams, I think any team that has Rookie in it focuses the heck out of Rookie.
Well, I would too, certainly. He's a very strong player.
I would stay the heck away from him.
I mean,
don't
my
touch
energy,
me.
man. Take my energy.
The Rookie with the package might try and make a play, but he's being spotted by wards everywhere.
I mean, I would say if I ever had to play against Rookie and I was the jungle, I'd be like, nah, mate, you're on your own. I'm not taking your lane.
Mid's being open.
You're
I'm
on
not
your
even
own.
playing that game. I'm just leaving. I'm going to someone else's lane. I'm going to the river.
I'm just going to stay near bottom lane. Strength in numbers, you know?
Nah, I wouldn't go there either. Probably get beaten up by Rookie's bottom lane, whoever they were. As World Elite are going to look to try and take this dragon. Again, Condi sort of continuing the theme of good pressure and aggressive objective control. He's got the Warrior enchant already. World Elite off to another strong start here in this game. It's not quite the start they had in game 1, but they're a dragon up. They're a few hundred gold up and got good positioning on the lanes. And Mystic now This is the other common thing about this lane swap that everyone loves, is AD carries just end up mid lane somehow.
Yeah, we take ourselves back to Season 1 meta. So that's why I'm surprised there's not a lot more Ashe being played.
Oh, man.
You just sit mid and
True
throw out
OP.
arrows, run teleport.
We got one earlier.
Yeah, we
No,
didn't.
no
Wasn't
teleport.
Don't give me that fish.
Either way, I'm surprised we haven't seen more of the Ashe, which is the point I was definitely trying to make. One is not enough.
I'm sorry.
But it is mostly because, yes, they are grouping mid, because it's the safest area for an AD carry to farm who needs the gold the most. Most mid laners by this time are getting close to their first item. And they'll get it and then split push with it.
Well, right now, it's just 957 doing the split push, and Condi actually joins in. That was a surprise.
Hello.
So
Wants to break the freeze.
Yep, and he is going to as well. Zatai, stop freezing. And she is now the one roaming, but he's going to go over a ward. Looking for that Cogmore, but Rain's already spotted him out. Boydu's going to deter him from coming in. Never mind, just Shia goes straight in for it. Chains in, but he can't complete the tether. Rain stands his ground with the Rage Blade as Ward Elite are going to take this Rift Herald as 4.
Looking for it. They have the 3 people here on the Rift Herald. Try and take the one down. It will be taken down by Condi. So still keeping a lot of control over these objectives. And speaking about objectives, particularly World Elite to have a Dragon, the Rift Herald, 2 turrets as well. RG are able to match those turrets, but don't have a kill for themselves just yet, which means that World Elite do have a very, very slight gold lead of just over 600 right now. And they're looking to try and take down this turret with the Rift Herald buff, getting some decent damage onto it. And IG respond by throwing 4 members into the mid lane.
Still some nice damage, though. World Elite being proactive and taking down that Rift Herald is a smart move for them, as they can utilize whoever it is on and try and push hard with that person. I mean, all that is left is mid lane in terms of lane swaps, so the more damage you can get onto it, the better.
Yeah, it's been a lot of swapping back and forth. You see Rookie and Shia sort of taking turns with the AD carries getting farmed now. Rain's going to return. That's going to prompt Rookie to leave.
It should be his Trinity Force too.
Awfully close, as it seems like recalls are coming out. We'll have a quick checking with the shops once they do complete those backs. But all the first key items really out on everyone. Again, it's been a much more even start to this game. As Rookie does not have it. Doesn't even go for
Bought
Zeal
nothing,
components.
not even a pink ward.
Just wanted mana, I guess. Shia
Yep.
up back to this bottom lane. And again, it's been a pretty complicated game to follow. Awful lot of movement in the first 13 minutes of this game after that lane swap.
Yeah.
Feels like they're learning to adjust to the metagame, Rusty.
They are, and this is going to be a difficult thing for any LPL team to do. So yeah, there's got to be a lot of questions about efficiency when it comes to lane swaps. Every time we go overseas and we play internationally, we start to falter around that front. Worlds and IEM, 2 best examples. And so yeah, every time we lane swap, it's very easy to pick out mistakes, but still steps in the right direction, as this one has been reasonably complex.
Reasonably complex coming from IG and all the white rays. As look at this, we're going to see Condi now try and jump on the Kitties. Kitties gone down incredibly low. Pops his ultimate a little bit too late here. He will get taken down. W pick up another kill.
Yeah, so the beautiful thing about Lee Sin is you can actually stack up all of your spells and get the kickoff while still taking crowd control. Because what you do is you combo them quick enough. Good Lee Sin players only can do it. And the kick will still work. There was no way Kitties was expecting that because the Pulverize had already connected, but he was kicked mid-pulv.
Pretty impressive stuff there from Condi, who I'm going to definitely classify as a good Lee Sin player. And
put him in the great column.
Off to a good start so far at 1-0-1.
Invent one for him. Condi leasing column.
Condi gets an upgrade very quickly from good to great. Rookie's still farming up though, taking creeps where he can. But again, it's just scraps kind of for everyone at this point. Just looking down. CS lead's not really anywhere except, I guess, top lane and bottom lane for IG and WE respectively. He's a tie with the Titanic Hydra online, so he's ready to really start the split push. With the blade up there for Mystic, he's got a decent lead up against the Cogwall, but Rain does have his first item. I'm sure he's not too worried at this point.
Interesting. Kid just walks in and says, "What are you doing taking my red buff?"
Don't touch it.
I am
please.
the jungler, which is curious, but I guess for the most part, Rain is split pushing anyway. He's not actually going to be actively involved in any upcoming fights. Gregor still has his uses for red buff, given that an auto attack is one of his 4 kit spells.
Taking a look at this now. Rookie's going to return to that mid lane as Rain is going to continue split pushing in the bottom. Blue buff on the side of W will not be given over to the jungle. Instead, it will be Sia that picks that one up. But relatively quiet between these two teams, just taking objectives where they can. Dragon will be up in the next minute. We probably will see WE look towards going towards the Dragon?
So something else though, whilst this Dragon is about to be up soon, is Invictus Gaming, when they have Corki mid lane, will always play around the package and the package timing with Dragon. So pretty much every single time you see IG take the Dragon, they'll have the package.
Well, pretty smart stuff there. Look, he's going back, so... No, he's not. He tricked me. But he does have Trinity Force, so...
He should be.
It's pretty strong. And yeah, you think he's timing that back for the package, just like you mentioned. Got pretty much just enough time now to get there. If he completes it soon, he does. He's going to grab it. And IG going to maybe look for their first fight of the game. WE sort of had the run of the early game so far, but it's awfully close still as this Dragon does come up. And IG, seems like they're ready for it.
So the biggest thing to me, though, before we even look for a fight, is the fact that they get the package with Dragon, because small corridors and areas are everywhere around the Dragon pit. But it comes down to how World Elite execute, because going towards mid lane from the Dragon is still a broad open area, and Corki's not as effective in that area, whereas running downwards or towards the blue buff, towards World Elite's blue, is dangerous.
There's the package coming in. Condi now is going to be able to get out there. The Gragas ultimate will whiff as well. It's a good flash from Condi to be able to get him to safety. There's the package down. Gonna have to see if IG still decide to go for Dragon.
All this hype, none of this execution. Rookie did the right thing, but Kid wasn't able to follow, and Condi actually went in a very cute direction to be unexpected as well. World Elite get out, but IG can't commit, and they're going to lose mid.
Yep. Good little rotation here from WE. Just kind of pump fake the Dragon and then go straight for the turret. Much better objective to get at this stage of the game. And they might even get the fight they want at this point.
Whoa.
Kid's going to get tagged. Oh my god, Shie. Just puts his face straight in it. As World Elite might still want it. But IG, the kind of group for this now, as the Ty's also ready to port. As Rain takes a huge bit of poke.
Yeah, safe to say they don't want it now. I think it's the easiest way to put this as World Elite. They're going to start it up.
I don't know. You might think they don't, but IG are positioning differently. They're still trying to knock them away from this. They do have 957 in the mid lane, so he doesn't have to burn his teleport to join his team if he wants to. IG looking to try and position around this. In fact, they're blowing the teleport to get down here. Zero's going to pop his ultimate. WE fancy their chances in the fight. They've locked down Rookie for a short amount of time. Mystic's going to call back his support. Gets a nice knock up onto both of the AD carries as Sear's going to jump in, but it will be Conley that picks up the first kill. Mystic still trying to make his way towards the back lines there. Getting a couple spears into the carries, but it might not be enough. Rookie tries to turn around. He won't be able to get it. Rain is the next person to fall down. They're just going to focus on the kiddies, and WE pick up 4 kills.
And let me clarify for you, Fish. I may think they don't. I think they shouldn't. Most importantly, not having the Gragas ultimate available to them. Rookie not able to get anything done with Rain. Target selection for World Elite in that skirmish was phenomenal.
The Ty should not be standing here. He's forced to flash away, but they are going to go after him. That's a tower and another kill. Effectively an ace for WE. And they're surging ahead in this game.
Yeah, Mystic goes absolutely ballistic. And Zero's engage on point. 957 hits Rookie, so he hits the right target. And even used his ultimate as he got headbutt over the wall. So timing is on their side. Kid caught completely out of position. No way to help. And look at Mystic, just up in the front line. Super aggressive. Rookie knows he's done. Wants to try and get something back, but to no avail. As honestly, World Elite, they made the right decision to take the Dragon. I don't think they were even expecting to get 5-man Team 4.
Well, they get the fight they want. They're able to actually do something with it. Kiddies are caught out again. Condi has to zip out, but World Elite going to try and start something here. Maybe not. They tried.
He tried to. 957 had his teleport available because he did rotate to mid lane in the previous fight. Did blow that one as a little bit of a deterrent, it seems, for WE. So they're going to work on another Rift Herald, and Condi has been controlling these objectives so well. Game 1 and Game 2, every single Rift Herald, most of the Dragons, getting early turrets for his team. He's been fantastic.
It's a small thing, right? Just a bit of extra farm in the jungle, perhaps a level advantage. And suddenly Condi gets an inch, and then he takes a mile from it. Objectives, they are very soon to follow.
Well, Shie now with the buff that he just got. It's actually going to start to push it up against the Ty, but low on mana. It's probably going to have to go back to base, as the Ty will happily meet another wave. Able to take that out very easily with Titanic Hydra. And I feel like the items are starting to come together here for IG, but fallen behind again.
Are we doing it? Are we doing the World Elite 20-minute Baron push?
Yes.
Don't say that with conviction.
Seems like it.
I don't want to get too excited.
Not yet. Rain's in the mid lane. That could be a better target, perhaps. I think Orderly might try and fight first. 957 though just went topside. Oh my god, Shie. He's going to get locked down. He's the target. He's looking to go down here. They will take him out. Nice initiation there from Kiddies, and now Orderly have to run away.
Wow.
He might not be able to run away here as Condi now is going to get knocked backwards. Kid, his explosive cast this game haven't been doing exactly what they're meant to.
No, but Invictus Gaming, they still get a pick back. Remember, they're a Kog'Maw composition, so if anyone can hit late game, that's this team.
They're scaling. Mystic taking a bunch of damage here as they're going to try and jump in. Kid using the body slam and the flash, but now Kiddy's in a bit of trouble. He's going to get taken down first. WE fancy their chances into this fight as they kick to tie into the backlines. Mystic still bouncing around, has a lot of speed to the Kid, but Rain has been left untouched. Gets the execute with his ultimate, and IG pick up 2 more kills for themselves.
And World Elite really wanted that fight, but unfortunately for them, Condi mis-executes on his kick. Doesn't hit anybody in the backline, and Rain just kind of stands still and just pelts them with goo. Ridiculous. Invictus Gaming, their comp is scaling, and World Elite are kind of letting them do it now.
Yeah, 2 items now for both Rookie and Rain, so that fight really helped them out in the gold department. World Elite, they had all the pieces there to try and get something done, but an overreach there in the mid lane does cost them. So we'll see what Shie can get done now as he's back to his split pushing ways with a Luden's Echo, actually.
Yeah.
So made it a bit easier. But you can see he's just trying to look for someone. It's
Oh,
Corky
he's
that he's
finding.
found. Face
Oh,
check.
no.
Oh, Shie, not quite there ready. Reflex is not on point. And Shie misses, I think, honestly, a free kill.
Daydreaming.
Nice ward, though, from Rookie. He also placed the ward out of vision, so very hard to react to if you were GA, and yeah, he could have gone in, but super quick escape timing from Rookie.
Yeah, Reflex is on point on the other side. Is Wardley going to still try this push? Shie's like, Face checks Rookie, eats a lot of damage. LeBlanc Distortion, remember, doesn't pop any projectiles. He's still going to eat the damage. You can see the burst just trading back and forth. Rookie, one more spell, probably would have done it, so he's going to go back home.
Yeah, that's actually just Corky LeBlanc as a duo, isn't it? It's just like hit each other in the face. If someone makes a mistake, they might die for it, especially given GA's build.
Gonna have to see who might be the next person to die in the next fights here. So we are going to take a look and see what Elite decide to do next. The
Look at the wards. Holy crap, that just occurred to me. World Elite on the bottom side.
The red dots, they're not farm. It's all vision.
It's actually like chicken pox. Like plaguing the map right now.
You mentioned that IG like to use the package around the next Dragon fights. The package is available and Dragon is coming up. A Rookie deciding not to pick it up this time. So it seems like he's saving it for something.
Might mean they don't want to contest it just yet. No, never mind, they do.
Rookie's like, oh, I have this thing. Let me go get it.
Oh, no!
No, it's all that shit. It's okay. Kid actually may be caught, but gets out safely. Condi steals the Raptor, though. Dragon's up. Rookie just got the package, so he's going to race back down. He bought a red elixir as well. They really want to win this next fight.
Yeah. This is the do or die fight, it seems, for Invictus Gaming. We'll see how they go. Teleports in.
Teleports are coming in. Kiddies is trying to get in position. Condi's in the back of the Dragon Pit, but Dragon has already gone down. IG's still looking for it. The package has been used. Cook Rookie jumps in aggressively, but it's only 0 on top of the zone pit. But here's 957 into the back. Sia tries to jump in, but a good exhaust will stop his damage from connecting with the rest of the team. But Kog'Maw, he's been booted out of the fight, and now it's WE trying to work through the rest of the team. And that's one way to deal with a Kog'Maw comp. Just get him out of the team fight.
957 just outright carried them in that. That was ridiculous. Like, there's one person that you want to hit with the Poppy ultimate. It's the Kog'Maw. We're going to watch this again. They actually juke their way in towards Condi. The second he goes over the wall, that's the go button. But Kid stuffs up. He actually knocks them all away at the same time as the Trundle Pillar. And it's unfortunate. 957 gets him as GA. And here we go. Unbelievably past Kiddies. Hits the Kog'Maw. And because that's their source of damage, 957 just goes back in. Baits the last part of his health bar as well and flashes to safety. That was executed so well by
It was
Waterloo.
awesome there as they take the Baron. They also got the kill onto Rain in picture-in-picture earlier. Shia picked that one up for himself. So effective ace and the Baron for Waterloo again. Huge lead here in this game. And 957 demonstrating that I did not realize this until today. Poppy's ultimate apparently a targeted ability.
Yeah, unbelievable.
Made it look like one.
He curved the Alistar. Like, I guess you can't milk them, so he just went around it. Like, I don't know how that works. I'm no Poppy expert.
What a lead now. I'm taking a look at this game now, 13-3. on the scoreboard. With a massive gold lead for themselves now. 7,000 gold in the lead. 4 turrets to 3, and they picked up 3 dragons, and now the Baron buff. W looking really strong and dealing with the 280 carries that IG brought into this game fantastically. And Rookie, he was playing aggressive this whole game, but just doesn't really look like the Rookie we saw in the last game anymore. Not able to get all the kills, not funneling gold onto this mid laner either. WE, they're going to try and use this Baron up minion push to take this bottom lane turret down, as they are grouping up with all the members here. No teleports available from either team, so we should see them group up as 5 once again.
You know, let's be honest. We don't know which team's going to turn up from World Elite or Invictus Gaming every time. This time around, 957's putting on a clinic. This whole series, Condi's stepped up as well. And most surprisingly, I will say Mystic looks so good.
Yeah.
He looks so good.
And this is the thing about Mystic, that his good games have looked great, but he's certainly had some off ones as well, both this year and last year. So to see him playing very solid and very consistent in this particular series has been nice.
Did Rookie not use his elixir as well during the last Dragon?
He
Just used it
popped
then.
Oh, Rookie. I don't think it would have changed much, but, you know, it's a small detail.
It is the little things. I mean, he bought it for a reason, and forgot the reason he bought it
the
by the
dot on
time
the
they
eye.
got there.
Helicopter.
As there's the heli poppy, just going to zone them out. Oh, it's only a channel! You have been fooled. This turret's taking a while to take down, as IG have good wave clear when they're together onto these turrets, but World Elite, they'll get it eventually. Baron, though, does give them a nice gold lead, but not too effective as far as the Siege Breaker department goes.
I have a question for you.
All right.
Is it Heli Poppy or Poppy Copter?
I think Poppycopter's better. I like Poppycopter a lot.
I think Poppy Copter's better.
All right. I'll
But
stick to that.
Heli
one.
Poppy kind of just rolls off the tongue better.
Maybe it's like a... Maybe it's when she kicks someone out. That's the... Oh, never mind. We'll get there eventually. Is the tie going to get kicked back? I wouldn't say in, but he got kicked sideways. Condi didn't quite line that one up.
It was just the kick a direction, and he didn't really have enough time. I mean, the time moves too fast, but very active attempt from World Elite to capitalize on a positional advantage that they had secured. Unfortunately, to no avail, but it's a step in the right direction. Condi's ultimate is in a very long cooldown.
Exactly right, Rusty. Condi doesn't have much time here, but he's got a little bit of rain in this game. Going to see if he can do anything about that. This Dragon will come up in the next 2 minutes. Going to see if WE are going to prioritize towards that pit once again. The package may not line up in time. Actually, it will line up in time. It's 5 minutes only, so we'll have to see if Rookie is going to be using that package once again to try and contest this Dragon. And it almost feels like they have to, because this is going to be number 4 for WE.
Well, last few fights just haven't really gone their way. So Invictus Gaming do need something going here, but the Baron buff's worn off. World Elite really didn't do too much with it at all. I don't even know if they got a turret out of it. So just the gold from it, which isn't too bad, but IG defends successfully. As Xie still in his split push rampage here. This time in the bottom lane. But Rookie's able to meet him. He'll collect some farm. And again, it just feels like World Elite happy to wait between Dragon spawns, because that seems to be the win condition they've identified today.
Yeah, it'll be number 4, which means... Oh, hello. Never mind. They just hit each other. That works. I don't know if it's a win condition, but it works.
Something.
These two don't stop, do they?
No. LeBlanc Corky almost never stops, as everyone's going to go back. Less than a minute now until Dragon. As the Ty is going to take the grunt for himself, so he has a couple spare seconds.
Well, but Rookie's almost becoming predictable now as well. He should clear this wave. Make sure the wave is pushing back in his favor, so slow push it. He's got those 2 minions, all he needs. Recall, get the package, go to Dragon.
Really want to see if IG are going to try and contest this once again, because they are 8,000 gold behind WE. They do have a nice scaling team composition. Don't know if right now it's the time they feel like it's going online, but Rookie has picked up the package, which indicates they may want to try and contest for this Dragon. And if it doesn't come out on top for it, it may be the nail in the coffin that WE are looking for.
Special delivery.
They kind of have to. 6 seconds till the Dragon's up. IG are in position, but World Elite already as well. So Zai has to teleport in also, but the Dragon's here.
I can just go mid. Invictus Gaming probably should just push mid second. I feel like that's just the best idea for them right now.
957, he's actually sitting in the base with his home guards active, so we're going to have to see when he decides to teleport in. He's using it now, pastry time.
He's going to go in for it. World Elite going to maybe try and start a fight first. There's
Good
a flank for
flank.
Poppy. But IG also happy to fight here. The Dragon does go to WE, so now the fight's going to break out. Kid is forced to get himself out of the pit and burn that flash. Brawl multi used, but no casualties just yet as 957 couldn't find the right target.
But 957's teleport was the immediate signal to back off for Invictus Gaming. They didn't opt into being flanked, which would signal almost imminent death. Very smart play from IG, and again, I think they should have just pushed mid.
IG will concede that dragon, which means WE now have 4 dragons. The next one is going to be crucial for IG to try and defend.
That was a calculation. 4 health on that blue buff.
I was so scared.
Well, Kid apparently has the donation mechanics down, because it does give that one successfully over to Rookie. The Baron up in 50 seconds now. We're going to start bouncing between these major objectives. Game is getting not super late, but starting to get in towards that's the twilight zone of the game. As everyone's going to go back, power up. Mystic is massive once again. Mortal in general, just about up about an item over their respective lane opponents. But IG, not done, not with a Cogmore.
No, definitely not. And I mean, honestly, the weirdest thing about this game is how slow it has been. I think that's just coming down to not having 4 teleports on the map, or even 3. Everyone has to be cautious about the way they're playing the map. A mistake could be costly, especially once you hit around 30 minutes.
Especially the way that IG have been playing, always picking up the package to contest a dragon. Means that to ties, teleports have been used mostly around that dragon pit. He does have his available now, as 957 was the only one that used him in the previous dragon contest.
I'm just so confused by CA's build. It's a lot of damage.
It is.
But he has no cooldown reduction, no mana regeneration.
Kill one person, get out.
Well, kill one person, hope the fight doesn't continue is like the actual strategy here. He has enough mana for like 2 or 3 rotations, but at the moment, he has enough for 1.
It's like Cannonball LeBlanc. And with no blue buff.
Glass
I think of it like a
cannonball.
hyper beam. You know, like, takes a while to charge, you get 1, and then you have to like cool down as
I mean,
well.
classically, I think it was you use it once and then you got to recharge next turn, right?
Yeah.
So that would actually fit.
Yeah, and then
Nice.
you cool down.
Well, wrong kind of cooldown there for Shie. It's still posturing around the Baron. We're going to try and peek in and get aggressive, and no vision there for IG in that pit. Means they're eventually going to have to face check, because Waterlead have started it up.
Aggressive. IG will definitely want to fight this. It's something they have a track record of doing in this game.
Well, 957 going to zone them out again, but Kid's going to try and get a look in. Waterlead just need to keep them out of the pit. The Gragas ult is used. It moves Condi in, and now they're just going to start the fight. Kid is going to go down, but Rookie's doing damage. Exhausto, as he moves himself into the front line, he's going to have to back out of the way. Kid is forced to get in the front line and use the ulti, and Condi boots him out of the team fight. 957 going to dive in onto the carries as Mystic shreds through the Alistar finally as his ulti wears off. A shutdown though is Rain, able to go massive. He's still moving in. Rookie is there. There's the Quadro. Gonna try and make it the Petrus. Rain, he gets himself almost every kill, but he gets the ace.
Straight up stolen. Outright stolen from Zatai. Rain goes off. This is why you don't give teams Cogmore. Plain and simple, because it hits late game, he gets 3 items, and he can hard carry a team fight. That is exactly what we just saw. Invictus Gaming, they didn't even have a jungler. Rookie is getting exhausted and focused down, so he is not even a big factor in this. Rain gets kicked, and the funny thing is, he stands directly behind Rookie and just throws spells out from like 10 units behind. Look at these two. It's like a walking army with Zatai standing in front tanking. It's amazing. Can't believe it worked.
I am so surprised that...
Look at that. He's that outright steal.
And there's the tie smiling about the Pentasteel, I'm pretty sure.
I'm so surprised that WE just continued to fight there, because they got 2 early kills. They disengaged and the Baron just get out of there.
World Elite absolutely should have disengaged or committed to the Baron, then disengaged. They had 2 options they could take, and Kid's ultimate, believe it or not, was really good because it knocked Condi out of the pit. And so Condi's immediate reaction was kill Kid, because we don't want him stealing it. And they overcommitted from that point because they thought 4v5, we can win.
No, I thought the call would have definitely been just kill Kid, let's go out of here and keep our lead. But now, Cogmore 7-2-1. We were mentioning who has to step up for the team here. It's not going to be time, but Rain has really, really stepped up in this game.
And now IG's turn to get in and around the Baron pit. Gold lead shrunk an awful lot to only 4,500 up for WE now. And given the stage of the game and where the Cogmore's at, feels like that gold's probably not a real difference.
Well, now's really the time for the Cannonball LeBlanc to step up, get in there, kill Rain, take away all this gold. And if you die afterwards, I think it's worth.
I mean, Kog'Maw's the #1 target, so I would have to agree.
Yeah.
But a big blow to World Elite, who are now just going to have to try and stop the IG Baron.
This is aggressive from Invictus Gaming. It's getting super low, though.
It's down to 3,000 health. 957 is trying to get into the pit. Rain is actually getting taken down. They've killed the Kog'Maw. The Kog'Maw is gone. And W are looking for the fight. Kids is still able to take the Baron. But will it be enough? Because W is still looking to continue this fight. Condi jumps over the wall. And they may have successfully disengaged. WE killed the Kog'Maw, but they lose the Baron.
Summon is used everywhere to get out of that pit. World Elite, though. Guess what's available in 3 seconds?
Dragon #5, and it is going to be World Elite rushing straight for it. Kid's going to try and get a push down, but he's got to go back. He's nowhere near the Dragon Pit. And Rookie...
This is the hero moment that Invictus Gaming deserve.
Well, Sheer going to move in. Huge damage forces Rookie out. And Dragon 5 there for World Elite. We'll finally get to see the battle of the big monsters. Baron Buff versus D5.
This is going to be pretty crazy, to say the least. Invictus Gaming do well to actually secure the Baron. I will say it was a smite battle between Condi and Kid, and that's why the Kog'Maw dies. Because look at the focus from Kid, even partially Zatai, the second Condi gets in there. He wants that Baron. And just like this, there is no way Rain can get out. The amount of burst that Mystic, GA do, and 957 with the setup with Zero, like they had one target, and they killed that one target.
And once again, 957 played that fight fantastically. Not only jumped onto Rain, but immediately after Rain was taken down, just knocked Rookie out. That means no damage was being dealt to anyone on the side of W.
Yeah.
Well, the battle of the buffs now is going to start. As we'll see who can come out on top. 957 going to just massacre down these creep waves.
I don't think anyone could fight him.
No.
Even the wards are burning.
It's just that impressive. Rain, though, he can wave clear pretty nicely. Just going to sit with that Rage Blade with the Hurricane, able to take out waves nicely. World Elite, again, they need to get something done here with their big buff pickup. They couldn't quite do it with their first Baron, and they didn't get the second one. But with Dragon #5, should be able to get something done here.
I mean, like, GA's gone from being like a one-hit cannon to like the giant cannon.
Yep.
It's like the cannon of justice, right? I have no idea what you call it. Just a monster.
He's the definition of a freight train right now.
He's achieved nuclear.
Power levels are over 9,000 for Sia right now as he's going to get a little bit of poke down on to Kid. But they have broken in towards the base of IG, not quite taking down the inhibitor turrets just yet. The Baroned up minions may just be the saving grace for IG right now, able to repel the push that W are trying to deal.
For a limited time only.
Yeah, I mean, both buffs will wear out. So Shia's just trying to find a pick, but no Void Staff means Kid's a pretty bad target at this particular point. 957, though, he's real threatening. And World Elite, they're just trying to get a look in, and IG is saying, nope, not letting you in.
They've kept themselves confined to 2 lanes here in Invictus Gaming, which is a very big deal. Top is a massive wave pushing in. It just means that from this point, they can't afford to make a positional mistake, or they'll lose one of their 2 lanes that they're being pushed in on. But sooner or later, World Elite will have to respond to top.
Sooner or later they will. The question is who's going to use this buff more effectively as WE's 5th Dragon buff is about to wear out. So I think this is really well played from IG here. Sacrificing that 5th Dragon is going to give them even more time to scale up. And they know this because that Dragon buff is almost gone. IG actually trying to look for a fight here. Kid is progressing aggressively, but
God,
Rookie, he almost gets taken down. LeBlanc was trying to jump into the backlines. W trying to turn this one around. Rain is just sitting there, not able to spray and pray just yet. Now they're looking at Kid. Kid's going to get locked down. Rain still looking to try and spray and pray as 957 will only knock Zero out of the pit, but Mystic does enough and is able to take down the jungler.
One pick. Still the Kog'Maw stands. Still Corki stands, and no way to break the base. We're resetting.
Yep, certainly are. And this game's potentially getting a little bogged down in the best possible way because it is real tense right now. Almost 40 minutes into this one. Ignore the gold at this point. Everyone is stocked up in the inventories.
It's a bog made out of hundreds and thousands.
Yeah.
That's what it is, the best kind of bogged down. It's almost bogged up.
Yeah. Still trying to do the split push thing. Does have the void stuff now, so he's just going to hurt no matter who he hits at this point.
Still no cooldown reduction, no.
No, he's got it now.
He's got his boots,
And
yeah.
finish codex.
And finish
And
codex.
finish codex,
Yeah,
yes.
he's got it.
Oh, goodness, I'm blind.
There's a screen in front of you.
In case you weren't aware. There's IG.
Oh, look! Screen.
Maybe able to move out just a touch more. Dragonfly back again, though, in a minute 40, and Baron is going to be a few minutes after that. Oh, there it is. 2 minutes, so actually pretty close together. About 30 seconds between the
Yeah.
majors. Oh, man.
This is great.
This is great.
So the question is which buff are they going to prioritize here? Because W have 5th Dragon on the board. IG can potentially go for that Baron again. We can potentially see one of these
They're
teams pick up
prioritizing
each.
mid, dude.
That's what they're going for. IG want this mid lane turret. Even 957 is heading back to base
It's
now.
gone.
Mid is going to get taken down. Zero is desperately trying to defend this, but W not in the right position. As Condi's trying to jump in. Kid's going to get taken down incredibly low. Gets kicked away. Mystic, he's trying to work on the front line, but 957 jumping out to back, looking at Rain, but Rain's just sitting there and spraying at anyone that gets close. Kid will be the first person to go down, but W not done yet. They're trying to jump onto the back lines, but the Cogmo and Corky are just dealing too much damage for them, but they still get a single pick
my
trade.
God. Oh, it's not done?
No, it's not even close. Kitty's actually gets tagged. They might try and lock him down. He's used the ulti. 957's going to miss that stun into the wall, but I think Kitty's is going to go down here. Mystic going to get another kill, and they just have to keep chasing because the carries are so low from IG.
Oh.
GA going to go straight in for it, but he can't quite complete that one.
957.
But 957, he's going to try and be the hero.
Oh,
Got it for
God.
Condi, goes in for it on his
Condi's
own,
dead.
and gets taken out by Raid. But
Mystic
Mystic goes in for it, gets the kill, massive over on the side, and that could be game now. World Elite, and Mystic goes off to maybe
Mystic.
close it out.
Wow,
What a
ballistic. And now they've got one member from Invictus Gaming remaining. That was a clutch fight where I honestly thought World Elite were going to go down. This will be tough from Zatai if possible at all.
Well, Kid is back up as well, so it's possible for them to try and defend, but it's not looking great for them. So the minions are crashing in on towards the base. The turrets are being focused down by Mystic and 957. Ultimate from Kid. It's just going to knock 957 even closer.
I don't
But
think
here
they
goes
can.
Kitties.
No, they can't.
can't.
Mystic. Oh no, that's a bad one. They get the Alistar out, but Mystic's getting jumped on. How did they live as Kid? He's able to go down. Zatai's still there as well as Zero jumps back into the fray. And that tower, one hit away, does go down. World Elite, I think they can try and finish this off here.
They're
The
looking for
carries
it.
are back. They
Mystic's
actually
got
can't
it.
do it. The game is over. World Elite. What a dramatic end to give them the 2-0 sweep, and the World Elite fans couldn't be happier.
What a game. What a
So
series.
close.
That was an absolute monster of a series between IG and WE.
Well, they always deliver, and with good reason. Invictus Gaming heads very low after what is a close second game there. World Elite, 2 different games, 2 strong early games, but they really had to fight for both of them, especially that last one.
And the best thing is that it didn't come down to the Baron, didn't come down to the 5th Dragon. Invictus Gaming saw an opportunity and they took it. But World Elite pulled a rabbit out of a hat, in all honesty, and won a team fight they had no right winning and got the entire game from it.
Unbelievable.
Yeah. World Elite take a very well-deserved bow towards their adoring crowd. It's what a way to finish off our day, with World Elite able to take out a 2-0 versus Invictus Gaming. Must feel good for the org to beat their longtime rivals in such emphatic fashion, but even though it was a 2-0, I feel like the scoreline is not quite accurate of how that series ended up playing out.
Absolutely. It was a lot closer than the score actually reflected. Invictus Gaming, at least Rookie still showed up, and in game number 2, Rain definitely showed that Invictus Gaming, what they need is a second carry, and that's exactly what he delivered with. But at the end of the day, World Elite, they just had 4 of them.
Yeah, exactly that. World Elite just had so many threats in both those games, not just in terms of the champions they picked, but also the players that were playing the game there. They were just so threatening against World Elite, and it just seems, so threatening against IG. It just seems like IG couldn't just shut down anyone on their team. They tried to focus multiple people out, but it just wasn't working, whereas W came with a game plan. We know the rookie's strong. Make sure that he's focused out in game 1. Worked fantastically. Game 2, we know that the Cogmo's going to deal the damage. Make sure he's focused out, or at least make sure he can't get into these fights, and he did it perfectly.
And that is Poppy. That's entirely Poppy. I think that at the end of the day, you still don't give people Cogmore. The only reason I think that is because they can still win fights.
Well, we'll check in with the results for the day here. RNG, with a different lineup, managed to 2-0 EPA and keep their strong record atop their group. But this, the one we just saw, World Elite taking the 2-0 versus IG. But again, do not be fooled by the scoreline. A well-fought battle by both teams, as we're now going to check in with the standings after the changes. Xiaogu still on top at 8-1 here for Group A. 6-2, but 5-4 for World Elite, who are starting to creep up towards that second place spot in their group. But as we pop over to Group B soon enough, we'll see where that goes, because that group's just craziness.
Yeah, no, B's crazy, and A is somewhat crazy, I will say. The question is always going to be who's fourth place in A as we move to B.
Well, there's B, so RNG top still at 7-2 after today's win. IG now 6-3, despite the loss, so still looking good. But EDG and OMG with some games to play, or with a win yesterday for OMG and EDG still to play this weekend. IG can't feel too comfy in second place right now.
No, not in the slightest. Let's be perfectly honest. Group B is the hardest group to make the playoffs in. Probably the hardest group to actually qualify through the playoffs towards anything in the anything further. So honestly, IG, they get better practice, I'll be honest with you, in the group that they're in. They're performing super well considering what they're up against. But even in this cross group right now, all we've seen so far is B showing up, and World Elite have been like the sole resistor from Group A that are really giving it back to B and showing they have what it takes.
Pretty much, and World Elite, their improvement has been phenomenal in this split of the LPL. They just seem like a really teamwork-based team, and that's just getting stronger and stronger with each and every single game they play, and it showed today. The World Elite showed up.
Yeah, and I want to highlight kind of one person in particular, because I feel like, yes, they're a good team fighting team. The consistency's been good. I'm in love with the way Condi plays, but I'm so impressed by Mystic today.
Yeah.
I knew this guy was good. I've seen his games from last season, but he just showed something else. And I think his level's not only increasing, but his consistency is getting better as well, which is always my big question for him.
Yeah, so it was less of a question about his ceiling as a skillful player. Very much aware that he is one of the best players in AD carry in the LPL, but it did come down, as you mentioned, that consistency. And in this series, we've seen the highs of Mystic. He definitely performed. The question from here is he going to continue to perform? But from what we've seen from him in the past couple weeks, not just this series, he's getting better.
And I mean, we did mention that Condi's been fantastic, but I want to harp on that even more because he was a monster. He was controlling the early game so well for WE. Mystic did step up. 957 had some amazing teleports. The CO went toe-to-toe rookie at times. But Condi was the huge facilitator that kept the whole team together, making sure that they were ahead from start to finish, and they just kept it up.
Yeah, certainly did there. And Condi, he's a beast, but he's not going to get MVP this time around. It will be Mystic that picks it up for another stellar Callista game. 13, 2, and 8. 37% damage share is a little silly.
It definitely is. So this fight here was Mystic. This whole fight was Mystic, and this is the big fight that actually secured World Elite their advantage. Invictus Gaming, they really wanted to fight for these dragons. A little bit too much, some might say.
I think so too. As Mystic certainly did work in so many of these fights.
It was almost predictable. You hear the package sound from Corky come up, and it's like, okay, they want to fight us for this dragon. Let's be careful.
It's the dragon alarm. That's perfect. Now we know exactly when they want to take it. I love it. But on a serious note, I do actually want to talk about Condi a bit as well, because I agree. This player, I saw his highs from last year, and I knew just how good he could be. And kind of the theme of World Elite is we're a new team. We've made conservative roster changes, and we have a lot of players that can be very, very good. And for me, the stand-up players definitely been Mystic. I do want to still highlight Condi, though. And I think his consistency is also getting up because he was so good when he was good last year. But he was just never always on. And I feel like those two games at least, he was playing at the top of his game.
Yeah, and the best thing to me is that at the start of this split, Condi was taking every single kill. He was the resource farmer and very much like hogging all of the resources for his team. Now, he can still win games and still be an effective part of World Elite without having to give over the kills, without giving over the resources to everybody else or keeping them for himself. They're distributing much more evenly around World Elite.
And that's great because it shows that people like Sierra, that people like 957, and that people like Mystic can step up when they get these resources especially, and Mystic showed that in that final game spot.
I don't know about you guys. Think about 957. I feel like he's just such a good utility player. I don't think I'll ever see him play like Fiora and really carry a game, but he's just always there with the TP, with the Rammus, with the Poppy, whatever you need.
For me, he feels like the guy you tell 957, hey, please get me my shoes that I left on the moon yesterday. He'll look at you and go, that's very hard, but I'll do it in 5 minutes. He feels like you tell him to do something, 957 will get it done.
Yeah, I think to build on it a little bit further as well, what makes 957 good for this team at the moment is his teleport. So I'm looking at GA, he's a teleporter. That's what he's been known for doing, actually revolutionized that. I think it was MSI, or even just a little bit beforehand, I believe. IAM, yeah, that's right. And then 957's come into the team. Now they've got 2 people that are effectively good teleport users. 957 in particular, in every single fight in that second game was getting a flank. Now that's massive because 957's flanks were onto a Cogmore comp that just wants to be like this wrecking ball that kills everybody in front of them. But too many angles kind of took them by surprise.
And it's not just the flanks that are really amazing from these 2 players, but also the fact that they can coordinate it properly and communicate these teleports in order to set up a gank or set up plays for the rest of their team. Make sure that Mystic gets ahead and make sure they use those teleports to make sure other people get ahead to allow them to facilitate the carrying.
Yep, certainly doing an awesome series so far there from both teams here. It's been another great day of LPL, but unfortunately, we are done for the evening. So for myself, our lovely cast, our entire production crew, guys, we'll see you tomorrow. The LPL will continue, but for now, it's just good night.